Maguno Max Miario Kipiera Rio Wiangwen 224 points against 190. So Pura Primary School won that debate. In the second debate between Favour of God Nursery and Primary School in the proposition side and School Road Nursery and Primary School in the opposition side, the winner for that debate was Favour of God Nursery and Primary School with 221 points, and against School Road with 202 points. In the third debate between Riverside Nursery and Primary School versus Gulu Central Junior, the winner for that debate, Gulu Central Junior with 238 points against Riverside 201 points. In the debate between Eagle Nursery and Primary School in the proposition side and Labor Line Primary School in the opposition side, the winner for that debate was Labor Line Primary School with 228 points against 202 points. In the debate between El Shaddai Team A in the proposition side and St. Matthews in the opposition side, the winner for that debate was El Shaddai Team A with 257 points against 210 points. In the debate between Mama Catherine Nursery and Primary School and Rooted Christians Nursery and Primary School in the opposition side, the winner for that debate was Rooted Christians Nursery and Primary School with 254 points against 202 points. In the debate between El Shaddai Team B in the proposition side and Credo Team A in the opposition side, the winner for that debate was El Shaddai Team B with 247 points against 204 points. In the debate between Credo Team B and Opit Modern Nursery and Primary School in the opposition side, the winner was Opit Modern Nursery and Primary School with 226 points against 200 points. In the debate between Lukui Primary School and St. Mark Nursery and Primary School Puran in the opposition side, the winner for that debate was St. Mark Nursery and Primary School Puran with 230 points. Finally, in the debate between Gulu Central Nursery and Primary School versus Swing Team in the opposition side, we must applaud the Swing Team. They did a very good job. However, the Swing Team does not break. Therefore, Gulu Central gets automatic win even if they lose that debate in this round. We now go to the ranking. After 2 rounds of debates, here are the team ranking. With 2 wins, 0 loss, and a maximum points of 532 points, El Shaddai Team A is number 1. With 2 wins, 0 loss, a maximum point of 400 and 94. Rooted Christian is number 2. With 2 wins, 0 loss, a maximum point of 481, El Shaddai Team B is number 3. With 2 wins, 0 loss, a maximum point of 454, Poron Primary School is number 4. With 2 wins, 0 loss, a maximum point of 456, Gulu Central Nursery and Primary School is number 5. Now, that crowns the team with 2 wins. The following are the teams with a single win and 1 loss. At number 6, with 1 win, 1 loss, a maximum point of 484 is Gulu Central Junior. At number 7, with 1 win, 1 loss, a maximum point of 453 is Opit Modern. With, that is number 8 now, number 8, with 1 win, 1 loss, a maximum point of 442, that is the last team to qualify to the last 8, is St. Mark Nursery and Primary School, Porongo. At number 9, these are now the teams that will not qualify, but you need to just know your rankings. Number 9, with 1 win, 1 loss, a maximum point of 433 is Labor Line. With 1 win, 1 loss, a maximum point of 432 is School Road. With 1 win, 1 loss, maximum point of 430 is Favour of God. With 1 win, 1 loss, maximum point of 424 is St. Matthew's. Is St. Matthew's Preparatory School. With 1 win, 1 loss, a maximum point of 417 is Credo, Team B. With 0 win, 2 losses, maximum points of 415 is Riverside. With 0 win, 2 losses, a maximum point of 413 is Mama Catherine. No, Mama Catherine has 1 win, 1 loss, 413 points. Next is with 0 win, 2 losses, 410 points is Eagle Nursery and Primary School. Then with 1 win, 1 loss, 404 points is Credo Team A. Then with 0 win, 2 losses, a maximum points of 388 is Double A City. Then with 0 win, 2 losses, a maximum point of 317 is Lokui Primary School. 376 is Lokui Primary School. And finally, with 0 win, 2 losses, a maximum points of 193 is Orchard Nursery and Primary School. Therefore, may I then have the following teams to come forward to send representatives: 1 student, 1 pupil, and a patron to the judges for pairing. El Shaddai Team A, Rooted Christians, El Shaddai Team B, Pura Primary School, Gulu Central Junior, Gulu Central Nursery and Primary School, Opit Modern, and Pura St. Mark. Over to you, Studio One.
Well, thank you so much, and of course, educator, and of course, Isaac. Well, labradio manom eningo marikati me malupe akirizal mo birutwale meno I chabiet mo kati meno chia bichel and no adukene ini na matini so meno ene kid mano tiekera ngini olotoy berkero menia anga matia going through and anga matini tieka wachini bye bye. Wanki Favour FM mia chelo tona chel diat bit of go in your home dakiratie maramuna chel ikumchabangwen medecheng.
Humans, we all have experiences in our lives that leave an indelible mark on us. Some of these experiences equate to trauma and traumatic situations and shape us much like our happy and joyous moments do, though perhaps more powerfully. To learn more about trauma, listen to a program on trauma counseling every Monday from 4 to 5 p.m. only on 104.1 Favour FM. Are you interested in fish farm products and services? Come to Favour Fish Farm, located in Lawyer Cell, behind St. Maurice Health Center. We have catfish fingerlings, sexually reversed tilapia fingerlings, and also mirror cup fingerlings. Big fish, table-sized, available at affordable prices. We also have highly nutritious, complete floating fish feeds that come in various sizes. Sinking catfish feeds with high protein content also available. We can also train you and give you the basic knowledge in fish farm management so that you can also grow your fish. Just like it is said that an informed customer is the best customer. And if you are looking for farm tools and equipment to buy, get in touch with us for the most efficient and durable equipment. For more information, please come to our farm or call 0781 027904 or 0777 728008 or 0788-952701. We provided the platform and you delivered. Acholi Primary School's live debate this weekend is here once again.
There is high illiteracy rate caused by negative attitude towards modern means of farming. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask my opponents, who will do agricultural mechanism yet agriculture is the backbone of Uganda? Who will do it?
Point of information.
POI. There with your point of information. Honorable judges,
which school remains and which school goes out.
Refuting on what my opponent spoke. They spoke about leaders enjoying sex. I don't argue that you gave the proof. But do you know that leaders are in some categories? They are political, cultural, and many other leaders. So you mean even your pastors are there enjoying
sex? Point of information.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, they came talking about... Not allowed. They came talking
Which school
about...
takes the money, the goat, and the bragging rights for this year?
You say that the government is selling land for our own benefits, right? Yet, you are saying we are lazy to dig. Where will we dig if there is no land? If the government has sold land for sugarcane production, for the sugarcane factories, where will we get the land to farm? You are saying we are lazy, right? But the Acholi people are not lazy.
Confidence, fluency, character, knowledge, and so much more. On the 19th of July 2025, we bring to you the semi-finals and the finals of Acholi Primary School's live debate. We shall also be live on internet radio via the Zero app, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. This event is sponsored by Favour of God Ministries, Genesis Fashion Point, Koropida, and GoTunesUG.com. Terms and conditions apply.
In rich families here in Acholi sub-region, we have got very many cases about rich people mistreating children. I not team proposition.
Well, nakas lawanadi for matako twalka moy ken mano initi ye man Favour FM. Please, over to you.
It's going to be given out, and then also
Oh, yes.
still, though.
Thank you very much.
But amongst us, we have the best speakers.
We are going now for the pairing to see which team will verse which team in this quarter finals. But a quick reminder that the teams that did not break through,
Today it may
you should know that the awards for best speakers stops at the preliminary round. We already know the best speakers, so please do not go away because we shall announce it at the end of the finals. Then also, I have been told that there is award for best teams, and that best teams has been drawn from the preliminary rounds, how they have prepared. So the teams that have broken to the quarters and the semi-finals, these points now do not matter in the ranking of the best teams. The ranking of the best teams have already been done. The ranking of the best particular speakers have already been done. The best judges have already been done. We are now going to the ritual of getting the winner of this tournament, and that is what we are going to. Therefore, I will now request, because it is a fair dealing, I will now request the representatives of these schools to come and pick their side, and I will request a microphone be given there so that they will tell us what they have picked. And in what you're going to pick, please, you will find it written proposition 1 and opposition 1, from 1 to 4. And if you pick opposition 1, the other team picks proposition 1, that means you people will verse each other. I understand El Shaddai has 2 teams. We are treating you as 2 different schools. So if you meet each other in this debate, you know what you're supposed to do. The best team will go through. And that is how it is going to happen. So therefore, I will request the representatives of these 8 schools to come forward and pick the random toss. You will pick when all 8 of you are here. So we already have representative of, yes, extend. We want all the 8 of you to be there so that you choose. So what you will do, you will pick, you mention your name, the name of your school, and then the site you have picked. If it is proposition 1, you'll say, my name is Lake Fiona from St. Joe Primary School. I have picked proposition 1. Are you getting? Thank you. Angela, you can finish your ritual. Which team is missing? 1, 2, they are all, 1 school is missing.
1 school is missing.
I think it is Gulu Central Junior School is missing.
Gulu Central Junior School.
Gulu Central Junior School, wherever you are. We shall not wait for you. The teams will pick.
Okay.
What is
I
going
think
to be?
come?
Please come. Thank you.
Okay.
So the 8 of you will pick. Just pick.
After picking, you can pass here.
Open
Mic.
and see it very well. Then I will start from the last.
Okay, I have a mic here. I have a mic here. You can give back that one. Okay.
So this is what is going to happen. You will mention your name, mention the name of the school, and then you mention the site you have picked. Okay? Thank you.
My name is Abeda Rebecca from St. Magnuson Primary School. We are proposition 2.
Proposition 2 is St. Mark Nursery and Primary School, Puran. Thank you.
My name is Ayero Mary Machilet from Glusantro Nursery and Primary School. We have picked opposition 1.
Opposition 1 is Gulu Central Nursery and Primary School.
My name is Aberita Favour from Open Modern Nursery and Primary School. We have picked opposition 4.
Opposition 4 is Opit Modern.
My name is Namudu Davina from El Shaddai Team B. We have picked opposition 3.
Opposition 3 is El Shaddai Team B.
My name is Lamara Georgina Praise. We have picked proposition 1.
Proposition 1 is Rooted Christians.
My name is Amara Juliet from El Shaddai Team A. We have picked opposition 2.
Opposition 2 is El Shaddai Team A.
My name is Honorable Anana Sunday from Prongo Primary School. I have picked proposition 4.
Proposition 4 is Prongo Primary School.
I think we are done. Okay.
Are we done? No. Yes.
Okay.
My name is Adagora Sande Pascal from Gulu Central Junior School, Lalia. I have picked proposition 3.
Proposition 3 is Gulu Central Junior School, Lalia. Therefore, I now read in the order of what they have picked. Was it fair? I want to give the microphone to them. Let them say something. Just say something.
It was fair.
It was fair.
It was fair.
It was very, very fair and it's okay.
Thank you.
No complaints.
Good.
It was fair and the judges did well.
Thank you.
It was fair.
Thank you.
It was extremely fair.
Thank you.
It was fair.
Thank you. You chose your side. You chose the team you're going to debate against. Go and prepare. The first team to debate is Rooted Christians in the proposition side versus Gulu Central Nursery and Primary School in the opposition side. You have 5 minutes to report to the debate room. You have 5 minutes to report to the debate room. The motion is... Do we know the motion? The motion is... You don't know the motion. The motion is... You have 5 minutes to prepare. The motion is... This house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Rooted Christians are proposition and Gulu Central Nursery and Primary School are in the opposition side. Over to you.
Okay, Ladit Simon.
Yes, Robert.
Please, I think you can utilize this moment within the 5 minutes as you wait for them to come.
Thank you so much, and of course, Robert, and the schools, and of course, they'll be paired.
Simon.
Yes, please.
You can engage the callers.
Okay, please.
All right.
Well, for my Menoki Studio B, business is as usual again. Winky Botin, what are your expectations? Menopi debate Matinti Kabinani, Jira Bora, Deka Rio adek abiro no jera biro abich adek jera abiro ng'wana boro abich meno en nama chi mani tulo ma itwere bere kere meti kere ka itik la peny an cause no tikitama kamegi no twale meno malupe ki debate parutino tini watie katia kuneo anake wini kinwe kwano kere twale motion matini ya lokati kichi mai chier wa chier ni noni mier ki gengo eno twale botlu funi karme funya no oh beautiful jera bira bora deka ria deka biro jera bira bicha deka jera bidu ngana boro abicha man Favour FM primary school debate.
No. Leaders, these religious leaders are keeping people Monday to Monday. They are in churches to pray. When do you expect people to come, and when do you expect people to be getting money? People are being in churches Monday to Monday, paying tithe that God will bless you. How will God bless you yet you are not working God? You want that God will bless me, let me give. You are very poor. You are Monday to Monday, church. God will bless me. What are you on? Instead of not allowed, instead of going and work in order to remove. And these leaders, they are these religious leaders. This is poor leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, I know team opposition may come and tell me that who are these people choosing the leaders, but we all know that the actually people are the one choosing, because they don't know. These leaders say allow.
Excuse me, Speaker, you mentioned that the leaders are the one who are wasting their time going. Then how comes we have schools built by leaders? We have hospitals built by leaders, which is promoting infrastructure in the country. I mean, naturally sub-region.
Thank you, leader, for that POI. Can you outline for me schools which are built by leaders? To schools, there are not even schools built by leaders. You may find schools built by leaders, but very poor infrastructures. The buildings are not even developed. What are you talking about? Leaders building under the point of corruption. The government programs like NUSAF and Acholi war climate money. The war ended 20 years back. The money is being provided to the people who are affected by wars. But where is the money going? Do you have what to say? No, the money is not going anywhere. People are misusing this money. The leaders, the poor leaders we have in Acholi sub-region are just using this money for their own benefits, not even thinking about the people of Acholi sub-region. Ineffective policy implementation. When we are voting these leaders that we are going to build roads. Look at Kabedopong Road, suffering from a lot of dust. When it rains, farmers face a lot of problems carrying their goods to take them to Gulu main market here. What is that? Is that poor leadership? They started constructing the road, but the road ends at Gasco there. The road is not even constructed. What are we talking about? This is poor leadership. You cannot blame this to any other thing apart from poor leadership. Allow me rest my case saying that this house will tie the high actually poverty index to poor leadership. Allow me rest my case.
Transformed hearts, transform nations. Thank you for being part of this program. As Favour FM, the Word of God is the heart of everything. We are also here to serve you by giving you the best content in the programming as possible. This is also made possible because of your support. Should you wish to support this program or for consultation, call our customer desk on 0393 241019 or 0775 737740. God bless you.
Will the circle be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by? Will the circle be unbroken in the sky, Lord, in the sky? There are loved ones in the glory whose dear forms you often live. When you close your earthly story, will you join them in their bliss? Will the circle be unbroken by circle be unbroken in the sky, Lord, in the sky. Do you remember songs of heaven which you sang with childish voice? Do you love those hymns they taught you, or are songs of hurt your choice? Will the circle be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by? Will the circle be unbroken in the sky, Lord, in the sky? Will the circle be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by? Will the circle be unbroken in the sky, Lord, in the sky? In the sky, Lord, in the sky.
Man Favour from dakika makamegati pirario kari kong jawa maramono angwen midching la winadio wati Favour FM primary school debate tini wati kagikone we are doing a lot of things today and your pairing school do winki botin neno makamegi akin matini no debate ye kabino kere jera bira boro deka rio deka biro jera bira beach deka jera beach ngana boro beach la win radio. Hello Favour FM.
Yes, Robert.
Man Simon.
Simon.
Yes.
Before you, sir.
Kifo na atika looking at.
Man Geoffrey Comato.
Geoffrey for go chim.
Debate polluted on the team of pay at the end of Perotica Kachi. You look on a kilo speed at the Gamma repeating and look at yet, and in a penning up that way. You look on the team of Kinlock Ruino Point.
Okay.
Oh, no, get him a correction, get him a pay at it.
For my take
no point clear. For it one.
Well, Lotino rapping, Giru Logarwe, and no anywhere for my take Loki. Hello, Favour FM.
Hello.
For my manga.
Follow
Before Nakana.
One side, I said,
Yes, Fider.
I know the bed is in my bed. Then the cake of busy feeding my life. Well, ready. Call room to tell a mega car of primary and a be embarrassed. But it's here there. I don't win your program, I can't hear there. Tawani o terabe mi kwan ginoro be ye.
Gungi dan ginoro. For Decotol Sandra.
Ana for your band
dan. Sandra Enankoski Bari o for Matecotwal mi tamaka megi come debate outwal meno palutino kinmano tie kabino kerni matini. Hello Favour FM.
Hello.
For matamanga.
For you follow ba.
Kifo na.
Amen. It's a lot to win. We need to think. Debate is my breath. And I just want to encourage the debaters to be firm. Yes. Let's not say anything. All of them are going to win.
For Matecotwal Winnie for your words of encouragement. Hello Favour FM.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Keep back naga.
Yeah, now debate breath encourage the channel. It seems no one answer to democratic requirements where as someone phone the critical speech there. Man down can understand where the better get it coming. So as someone demand phone Maggie phone the Magatica Magabianka debating. You should have to be brought when they're speaking. If you know what I the normal, the lower and the take your they have indeed they have point. Point not regular. But it should not be so much fun to one money crawling. You will see where
Foi madako twala tam kamigi la dita na kosloba ko metigum memiyo tam eni so mer enengo ma dan teka watch niki woko na foi madako twala na Man Favour FM. In a short while we actually be going to the actual debate. Hello Favour FM. Foi madamanga. Hello. Robert. Hello. Studio B.
Yes, Mr. Simon.
Yes, please, Junior.
Yes.
Are you picking me?
Yeah, I think Mr. Isaac, they're ready.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let me know if they're ready. But let me first pick one call before I get back to you.
Okay, one caller.
Hello.
Hello.
Afoy Matamanga.
Afoy. Man, Billy, Kichoro.
Yes, Billy.
Favour okay the program better. Ma wax lu ñu rek ki gang donc premier gu ba transport ni ci Kampala. Ya donc ñara ci ngi school ma no mi te yelu ten ma may.
Ndo kadani.
Ki don dana. Ta ñene na ko don bele ko gëna ka ñako taxo ta ciuli. Ta ti o wena ko taxo ta ciuli lu ten dak ti ka do ki ti ka na taxo ta ciuli ma lo wala ta.
Giti waccu kum lokki ko me.
Malu taram ini ber sekali anjo bukar primary jo kulgi dari fero tang ki ana ka ini tina ber dia ko bulu central dunia le liaran tangi kogo
Rafoy mateko twata maka megi please anako studio B back to you if you're ready.
All right, thank you very much our dear listeners, our audience and our teams. May I have the first speaker from the... No, before you come to speak, listen to me. The first speaker from the proposition side, you read for us the motion loudly. Word by word. Read the motion. Just read the motion.
The motion is, this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours.
May I have the opposition whip to read for us the motion? Opposition whip.
The motion reads, this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours.
Do we have the same motion? Yes. First speaker. Prime Minister, the floor is yours. The Honorable K. Polo Daffin Destiny. Start the day. K. Polo Divine Destiny. Start the day. Before you start, when you see the first alarm like this, then they do this, that means your protected time is done. So that means they can fire you points of information. Then when they lift this up to you, it means your 1 minute protected time is done. They can fire you points of information. And when they turn the back and write, and you'll find it written, you are left with 1 minute. That means you are protected. We do not need any points of information. And then when you hear us sounding, the first time we shall sound, you need to use strictly 15 seconds to crown your debate. Beyond that, we shall continuously make an alarm until you leave the floor. And remember, whatever you speak after the alarm, after the 15 seconds, will not be considered. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, the adjudicators, the two competing parties, and you, the audience at large. I am by the name K. Polo Divine Destiny, a POPO at Rooted Christian Primary School, and we are here to strongly propose the motion that states this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me define some key words in the motion. Ban, to prohibit or forbid something. Smartphones. Smartphones are mobile devices that offer advanced features and capabilities beyond traditional phone functionality. During, a preposition that indicates a period of time when something happens. School hours. School hours refer to the time period when students are expected to be in school from Monday through Friday. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, having defined the keywords in the motion, we as team proposition strongly propose by saying this motion is 100% written correct. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, it seems my opponents did not understand this motion. Allow me to explain it to them. This motion is not saying this house will ban the use of smartphones totally by teachers, but only during school hours. Have you understood? Without going further, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, here are our points of arguments. The use of smartphones by teachers during school hours can be a significant distraction, negatively impacting students' academic performance and social interactions. Banning the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours can, firstly, improve focus, secondly, enhance learning, thirdly, promote social skills, fourthly, initiating school policy, and lastly, educating school stakeholders. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me explain my first point, which is initiating school policy. This we know that it develops and enforces a clear policy of banning smartphone use by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me explain my second point, which is improve focus. This we all know that it will reduce distractions and promote engagement in academic activities. We all know that when we ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours, it will reduce distractions, because a smartphone is a distraction itself. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, the teachers will have adequate times to plan, follow up, and help with performing pupils, hence leading to better grades and academic achievements. Did you know that this can lead to better grades and academic achievements? Did you know? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, but when the teacher uses his smartphones during school hours, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, it will make the teacher not have adequate times to plan, follow up, and help with performing pupils, hence leading to poor performance. Did you know that? We all know that when a teacher is focused, he will have enough time to follow up and help with performing pupils. When teachers are using their smartphones during school hours, they will be distracted by many apps in the smartphones, such apps like Instagram and many others. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, a teacher who is not focused on having adequate times to plan, follow up, and help with performing pupils is more distractive than the smartphones itself. A smartphone is distracting him, making him more distractive. In most cases, the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours is a contributing factor to the pupils' poor performance. Did you know that it is a contributing factor to pupils' poor performance? Do you have anything to say? No, you don't have, you see. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, these apps here can distract the teachers during school hours when they are using their smartphones. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, I know my opponents will say this is used for research, but did you know that when they want to do researches, they should do it after school hours, not within the school hours, because the teacher will waste the time. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me read an article. Teachers should prioritize their students' education over personal phone use. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker from the proposition side will come and explain more. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, before going further, allow me to explain more and more and more. We know that this will reduce distractions, but when a teacher uses the smartphones during school hours, it will distract him. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, if the teacher uses smartphones during school hours, it will not promote engagement in academic activities by the students, even by the teachers. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. But when the teacher does not use that smartphone during school hours, it will promote engagement in academic activities. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen and the audience, this house will not This house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours.
Thank you very much, the Honorable K. Polo Divine Destiny. Allow me then have the Honorable Leader of Opposition, Honorable Ayerot Mary Immaculate. You have 5 minutes to convince the Parliament.
Judges, affirmatives, negatives, ladies and gentlemen, I am by name Ayerot Mary Immaculate from Glusentro Nursery and Primary School, coming to negate the motion which states this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. As being the first principal speaker of the negative side, it's my role to define the motion, state the perimeter of the debate, state the status quo, state the policies, and outline our cases, as well as offering the reply speeches. Without waste of time, the official time allocated for teaching and learning acts on honorable judges. In the official time allocated for teaching and learning acts on honorable judges. In this debate, our premises Uganda. Honorable judges, our status quo is current. Smartphones are currently used by teachers in schools without a complete ban. While there may be internal school guidelines, most institutions allow teachers to use smartphones for educational, communication, and administrative purposes. Teachers use smartphones as teaching tools and accessing online resources. Honorable judges, allow me to set the whole laws into light by stating our policies. Honorable judges, we the opposition believe in regulation, not a total ban. Instead of bans, we propose a policy of responsible and monitored use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Teachers can use smartphones for educational purposes only. Teachers can only use smartphones in staff rooms, offices, or during non-teaching hours like break or lunchtime. Schools should develop and enforce a smartphone usage policy that includes prohibited use for personal calls, social media, or entertainment during lessons. We shall request the Ministry of Education and Sports to write a letter allowing teachers to use smartphones, but in an appropriate way.
POI speaker.
Honorable judges.
POI speaker.
Not allowed. Honorable judges.
Speaker.
Not allowed. Honorable judges, we indicators want to achieve the following objectives. Responsible use for smartphones by teachers. We want the teachers to use smartphones for teaching, research, communication, and emergencies without abuse or distraction. A balanced approach to technology. We want to avoid the extreme step of banning smartphones and instead promote a regulated and guided use that support modern. We want to ensure that teachers have access to online materials, educational apps, and communication platforms that improve classroom delivery. We want to maintain quick and effective communication between teachers, administration, and even parents. We want to show trust in teachers by giving them clear rules instead of banning their tools, promoting responsibility over punishment. Honorable judges, we need this policy because of the following reasons or cases. Makes lessons more engaging, interactive, and resource-rich. Allows quick access to online materials, lessons, plan and educational materials. Makes it easier for teachers to respond to emergencies or receive updates. Improves coordination between staff and parents. Build trust and respect between school administration and teachers. Promotes self-discipline and ethical conduct without over-controlling policies. Generally, we indicators believe that banning smartphones entirely is unnecessary and counterproductive. Instead, we support professional and guided educational use that maximize benefits while minimizing misuse. Therefore, our cases are support modern and teaching learning, ensures fast communication and safety, encourage professional responsibility. Allow me to go straight to my lines of argument. But before that, allow me to rebut what my opponent said. The Honorable came here and talked about initiating school equalities.
POI speaker.
Not allowed. Smartphones, but let me assure you that smartphones can be valuable tools for teachers, providing access to educational resources, facilitating communication with students and colleagues, and enhancing lesson planning. The Honorable came here and talked about improved focus. But let me assure you that a ban on smartphone use during lessons will be overly restrictive and fail to account for the potential benefits of technology in education. Honorable judges, allow me to assure my dear opponent that you said smartphones can cause distraction, but what the teacher is teaching and the rain start to rain? Is that not distraction? Is the smartphone the one bringing that distraction? Is the smartphone the one bringing the rain? No. Allow me to go straight to my lines of argument to begin with. Support modern teaching and learning. Under this, I will talk about digital age. In today's digital age, teaching and learning have evolved beyond the use of chalkboards and textbooks. Modern education system relies heavily on digital tools, online resources, and technology integration. To make learning more interactive, engaging, and effective, smartphones are a key part of this transformation. Therefore, banning smartphone used by teachers during school hours will limit their ability to quality education using modern methods. Members of the House, we all know that a kilo of salt cannot change the taste of a very big sea. Allow me to talk about ensures fast communication and safety. And in this, I will talk about support quick communication. Honorable judges, one of the important roles of smartphones at school is to ensure quick communication and safety. In modern school's environment, emergencies and urgent issues can rise at any time, such as health incidents, students' fights, fire outbreaks, accidents, or even security threats. Teachers need smartphones to contact the concerned person. For example, when students decide to strike at school, they always help themselves. Teachers need smartphones to contact the police to their rescue. Any teachers without smartphones, what will they use to contact the police? I know one of the formatives will rise up and say, they will use the office phones. But let me assure you that sometimes emergencies can even happen when the office is locked, especially at night. Have you never heard cases that? Have you ever heard cases that emergencies can happen at night? Like when, assuming thieves broke out in a school. What will the teachers use to call? Will the teachers go and break the windows and enter in the office? Allow me to stop here.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Ayerwood Mary Immaculate. Allow us then have the Honorable Lagum Angel Faith to respond.
Gratitude is restored to you, the honorable adjudicators, two competing parties, not forgetting you, the audience. I am by the name Lagumenjo Faith from Rooted Christian Primary School, and our motion for today states, this house will ban the use of smartphones during school hours, and the smartphones used by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me begin by refuting on what my opponent said. She said, the smartphones will be used during school hours for educational purpose, communication, and administration. Don't you know that these days in schools, teachers are so flexible, they can even move to classes and they communicate. They can tell the parents before bringing their children to school about things that are needed. So there's no mean for communication about the emergency. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, don't you know that these days we have the phones in the offices, which are not smartphones? We can use them, even though thieves break at night. Don't we have security school these days? We have. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker came and defined the keywords in the motion. POI is allowed. Not allowed. She came and defined the keywords in the motion, and she listed all our points of argument, which were improve focus, enhance learning, POI is allowed, promote time management, promote social skills, initiating school policy, and educating school stakeholders. However, you need this. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, she spoke on improve focus, and she said it reduces distractions and promote engagement in academic activities. The teachers will have adequate times to plan, follow up, and help weak performing pupils, which will lead to better performance. With that, allow me go straight to my point of argument, the second one, which is enhanced learning. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, here teachers encourage students to participate in class discussions, class activities, and many others rather than children going to hide around. But if teachers are focusing on their smartphones, they will be focusing on social media, WhatsApp, and many others. We all know that those things they distract teachers, and they make those teachers more distractive than the children. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, if a child sees a teacher using a smartphone, won't the child go and use? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, banning the use of smartphones during school hours, banning the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours will boost intensive learning, since the teachers won't waste time on all those things like TikTok, WhatsApp, Instagram, and Twitter. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ask my opponent, do you know that you're more important than the smartphone to a teacher? Answer. You don't know. That is why you're lying to us. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, POI is allowed? Not allowed. Time management. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, I know my opponents will come and say, if you're banning the use of smartphones by teachers, what of the children? Don't you know that you have to know before you come here, in a school, if we ban the teachers from using it, who are you, the pupils? The pupils will not also use it. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, with that, allow me to go straight to my next point of argument, which is promote social skills. This is allowed? Not allowed. This gives times
for fostership, face-to-face, and interactions between teachers and pupils. It will also promote teacher-to-pupil relationship. Banning the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours helps in fostering face-to-face and also makes the pupils to be free to discuss their challenges with teachers to help in guidance and counseling, rather than the teachers focusing on smartphones. We should ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. Additionally, looking into the current state, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, looking into the current state of technology, like technology devices like smartphone, we all know in this 21st century, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, in Acholi sub-region, children, because of smartphones, because of the smartphone used by teachers, children are not performing well. That is why you have not had Acholi sub-region in good performance. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read for you a quote from from Bill Gates, one of the entrepreneurs. He said, technology is just a tool in terms of getting the kids working together and motivating them in educational activities. The teacher is the most important. What is the use of smartphones? We should ban the use of smartphones by teachers, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have anything to say?
Yes, I have.
15 seconds are done, my dear, you're late. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we should ban it during school hours. With this, we don't mean we are banning the use of smartphones totally by teachers. Smartphone use by teachers totally. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to summarize. This house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers. They'll ban teachers from using smartphones during school hours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Lagum Angel Faith. Allow me then have a response from the Honorable Abe Masidora.
Honorable judges, affirmative, negative, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abe Mazdara. I am a pupil of Guliseta Nursery and Primary School. Resolve, this house will ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours. This motion is written totally wrong. Honorable judges, has been a second speaker from the negative side. It's my role to refute, and rebuttal. As the motion has been well defined by our first speaker, allow me to go to my lines of argument. But before that, allow me to rebut to my opponent cases. While the honorable litigators came here, while the honorable affirmative came here and talk about significant distract, horrible. Who deceive you? Let me assure you that not all teachers misuse smartphone. Banning them completely punishes responsible teachers. Instead, schools should enforce clear guidelines and monitors as age. Smartphones are tools that take book, chalkboard, and should be used once in that ban. Protected time. And then I came here and talk about enhanced learning. But let me assure you that students need to be taught by example and guidance, not by banning tools. Teachers can use smartphones to enhance lessons. For example, protected time. Hello. For example, using educational videos, digital attendance, and quick fact-checking. Banning removes opportunity of digital learning and morally responsible use. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker outlined the following cases. Support modern teaching and learning, ensure fast communications and safety, encourage professionals' responsibility. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to pick it up from there and talk about support modern teaching and learning. And this, I will talk about contact research instantly. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, here you'll agree with me that teachers use learning applications and platforms such as Google, Meta, dictionary apps for language classes and so on. This helps teachers to fact-check information during class discussion and deliver correct content to learners. Honorable judges, banning smartphones entirely blocks access to these tools, forcing teachers to rely only on traditional methods which may be less engaging outdates or limits in school. Instead of banning, schools should guide teachers how to use smartphones wisely for learning. Honorable judges, that is why we the litigators are saying that this house will not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Not allowed.
POI speaker.
since our class are civil learning, let me talk about ensure fast communication and safely. And it is, I will talk about the unreliable way. Honorable judges, here you agree with me that in rural or under resource areas where teachers may not have landlines or internal communication systems, smartphone is an unreliable way to communicate instantly. But smartphone during school hours would slow down response time, risk the pupils' health, safety, and well-being. Also, in case of external threat like violence or intruders, teachers need smartphones to alert others immediately and help protect learners. Honorable judges, instead of banning smartphones, schools should adopt a regulated use policies allowing smartphones for professionals, ATM, and safely related communication only. This ensures preparedness without promoting misuse. That is why we the negators are saying that this house will not ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, I will raise my case by saying that this house will not ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours and will remain at that. I've understood. Gratitude.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Abe Masidora. Allow us then have the government with the Honorable Amara Georgina Priest.
Thank you, the adjudicators, the two competing parties, and the House at large. My name is Lamara Georgina Praise, our pupil at Rooted Christian Primary School, standing before you to strongly propose the motion that states this House will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Before me going to my roles, allow me refute on what our second speaker came and spoke about from the opposition. She came and spoke about that teachers can use Google and many others for research work, but they can use those things before and afterwards because it is a distracting thing. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, they say it is a significant distraction. But to prove you wrong, it is not. It is. I mean, it is a significant distraction. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, they come here saying that lunchtime, they can use the phones during lunchtime, but we say the children have to consult the teachers during lunchtime. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, can they use the phones before and afterwards school? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker came and explained the keywords in the motion and also outlined our points of arguments as improve focus, enhance learning, promoting social skills. It promotes initiating school policies and also educating school stakeholders. Allow me remind my opponents on what our first speaker came and spoke about. She came and spoke about initiating school policies. My opponents, did you really understand? She said it develops and enforces a clear policy of banning the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. The motion is not saying banning the use of smartphones by teachers totally, but it's only banning the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to expand on what our second speaker came and spoke about. She came and spoke about promoting social skills. We all know that this helps to foster face-to-face interaction and pupil-to-teacher relationship in schools. Allow me expand on that. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, smartphones use is negatively impacting both student and teachers. You may ask how. It is killing their creative skills. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, it is killing their creative skills of most teachers and learners in this generation. Instead of the teachers planning for work ahead, instead of them correcting, instead of them guiding and counseling the pupils, they are just on their smartphones in the internet. If I may ask, when will you become an inventor? Since you are always busy following others, when will they make this one, you follow that one. They make this one, you follow that one. When will you become an inventor? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen,
introduction with the Honorable Akicha Blessing Winnie.
Honorable judges, affirmative, negative, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Akisa Blessing Winnie. I am a pupil of Bulusad Nasa and Primary School. I am here to negate the motion which states this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. As being the third person speaker from the negative side, it's my role to refute, rebut, rebuttal, and weigh the debate. As has been well defined by our first minister speaker, allow me to go straight to my cases. But before that, allow me to rebut my opponent's cases. One of the honorable affirmatives came here and talked about improved focus. But let me assure you that students need to be taught by examples and guidance, not just by burning tools. Teachers can use smartphones to enhance lessons, e.g. using not allowed. Protect your time. E.g. using educational videos, digital attendance, or quick focus checking. But judges, and I also came here and talked about smartphone distract teachers. But let me assure you that in modern world, smartphones support focus. Smartphones provoke focus and productivities. Smartphones are used as reminders, lessons planning, on-right resources. This help improve, not reduce engagement with not allowed. Protected time.
It's not protected.
But judges, another also came here and talked about and then lessons. But let me assure you that images are unpredictable. A chairman needs to urgently contact parents, the aid teachers, or even emergency services. Smartphones are essential communications tools, especially in rural and schools with non-intercourse or online. Not allowed. But judges, our first speaker outlined the following cases. Smartphones support mobile teaching and learning, ensures fast communications and safety, and carry professional responsibility. Our second speaker talked about support mobile teaching and learning, and carry professional responsibility. But judges, allow me to pick it up from there and talked about support mobile teaching. Under this, I'd like to talk about captured and source students and making learning real through educational videos. Here, you'll agree with me that teachers take photos for experiments or group work, or record lesson activities to repeatable or an improvement. For example, not allowed. For example, SSC teacher may need to show a pupils a real-life video of a volcanic eruptions, or even a geography teacher may need to use a map apps to explain global climate zones. This makes lessons very vulnerable, vicious, and memorable. Banning smartphones entirely within the teaching. But judges, since one man misses another man's poison, allow me to talk about and guide professional responsibilities. As professionals, teachers are expected to uphold ethical standards and self-controls. Not allowed. Banning smartphones assumes that they cannot control. Not allowed. But the smartphones assumes that they cannot control themselves or use their devices entirely, which is a disrespectful and demotivating to those who take that role seriously. By not banning smartphones, instead promoting a clear use aid guidelines, schools can encourage teachers to manage their own behaviors. This is how professionalism responsibility is determined through trust, training, and accountabilities, not through total bans. Teachers are trusted to use smartphones for education and administrative purposes, such as assigning lessons plans. When institutions show that they believe in their professionalism, their staffs, teachers are more likely to uphold up to that expectations. It builds a sense of ownership, ingredients, and accountabilities. But judges, allow me to weigh the debate. Since that third speaker did not weigh the debate, allow me to weigh my debate. Our first Mr. Speaker outlined the following cases: uphold professional standards and setting opposite examples, monitoring behaviors of pupils and students, distraction and teaching qualities. Furthermore, that is why we reserve a win in this debate. Furthermore, we reserve a win in this debate because our first speaker defined the keywords clearly, but did you find the keywords clearly? I did not even understand. Furthermore, we reserve a win in this debate because we found that point of in POI, but they did not respond to it. So, it means you were fearing us, then why could you Then why couldn't you answer it? Honorable judges, let's go good by saying that this house will not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Gratitude.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Akicha Blessing Winnie. Allow me then have reply speech from team opposition.
Honorable judges, affirmative, negative, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here to debate but to offer reply speeches. We talked about support modern teaching and learning. Furthermore, we talked about ensure fast communication and safety. Not only that, we talked about encourage professional responsibility. We deserve a win in this debate because me as the first principal speaker defined the motion, stated the perimeter, stated the status quo, stated the policies. And yet this is a policy motion, but the first principal speaker did not state the policies. We deserve a win in this debate because our second principal speaker refuted, rebuilt, and rebutted. Not only that, we also deserve a win in this debate because our third principal speaker refused to rebuild and rebuttal, and she waited for us the debate, but that third principal speaker did not. We fired them 11 points of information, but they did not respond to it. Means they were fairing us, and yet them asking proportion, they need to give us a lot of evidence to make the motion start, but they were not even giving a lot of evidence, instead rejecting our POIs. Then that means this motion will not stand. They talked about improved focus, poor performance, distract teacher, significant distract, enhanced learning, but we rebutted it all. Means we deserve a win in this debate. Honorable judges, allow me to stop here.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Ayerwat. Allow me then have the government whip to close the day.
Thank you, the honorable adjudicators. The first speaker came and defined the keywords in the motion. She outlined our points of argument, while their first speaker came when she came and she also outlined the points of arguments, but when she was defining, she did not define the keywords properly, while our first speaker defined it properly. We listed all our points of arguments, which were improve focus, enhance learning, promote social skills, initiate school policies, and educate school stakeholders. While their points of argument were it promotes interactiveness, supports modern teaching and learning, ensures good performance. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, they came and told us why. They came and told us the importance of smartphones in school, but they did not tell us why they are not banning it. While we told them the reasons why we are banning the use of smartphones. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, with this house will ban the use of smartphones during school hours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Lagum Angel Faith. Please, you can have a handshake. Thank you very much. We shall give results. We shall give results. But as we give results, you sit down. We shall not give reasons for our results, because when we give reasons for our results, the other teams will listen and know and they will prepare better. So we shall not give you the reasons. We shall only tell you the team that has won. But if you want to understand, we have it written. The patrons can come and we shall make them understand. Okay? That said and done, I give 1 minute to Studio One as I get the findings from my other judges.
Thank you so much, Anna, because meno ene kimo bedekere me karo kere eno la Win Radio in our first debate. We winki botin what say you meno debate ma tum eni jera bira bora deka rio deka biro no jera bira bicha deka jera bicha ngwana boro bicha bich la winidio mani ene don motika neno kin machamo ken schools magiono karanyim gen bede kero no medor nekere ini matini jera bira bor deka rio deka biro no jera bira bicha deka jera bicha ngwana boro bicha bich barine short while no bene hobe dok studio B kan yankin machamo ken men anga maukaro anga mati ki stage ni bad meno ene kin ma debate ma chak berker me karkere na cause Favour FM primary school debate what year season 5 meno pain meno bok chamo ken radio makamegi free yaba meno hiyo deko makomane.
I salute the table of the judges, the two competing parties, the audience, and you, the listeners at large. My name is Daniel Mona. I am a pupil of Favour of God Nursery and Primary School, and we have come as a team to propose a motion that states it's poverty rather than alcohol causing the high rate of child abuse in Acholi sub-region. Allow me put some clarity in what the first opposition speaker said. She said, alcohol can impair a parent's ability to make sound judgment. Let me tell you this.
In rich families here in Acholi sub-region, we have got very many cases about rich people mistreating children. I know team proposition will come and tell us that the rich have the limit of taking alcohol, but I'm telling you, alcohol, whether you are rich or poor, you can get drunk, and drunk people do immediately they take alcohol, their mind gets confused, they are not concentrating, even they don't know what they are doing. They chase away the child, beat the mother. We have heard of gender-based violence, which I can abbreviate as GBV. Most people who practice this are the drunkards. After taking alcohol, because of the influence of alcohol, they end up beating their family members, even children, and this is a form of alcohol called child battering. So I don't know why team proposition is coming to tell us that it is poverty rather than alcohol causing the high rate of child abuse. We as team opposition, we believe that it is alcohol causing the high rate of child abuse in Acholi sub-region.
Well, Nakasaman Favour FM, Lawanadia, and for you, welcome. I can make back to you if you're ready. Studio A, B.
Yes, please. In the debate, first quarter final between Rooted Christians Nursery and Primary School in the proposition versus Gulu Central Nursery and Primary School in the opposition. In a unanimous decision, meaning all the three judges, in their own independent judgment, decided that the team that breaks to the semifinals from this very round is Rooted Christians Nursery and Primary School. May I then have the next team on stage? Purong St. Mark Primary School, St. Mark Primary School, Nursery and Primary School Purong versus El Shaddai Team A. You have 2 minutes to report. Studio.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And of course, Lamradio men kin ma genetic work debate ma chaki obertwale men ki Rooted Christian ka chele Gulu Centro kamning men Rooted Christian and again lo debate enoni and well actually wish men Gulu Centro all the best of luck, and actually also wish men Rooted Christian also the best of luck as they still continue with this journey. Next no watie kajolo Purong St. Mark gen ki Al Shaddai Team A meno kin manotie kabino kere la window dio wingi ki botin na ko sakin manen makamegi tie na machima kamego tulu jera bira bora deka rio deka biro jera bira beach deka jera bira mwana boro beach man Favour FM primary school debate wati don kador ne mod menene oloto quarter final kono semi final kono final dojo abitu mutini so pe in medu wako kenni nene mene mi chwak mi twale ben lok makamegi mi okay lok ma oloto atwer gudu twin no tieno egne kin mano gen tika lokere tini ketika neno lokom chim man makicher wa cherani ki geng ti chio ki bollo funi many chami fun no many chami gankwan so in medu wako ken ngini ben ngin loka chim chamo ken mateko twal ngoma chamo ken chim timo allo Favour FM jera bira bora deka rio deka biro no jera bira bicha deka jera bicha ngana bora bicha beach ene na machima kamegwa marituro allo Favour FM
hello
ana foy matek man nga
foy ba ti bakti ta woni je buni be matek ne ja ti tiro tieno ke le na be le mono de ento ke mo tan logo le mo ma clear na ti where ya ko le ti ni na be no de mo ta ni ma no ti lo na be ari da an tan ja be na ti ka ja ti na awati no from eno below ti dana bo ngolo ti men ngolo garo ngolo ka ta
foi mateko twala meno neno makamegi en no teno take aware le mona wera ulok mod lu nyoro mo niang le mona makamego speak slowly maybe because maybe they're looking at also the time they're given and but still of course the response from outside, please speak slowly, okay, speak slowly, and of course the audience as well want to listen to what you're saying. They want to pick up they want to pick that beautiful point that actually also bring it out. So why not just rap or sing? Sometimes they miss your point, but anyway, those are concerns from outside. Next call 0783 833 237 or 0753 059855. If you have any comment, may not be debate ma take over next. No watika. Okay, back to you, Studio B.
Thank you very much, listeners. We are entering into the second quarterfinals, the Battle of the Titans. It is between St. Mark Nursery and Primary School Porongo versus El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team A. I will still repeat the same odds. When you see this, that means your time is done. That means protected time is done. They can fire you points of information. When you see this, that means you're left with 1 minute to do what? To sum up and complete. That is the ritual we shall have. May I then have the opposition whip to read for me the motion.
This house will ban.
Not you. The opposition whip. The last speaker on the opposition side.
This house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours.
Thank you. May I then have the Deputy Prime Minister to read for us the motion.
This house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours.
Therefore, I now invite the Honorable Abe Faraha as the Prime Minister for this motion in this round number 2 of the quarterfinals. You have 5 minutes.
Resolve. This house will ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am Honorable Abe Farha, a renowned legislator from Porongo St. Magnus Primary School, established in Porongo Town Council in Noy District. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I as the Prime Minister, it's mandatory for me to find the keywords. The keywords are ban, smartphone, teacher, and school hours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, ban. Ban is official prohibition on something. Dear ladies and gentlemen, smartphone. Smartphone is a mobile phone or cell phone that also has some of the function like over computer. Dear ladies ladies and gentlemen, teacher is an individual who facilitates and imparts knowledge, skills, values, and to students. Dear ladies and gentlemen, school hours. School hours is a time when a school is open for classes and other educational activities. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to contextualize this motion. This motion simply means this house with officially stopped individuals who facilitates and imparts knowledge to students from using phones that has some of the function like of a computer. When the period when a school is open. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our parameter for today is Uganda. Allow me to unveil the current situation. In Uganda currently, teachers are freely using smartphones during school hours, and this has reduced their productivity. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as government, we would prohibit the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, teachers need to be fully diverted on their duties. Dear ladies and gentlemen, through the Ministry of Education, Sports, we will pass the bill in the Parliament of Uganda. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the public will be informed through newspapers, television stations, and radio stations. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we all know that this needs money, and our source of fund is Bank of Uganda. Dear ladies and gentlemen, what will be the benefits? Teachers will be fully engaged with the learners during school hours. It will lead to improved academic performance. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to unveil proposed cases. We will talk about reduces academic performance. Secondly, compromises of student privacy. Thirdly,
Speaker
is not allowed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distraction from teaching duties. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to talk on my lines of argument, and that is none other than reduces academic performance. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we all know that when teachers are distracted by smartphones, they may miss students' questions, overlook mistakes, or fail to explain concepts clearly over time. It's not allowed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this reduces the effectiveness of teaching and negatively impacts students' academic performance. Dear ladies and gentlemen, a 2023 UNESCO report highlighted that unrestricted mobile phones used is a major source of distraction in Ugandan classrooms. Dear ladies and gentlemen, UNESCO warns that unrestricted mobile phones used by educators is not allowed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a major source of distraction but reduces lesson focus and learning efficiency. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as government, it's not allowed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as government, instead of smartphone, give teachers access to schools issues, laptop or desktop computers. Dear ladies and gentlemen, these devices can be loaded with teaching resources, lessons plans, digital textbooks, and assessment tools. Dear ladies and gentlemen, way better than phones. Dear ladies and gentlemen, limited mobility discourages use for personal chats or social medias. Dear ladies and gentlemen, for example, in Rwanda, teachers use one laptop per teacher under a government. Dear ladies and gentlemen, you first allow me to explain my lines of argument. I give you time. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to talk on increased risk of cheating and leaking of information. Dear ladies and gentlemen, smartphone can be misused to take photos of exams paper, share text answers, or leak sensitive academic contents. Dear ladies and gentlemen, even unintentionally, a teacher compromises the confidentiality of school's materials by storing or sending them via unsecured apps. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this can lead to cheating, loss of academic integrity, and serious disciplinary consequences. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in 2024, during PLE sittings, Kisoso Primary School in Masaka was part of a scandal where two teachers stored exams material on phones. Dear ladies and gentlemen,
Speaker,
it's not allowed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to talk on what my team members will come and talk about. They will talk about teachers distraction from teaching duties.
Speaker.
We all know that teachers are expected to focus fully, but constant notification and can divert a teacher attention. Dear ladies and gentlemen, teachers might take personal messages, social media, or browse and related content during class hours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, they will talk about compromising student privacy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, teachers use smartphone to take photos, record videos of students without proper consent. Dear ladies and gentlemen, with this source will ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stop here. But before I quit from this pulpit, allow me to call all my opponents to come and square behind me, so that we sing the same hymn that says, "This source will ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours." Gratitude.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Faraha. Please excuse me. Thank you. Allow me then have the Leader of Opposition, the Honorable Maro Juliet. You have 5 minutes.
Resolved, this House will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Dear judges, before I go far, allow me to agree with the definition of the first proposition speaker. We as team affirmative, I would like to start, we as team opposition, as the first opposition speaker, allow me start by refuting to the first opposition speaker's points. She came and listed their points as reduces academic performance. Are you aware that these smartphones do not just reduce, but they improve on academic performance in a way that we know that there are very many education centers printing papers, so they can send their papers online, and they can send them to different phones. Like I have an example here. This is an example of a paper sent to the phone. So why do you want to ban smartphones? And you also came and spoke up, and you also came and said that teachers can use textbooks in libraries. But I would like to inform you that the UNEP this year has changed very many things in science syllabus and in English. Like the word tucking, it is no longer there. Tucking in is to eat a lot of food hurriedly. So why do you need to use the textbooks which have already old information? And you came and spoke up. And you came and said that teachers can get the educational materials through computer. But are you aware that the same smartphones that you want to ban have the same functions as those of computers? So why wouldn't you ban also computers and you only ban smartphones? And also, you came and started speaking about Rwanda, yet you gave our parameter for this debate clearly as Uganda. So you don't know why you're debating here. We as Team Affirmative, we have come up with our points, our arguments for this debate as access to educational materials, improved communication, and under access to educational materials, teachers use smartphones to access different information such as online textbooks. We know that the UNEP, since it has changed very many information, UNEP has again started printing out textbooks. And I know you may come and say those textbooks there are expensive, but they are distributing it to schools. So you cannot, some teachers receive the information through their smartphones. So you cannot ban the same smartphones that are giving teachers information. And also, you came and spoke about teachers also use their smartphones to go Zooming meeting, because you know that sometimes the district may organize a Zoom meeting that is taking place on Friday at 2 p.m. and we know that Friday 2 p.m. is still a school hour. So the teacher, instead of moving and going up to there, the teacher can get the information through the phone. I know you may come and say that there is second-hand information, but second-hand information is always not correct. So teachers cannot use second-hand information. And also teachers use smartphones to communicate with students and parents or colleagues about important updates or assignments. We know that nowadays most schools are becoming boarding schools. So since these schools are becoming boarding schools, teachers use those phones to communicate to the learners. I know you may come and speak about school notice boards, but are you aware that not all teachers have the time to move around the school and get that information on the school notice board? And also, a serious teacher cannot get distracted by a smartphone, because if you are a serious teacher, you would be allowed.
Honorable, how do you address the needs of different learning styles when considering the impact of smartphones in the classroom?
I would like to tell you that you can manage to address them differently, because as you're teaching something to the pupils and you don't know how it's done. Like, take an example, you're teaching them about fractional distillation. How will you start bringing a machine in class? You will have to show the pupils through the phone. So why do you want to ban those same smartphones that you will use to show the pupils that information? Allow me continue, speaker. And also smartphones also help teachers to update with current information and changes that may have taken place. We all know that nowadays there are very many changes in science, and science is not permanent. Science is something that changes day by day. So you cannot continue using the same textbooks in the library, yet those textbooks have old information. You have to adapt to the changes of technology taking place right now. You must use those things. And also, our point that spoke about our point of organization and planning. We know that nowadays, if you're a teacher and you don't have a smartphone. You go to school when you have not made lesson plans, and some teachers store their information in phones. So they are not in phones. So as you go to school, you will know that my note is in the phone. But taking time again, you looking for more information from textbooks. And we know that nowadays there are online dictionaries. If you're to go to class and you're an English teacher, tell people to look up a word and they cannot get it. How can you look up such a word from a 300-page book, yet you have a phone that can give you direct information? So also teachers can manage. Allow me end by saying this house will not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Amaro Juliet. Allow me then have the Honorable Yubu Rafael Nyero.
The precious table of the notable honorable judges, the two rival parties, ladies and gentlemen who got us resolved. This house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm Honorable Yurafa Nyero, an eminent legislator from St. Manasa Primary School, established in Town Council in Nua District. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to flash out light on what the Prime Minister came with. She talked about reduces academic performance. Dear ladies and gentlemen, smartphones can distract teachers with notification. Dear ladies and gentlemen, notification, social media, games, or other apps, reducing focus on studies, and teachers finishes the period without covering all the contents that were supposed to deliver. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to clear up the misleading concept brought in by that leader of opposition. She talked about access to educational materials. Honorable, I want to inform you that computers also have some functions as a smartphone, but teachers are misusing smartphones in computer. Also, you will find that teachers can easily get notes and lesson plans. They can also prepare lesson plans easily. It's not allowed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to unveil my case. That's none other than compromise of students' privacy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, smartphones can be used to take videos, photos, or record audios if used carelessly. This poses a serious risk to student privacy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, don't be like a stubborn fly which follows the cock up to the grave. Dear ladies and gentlemen, a teacher might record students without their consent, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and share the contents on social media or messaging platform. Dear ladies and gentlemen, such actions can lead to legal issues, loss of trust, and damage to school reputation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, hence this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as of 2025, Uganda lacks a clear policy regulating the use of smartphones in schools, and learners' photos and videos are being recorded by teachers. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear my opponents, by implementing a ban on smartphones, used by teachers, schools can cultivate an atmosphere that emphasizes direct interaction, attentiveness, and the collaboration. Dear ladies and gentlemen, key ingredients for effective teaching and learning. This policy can also encourage educators to adopt more traditional and interactive teaching methods. Dear ladies and gentlemen, fostering deeper connection with students and enhance the class overall experience. Not allowed. Dear ladies and gentlemen, according to Uganda Radio Network in Luweero District, the Ministry of Education deployed smartphones to teachers for biometric attendance, requiring face fingerprints or pin scans to clock in or out of schools. Dear ladies and gentlemen, with them are reducing absenteeism. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this system raises privacy concerns like unclear data, handling where students' biometrics and geolocation data can be stored with proper concern. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow us to be. But before I say on this pulpit, we like me to welcome all honorable antagonists to come and square behind me, so that we see the same we says. This house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Thanks.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Yubu Rafael Nyero. Allow me then have the Honorable Joshua Kuru.
Resolve. This house would ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, allow me to refer the points by my opponents. My opponents came here and talked about reducing academical performances. They came and told that the use of smartphones has led to reduce in performances. But I would like to tell you that you are wrong, because this has led to increase in academical performances. Okay, you take an example. Compare the PLE results for last year and those of 1996. First compare them. You will find that this year has more D1s and more aggregate force than those years. Those years was very hard. The best child could get division 2. First imagine, I tell that I led to reduction. It has increased, not reduced. Please use those words well. Allow me to go to the second point. Okay, I'm talking about distraction in class. They say that these smartphones are distracting teachers in class, but I would like to inform you that you say that if you ban smartphones, teachers are more distracted. If you're banning smartphones, do you also know that these teachers have note phones also? Are you also going to ban note phones or not? Are you only going, if you ban smartphones, these note phones also distract teachers. They also came and talked about increased links of academic exams. They say that teachers steal exams through smartphones. I would like to tell you that although you ban these smartphones, you say that teachers steal exams using smartphones. But are you aware that these computers they're talking about can also be used to steal exams? Are you aware of that? The computers have the same function as the smartphones, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that instead of total ban of these smartphones, we should restrict teachers on how to use smartphones during school hours, but not to ban smartphones. Honorable judges, allow me to go to our points. Our first point of argument is on improved communication. Teachers can use smartphones to communicate with pupils, parents, and colleagues about important updates like assignment and others. On this, like you may come and talk about the school notice board. Like if a school notice board is at school and you want to communicate to a parents, do you expect the parents to move all the way from home to come to school and see the school notice board? You can just communicate on phone, not through notice board. A phone is much easier to do than see on notice board. You experience that these nursery teachers, they can't just leave the young kids in class and waste their time going on school notice board. That is not okay. Honorable judges, our second point of argument is access to educational materials. Smartphones also help teachers to update with current information and changes that may have taken place. Take an example. Like in science, there's some terms that have been changed. Like example, types of stems. We only have now 2 types of stems. Those are upright stems and underground stems. Honorable judges, 50 proposition may come and tell that you can use textbook to access this. But if first imagine you have 3,000 pages in a textbook and you want to look for all one information, how long will you take? If it is either to go on a smartphone and just stop than wasting time on smartphones. Honorable judges, I disagree with that. That's why I would like to say that it's better to use smartphones. Our third point of argument was organizing and planning. Smartphones help teachers to organize and take necessary information that may be needed. Use of smartphones also help teachers to make calendars, time reminders, and making class assignments using the note-taking apps. Honorable judges, you know that some people, we are all humans, we forget sometimes. A teacher may forget his lesson, but if a teacher has a smartphone, the teacher will just stop, see at what time am I supposed, he realizes, oh, I'm supposed to go to class right now, let me go. But if the guy doesn't have a smartphone, oh man, it's not yet my time, let me enjoy my life. Have you seen the disadvantages? Children will be missing information when they guys, oh man, these people are missing information, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, they came and when the first speaker came, she talked about the debate. She did not tell us how they will make this banning of smartphones effective. Honorable judges, she did not talk about that. Honorable judges, they told us to come behind them and sing that we should ban smartphones, but I would like to tell you, come behind us and dance with us saying that we should not ban smartphones by teachers using school hours. Instead of us singing, you should come and dance. Allow me to raise my case.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Joshua Kuru. Allow me then have the Honorable Abeja Rebecca.
The honorable judges for tonight's debate, 2 competing teams. Ladies and gentlemen in the August House, resolve. This House will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm Honorable Rebecca Beja, an eminent legislator from St. Magnus Primary School, established in Pronton Gansonware District. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start by clearing of the misleading concepts brought in by our opponents. They talked about access to educational materials. Oh, but let me inform you that most schools in Uganda are having nearby bookshelves for them to buy educational materials like books, and the books in the nearby ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, you were daydreaming, dear ladies and gentlemen. They also talked about improved communication. But let me inform you that even computers can be used for communication. Don't come and deny the room that only smartphones can be used for communication. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to add more light on what our Prime Minister talked about. She talked about reduces academic performance. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this is very true because teachers who frequently use smartphones during lessons for texting or making personal calls divert their attention away from teaching. What are the impacts of this, dear ladies and gentlemen? Reduced time for actual teaching, less effective, not allowed. Less effective classroom management leading to disorder and loss of instructional time. Not only that, but also students may mimic the behavior and also get distracted, dear ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to add more light on what the Deputy Prime, I'm still young, and what the Deputy Prime Minister talked about. He talked about compromise of students' privacy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, not allowed.
Pure speaker.
Not allowed. Teachers use smartphones to take photos or record videos of students without proper consent or for non-educational purposes, dear ladies and gentlemen. With this, we should ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours, dear ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce my case. And that is none other than distraction from teaching duties, dear ladies and gentlemen. Teachers are expected to focus fully on diverging lessons, managing classroom activities, not allowed. And supporting students. When a teacher uses smartphones during lessons for texting, browsing, or making personal calls, it takes their attention away from teaching.
Speaker, you need this.
Not allowed, dear lady. Dear my opponent. Dear ladies and gentlemen, even a few moments of disruption can interrupt the flow of the lesson and reduce the quality of education being provided. Dear ladies and gentlemen, frequent disruption can also lead to poor classroom management and missed learning opportunities. Dear ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine this? Then why shouldn't we ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours, dear ladies and gentlemen? In March 2022, Uganda State Minister for Higher Education clearly called on schools to have the use of smartphones as teaching aids, sitting disruption to classroom concentration and exposure to inappropriate content. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the absence of regulatory... I'm still young. The absence of a regulatory framework led the Ministry of Education and Sports to maintain a no-phone policy until proper guidelines are in place. Dear ladies and gentlemen, excessive smartphone use stains teachers' focus and delivery. Dear ladies and gentlemen, teachers frequently pause lessons to address improper phone use. This breaks lesson flow and reduces instructional time. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this disruption...
Pure speaker, when will you grow old?
I'm still young. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this disruption lowers classroom productivity, affecting not just the user but peers as well, dear ladies and gentlemen. With this, I stand firm and say we should ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, green light me to stop here. But before I recite from this pulpit, dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome all my friends to stop boiling the ocean and come and queue behind me so that we say like hot cakes, saying this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Thanks.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Thank you. Allow me then have the Honorable Mwaka Arthur Pius.
Resolve. This house would ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. As the task speaker, allow me to start by refuting our opponent's points. They come and say that smartphones cause distraction. Are you aware that the laptops which are under computers can also cause distractions? And you say that teachers may start using the phones while they're teaching, but serious teachers put the phone behind in silent, will teach and go and continue using the smartphones. And we come and told you that we will not ban the use of smartphones, but we would restrict teachers from using it. We'll give them the time when to use the phones. And I would like to tell you that schools are advancing nowadays. Most schools use digital report cards. Do you expect a teacher to first go back home and go and make the report card from home and bring back to school? No. We should restrict the teacher so that during a particular time, the teacher can go and make the report card, the digital report card, and send to the parents using the smartphones. I would like to refute on that point that they say that we have nearby bookshops or stationery, but are you aware that these books that you buy, they are shallow? You can only read, but if you want more information, you can't go further in the book and ask the book, hello, what's the answer for this one? But a smartphone, you can even speak just, and you ask the phone, CB, what do we say about this?
POI.
We have Meta.
Speaker, POI.
No thanks. We have artificial intelligence in phones, where you can just ask and it brings for you all the information and you explain better to the pupils. And our second speaker asks you that, can you compare the current education system with the ancient education? No, this is because of smartphones. A teacher can just can pick the phone and show to the children the videos, and a child will remember that. But those days, we had nothing to prove to the children. So the child would just, in fact, start dozing in class. They said that they asked us a PO either, how can we address the use of smartphones? And we would like to tell you that teachers can use smartphones for showing videos to these children. So why should you ban the use of smartphones? They can also show audios like voices of some animals and how they make their sounds. And serious teachers will put the phones in silent behind first teach and go and continue using the phones to make the lesson plan. And they start speaking about Rwanda, that in Rwanda they don't use phones, but you gave your parameter as primary schools in Uganda. Why are you going out of the parameter? And they say that it reduces academic performance. Like teachers will start leaking examination using smartphones. Are you aware that even leakage of examination can be done using laptops, which are under computers? Why don't you also ban computers, not only smartphones? So you would have not solved the problem of leakage of examination. In fact, teachers, you take the phones, they'll use the laptops that you said that they will be using during school hours. I would like to go to when they were setting that case, they came and told us that clearly that smartphones have similar functions like other computers. So why are you banning only smartphones? You should also ban others. I would like to rebuild on our case. For example, do you expect a teacher who is teaching to first leave the class and go to the school library that's looking for books to go and read and open like 300 pages? No, a teacher can just pick the smartphone, tap here, and go and search for the work and show to the children. Which one at the same time? That's why we would not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. I would like to ask you guys that, are you aware these textbooks that you said that teachers will use are shallow? You can't go deeper, but smartphones, you can go deeper in your research work. I would like to rebuild on our cases of improved communication, easy access to educational materials, and organization and planning in their work. Teachers can use smartphones to communicate with parents, students, and other colleagues about the important updates, assignments, and many others. There can be online Zooming, where a teacher will need to be attending, but it's during school hours. So a teacher can use the smartphone for the online Zooming, rather than going to the district office and coming back. We may even come back when the lesson has passed. So what would you have done? Nothing. And in case a child is sick, and we know that most schools are now boarding schools. In case a child is sick, how do you expect a teacher to tell the parents that your child is sick? They should use the smartphones that you want to ban. That's why we will not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. And smartphones enable teachers to be updated with current information and changes in the curriculum. You're aware that they have changed it not to tuck in. Tuck in is to eat a lot of food hurriedly. So nowadays they change it to tuck up. So why will the teacher get that? If you go to the library of a book of 1996, will you not get tuck in and you teach the children tuck in? It comes in PLA, the child will fail. Allow me to rest my case there.
Thank you. May we then have the reply speaker?
Thank you, the judges, the two competing parties, and not forgetting the audience. Before is Amara Juliet coming to give a reply speech. As for this debate, the team proposition came and gave us their arguments as reducing academic performance, distraction, increased leaking of academic exams. And also, we came and gave our arguments as access to educational materials, improved communication, and we came and gave our arguments as access to educational materials, improved communication, and organization and planning. They came and spoke about reduced academic performance, which we came and refuted, and I believe that their point does not stand strong. They came and said that it reduces academic performance, and our second speaker came and told them that it improves because the smartphones provide better information to people. So that point goes down. Distractions. They came and told us that teachers can be distracted by smartphones, and they were saying that they can instead of using smartphones, they can use computers. But we came and told them that our third speaker came and told them that smartphones have similar functions to the computer. Why don't they ban also the computers, since they want to ban the use of smartphones? They never replied to that. So their point goes down and our point stands. And they came and spoke about increased leaking of education of academic exams. And they came and told us that teachers can cheat PLE through that. And we came and told them that teachers can also manage to cheat through computers, which they are supporting, yet they have the same functions to that of our smartphones. We came and spoke about access to educational materials, and we spoke about that, but they said that the teachers can manage to get the information from buying books from the stationery. And our third speaker came and told them that the books of the stationery do not have enough information, which our point stands strong because we refuted that. We came and spoke about improved communication, and we say teachers can communicate with students, parents, or colleagues and give them important updates. They did not refute, so our point stands strong, and that's why I think we win this debate. Allow me end there.
Thank you very much. Allow me then have the reply speaker from Team Proposition.
The precious table of the notable honorable judges, the two rival parties. Ladies and gentlemen, Augustus resolved. This house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am sure that we are going to win this debate because we have strong points and explanation. That is to say, reduces academic performance. We explain saying smartphones can distract teachers with notification, social media, games, or other apps. Dear ladies and gentlemen, reducing focus on studies, and the teachers finishes their period without covering all the contents that were supposed to be delivered. Dear ladies and gentlemen, while the opposition side came with access to educational materials, and we said some educational materials like books can be bought from nearby bookshops. And also, you're saying that we must use smartphones to access some educational materials. But are you aware that buying data every day is very expensive? Dear ladies and gentlemen, we also talked about compromise of students' privacy. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we informed them compromise of student privacy. Teachers are misusing smartphones of taking students' photos, videos, or record audios, and those photos and videos are being recorded without students' consent. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as in proportion, we expected our opponents to destroy our policy model, but they did not destroy that. Dear ladies and gentlemen, hence we stand strong, saying this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow us to be our thanks.
Thank you very much. We've come to the end of quarterfinal 2. May you have handshake. And back to you, Studio 1, for just 2 minutes.
Thanks.
Meanwhile, Gulu Central Junior Lalia versus El Shaddai Team B in the opposition. Get ready in the 2 minutes as you come.
Thank you so much, and of course
wait for your results.
Adjudicators. Well, labradio meno en debate mi ario kin mo berekere me karo kerini wainti ka bino ki Favour FM obertwale mene kin team, and of course man mi rotate actually berkin team poron Saint Mark and nursery and primary school ka chelgi Al Shaddai team meno ngendi kaneno loma Pirtek smartphone mir geng ti cheo men bordo funi ki gankwan e kar me kilaji we win ki botin. Hello Favour FM.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Ana foi ben man nga?
Morris Lungolo.
Yes, Morris Kilungolo.
Apa mata program ti go non di. Winya me atnada. Da foi Favour me yo program. Now topic politician topic I wouldn't bear. The funnel down my pole, the funnel, we're going to take away. You want to wang my what you doctor, my papa, now what you get, Jim Matalo technology, no computer, Jim Matalo smartphone, computers. Okay, but I know, can you bar now? What you need? The Jim Pol karma gikono. Golo ponye lokay during time of class hours. And I know for Pol any value like chow ma Pol loter.
Fire.
Any point guy care class pero mot katiwen jimeni chimege kan. Better pe point per ta pa.
Fire mateko twalta maka megila dita hawalo nen ka otwaro ni chimo keni jera bira bora deka rio deka biro na jera bira bicha deka jera bicha bangwana boro bicha beach la window di bed mario ne kin team and of course man mi win 12 mon de ben marione ma no number kin porong sen mak ka chilki al shadai team hello Favour FM.
Hello
afo madam nga
ini benefit kaicho for the trial program papa kita gitu kita listen fan tongoro man kita lu kalawa ya ni beden oh mali ko program na mali ko in magu kere nyimji lo kala ragini ana neno ni to kum dum kasta tal tele nyul fonya maro lu pudi mano recording ke bu nyo isti matan kamu kene kam fonyi da den do penye la penye bu matan mano mi tere nan la gamme mano clear ka wera gam to we ka no tele pero mo tere googling no pasa mini pero mo amo que no mini ansa mate pe no pe pero na wasi titin total kan nen gitu te maraja ya no y me tingo de chama class rio kallo tinno te maraja ame konye lo kuntone no pero mo pe anene no tin
foi mate ko twala tamaka megela dita wala na ko wadi ko result atfala menom ikin team man mi poron sen magin ki al shadai team A anga matfer berkere me chero eko rotate Christian we poni meno debate machake any wati quarter final and the first debate was between rotate Christian and Gulu Central Nursery Primary School and of course wonen kin machamo ken me rotate Christian berkere mikaro 11 mokene Kenya. Hello Favour FM.
Hello.
Yes please.
Yes, speaking. Still okay, Innocent Mialagoy.
Yes, Innocent.
Now, according to that debate, over the mother that the Kenny, a good matter of following Kere. No, ni competition no better, mother and return, you pay my bed. But if that time we need a pen, a year, one, and you can go by the defense mechanism, defend it.
Okay, back to you, our able adjudicators.
Thank you very much, Studio One. We come to the verdict. Like I made mention, we shall not give reasons for our verdict, but whoever has any question as far as the verdict is concerned, we have documents that we've written and our reasons are written down. The reason is when we give out the reasons for our verdict, it will help the other team to prepare better. So we shall only release the results. So in quarterfinals 2, that was a very contested battle between St. Mark Nursery and Primary School Prof in the proposition side and El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team A in the opposition side. In a unanimous decision, meaning all the 3 judges independently voted that team opposition won this debate. Therefore, El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team A advances to the semi-finals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and of course for your mateko twalenum launadio meno twalmeno Al Shaddai meno team A and go brekere melo no twalemeno di bed marione kingin kacheki Saint Mark Poron. When take a benefit Favour.
May we then have Gulu Central Junior School Lalia and El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team B in the opposition side. Please, you have 1 minute to come over. Back to you, studio.
Thank you so much. And of course, men and kid manoti kabino kere la winner dio wangi Favour man primary school debate.
Alcohol, because of the influence of alcohol, they end up beating their family members, even children, and this is a form of alcohol called child battering. So I don't know why team proposition is coming to tell us that it is poverty rather than alcohol causing the high rate of child abuse.
Man Favour FM dakika makameko dong marona bishel meter wekum chawa marama benena bishel medicine watie Favour FM primary school debate watikane no kidma chamo keneno well quarter final atika workere debate machaki utuma ba ekin rote Christian kachele gul centro kama nino rote Christian enigen loyo den debate mi rio ne wabero ki poron sen makin ki Al Shaddai team A enigen loyo enani menango mati wa chero twalmen ka winyi kin gul centro junior again ki team man mi Al Shaddai B neno kidmat verber kerme workere watie kaneno lo komptiji chima chera smartphone amen twalmen borlo funi mene karme klaji karme kwanena. Yes, please take over.
Thank you very much. We've come to here we enter the third quarterfinals, which is between Gulu Central Junior School, Lalia, in the proposition side, El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team B in the opposition side. I will still maintain the same rituals of 5 minutes. When you see this one lifted, meaning 1 minute is done, so that means you are open for points of information. That means you're no longer protected. Then when you see this, that means you're left with 1 minute to sum up. When you hear a knock once, that means your time is done, but you still have 15 seconds to wrap up and leave the stage. When you hear a continuous knocking, that means your presence in that flow is already past time. So whatever you will speak after that will not be considered. That said and done, may you pick the microphones, get the microphones. May I have the last speaker on the proposition side to read for us the motion?
This house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours.
Thank you very much. May I have the second speaker from the opposition side to read the motion?
This house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours.
Thank you very much. Do we confirm we have the same motion? In a count of 1, 2, 3. First speaker from the proposition side. You have 5 minutes.
Special thanks goes to the two of the adjudicators, the two competing parties, and not forgetting you, the audience. Our motion for today's debate states that this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. I, Adora Sande Pascal from Gulu Central Junior School, Lelia, I have come to propose the motion by saying this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. I, as the first speaker from the proposition side, I will define the keywords, distribute roles, state the parameter, state the current situation, and lay on my area of argument. I honored adjudicators. Allow me start by defining the keywords. This house refers to a debating body, for example, government, parliament. Ban, to remove something completely. School hours is the hours during the day that pupils and teachers are expected to be within the school environment. Teachers are trained people employed to teach at school. Smartphone is a mobile phone that combines traditional phone features with advanced computing capabilities and internet connectivity. It works like a small portable computer. Adjudicators, allow me to distribute the rules. I, as the first speaker, I will talk about health risk. The second speaker will talk about reducing distraction and increasing professionalism, and also promoting better teaching practice and academic integrity. Meanwhile, the third speaker will come to refute
reveal, and weigh the debate. Adjudicators, allow me to state the parameter for today's debate. The parameter for today's debate is Acholi sub-region. Allow me also to state the current situation. Currently, the use of smartphones in northern Uganda schools is a complex and involving issues that involve educational, technological, and social consideration. Adjudicators, allow me to talk about health risk. The use of smartphones by teachers during school hours has health implication. Too much seeing of the phone screen causes eye strain. Even sitting at one point and concentrating on the phone causes bad posture. Not only that, adjudicators, concentrating only on the phone the whole day denies a teacher physical exercise. The teacher will not have time to move around and do exercise. As if that one is not enough. Constant use of smartphones by teachers during school hours exposes them to harmful contents online, shaming and comparison anxieties. All this can affect the mental health of the teachers. I conclude here by saying this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours as to reduce health risk. And before I resume back to my seat, I will call all my opponents to line behind me and we move on the same track by saying this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Gratitudes.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Adokoraj Sunday Pascal. Allow me then have the Honorable Namudu Davina.
Thanks goes to the judges, the two debating teams, and not forgetting you, the audience. My name is Namudu Davina from El Shaddai Team B, coming to oppose the motion that states that this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Allow me start by refuting the points that the first speaker from Team Proposition said. She said that to reduce health risks, that the teacher, if the teacher is constantly using the phone, that the teacher's eyes can be affected. Are you aware that there is a part in the phone where you can manage to reduce the volume of light? You can manage to decrease that light. So I don't know where those health risks come from. We as Team Opposition believe the ban of the use of smartphones during school hours by teachers might not provide solutions to the teaching and learning processes, but we feel it is better to have regulations and restrictions about how teachers can use smartphones during school hours. Why don't we want the use of smartphones to be banned during school hours? We believe that most teachers who use smartphones during school hours use them purposely and usefully, like getting online textbooks. The teachers use the smartphones like a profession. You can't tell me that a responsible teacher can start and come watching TikTok. The teacher is responsible. The teacher will use the phone purposely. Allow me state our status quo. Currently in Uganda, over 90% of teachers use smartphones, and I would like to ask Team Proposition, when will you ban? When will you make the? You have not told us how you will make the banning of smartphones implementive. You have not told us what will help. Allow me help you do that. You have not told us who will ban the use of smartphones. You have not told us when will you make the law effective. How are you going to give a total ban? Or I'm not understanding you. We as Team Opposition feel teachers can use smartphones during school hours. Allow me go to our points of arguments. Our points are communication and safety, organization of learning aids, and easy access to educational resources. Allow me start by communication and safety. We all know, due to the advanced technology in Uganda here, phones can be connected to cameras. Like if a teacher needs to monitor the class, the teacher can monitor the class and the teacher may find out the dangers. Take an example, if a child is sick, the teacher can manage to communicate to the parents of the child, and the
POI to the current speaker.
Rejected.
POI to the current speaker.
The teacher can manage to call the parent's child and
POI to the current speaker. Is it allowed?
Not allowed. Allow me go to the point of organization of learning aids. We all know that currently in Uganda there are very many changes taking up in different subjects. Like in English, there is not tag in, there is tag up. Come to science, there are very many changes that are taking place, and you cannot tell me that teachers can go and I know you may tell me that teachers can go and get information in libraries. Come to some libraries, very poor infrastructures, poor development of infrastructures. You call them libraries. What is that? What is that? Easy access to educational resources. You cannot tell me that a teacher can open a dictionary of 300 more than 300 words looking for one word development, but the teacher can go make quick research and the teacher gets information. The teacher wants to show children a certain video. A teacher can manage to give children very well current information.
In the current speaker, is it allowed?
Protected time. The teacher can manage to show the children well advanced information, not giving children fake information. Like if the use of smartphones is banned, as you want to ban the use of smartphones team proposition, we know that most books in libraries today, they don't give current information, so even that will be affecting the children, because they are giving them information and UNEP standards are also marking different things. What the children fail, the children obviously will fail. My second speaker will come and add more onto our points. As I have stated, allow me rest my case by saying that this house will not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Namudu Davina. Allow me then have the Honorable Amar Faith.
Thanks goes to the table of the adjudicators. The 2-by-2 competing parties are not forgetting you, the audience. Our motion for today's debate states that this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. I am by the name Lamar Faith from Gulu Central Junior School, Alia. I have come to propose the motion by saying that this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. I, as the second speaker from the affirmative side, I will refute the point stated by my opponent and rebuild the point stated by my colleague. Adjudicators, without wasting time, allow me to start by refuting the point stated by my opponent. She talked about most teachers using the phone purposely. If the teachers are using the phone purposely, why is it all the time they're on the phone? Maybe there's something in the phone that is distracting them from teaching the learners. You are saying that even smartphone help one to know how a teacher is responsible. Do we use smartphone to measure a teacher's responsibility, if I'm to ask you? Adjudicators, not only that, they talked about communication and safety. We have the computers. We have the way of the notice board. We are also having the way of writing letters on how to communicate. Not only that, they talked about very many changes happening that the smartphone can help. But let me tell you, the new curriculum National Development Center, the people working in it, they can first approve the book before sending it out. That's why even we can use the textbooks having the current changes. Not only that, it also talks about easy access to communication. That smartphone helping easy access to communication. That the dictionary, that other books are big, that are having almost 350 pages. But let me tell you that those books there that are having alphabetical letter, that can help the teacher to know the word very well and easily to get. Without wasting time, adjudicators, allow me to rebuild the point stated by my colleague. She talked about health risks. It is true that overuse of smartphone causes health risks. Just because when a teacher is oversitting, it will cause bad posture, which is not good. Even the phone screen causes eye strain. Just because when the teacher is overlooking at the phone, the teacher even maybe can become blind, which is not good. The teacher may not be able to look at the book so as to give correct information. That is the effect of smartphone causing health risks. Adjudicators, secondly, without wasting time, allow me to lay out my errors of argument.
I would like to talk about reducing distraction and increasing professionalism. Smartphone can be distracting teachers from their duties, especially during class or lessons. Not only that, adjudicators. Some teachers may involve themselves in social media games, sending messages to their loved one and reading messages sent, which even may change their mood. For example, when a message is sent that your mother is dead, you will see the mood of the teacher will change at that exact time without any waste of time. Not only that, adjudicators. All this reduces their focus during lessons. Banning the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours will ensure that teachers are fully present and engaged with pupils during lessons. Not only that, adjudicators, besides reducing distraction and increasing professionalism, let me also talk about promoting better teaching practice and academic integrity. Banning the use of smartphones encourages teachers to rely on planned resources rather than last-minute phone use. Not only that, adjudicators, smartphone encourages spoon feeding. People want everything to come for free. Is that a good practice? If food now is being cooked for you, do you want the person who cooked the food to come and pick it and put it into your mouth? That is what the people of Acholi sub-region want, which is not good. As if that one is not enough, adjudicators. Banning the use of smartphone minimizes opportunities for cheating, tests, and assessment. As if that one is not enough, adjudicators, let me add more. Banning also eliminates unfair academic advantage, where people take that those who have smartphone are the advantage of passing exam than those who don't. So to promote better teaching practices and academic integrity and reduce health risks, and also reduce distraction and increases professionalism, this house will ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours. I still stand firm and strong by saying that this house will ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours. Thanks.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Lamar Faith. Allow us then have the Honorable Lamar Daffin.
Thank you, Honorable adjudicators. My name is Lamar Daffin, standing before you, opposing the motion that states this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Honorable adjudicators, allow me go straight and refute my opponent's post. They came and said health risks, that when a teacher overstares at the phone, the teacher may have eye problem. But I would like to tell you, as if you are watching, you don't sit in a bent position. You sit straight so that you can mind to see what you're watching very well. And in a phone, you can mind to reduce the light of the phone. So that one cannot possibly lead to eye problem. So that point was not clearly stated. And you said that you will ban that if like there are no smartphones in a school, you can mind to use computers. But I would like to tell you that computers need a lot of data. Instead of wasting it all and buying money to buy data, you could use smartphones which use an average amount. And you said textbooks have alphabetical letters. That you mean that if like a teacher goes and checks for the word pain, should go, if like there are P, but you first have to pass through, because you first go for A, B, C. So that means that the teacher will waste like a month, 5 minutes, which could have taught the children useful things, instead of just tapping on a phone, a smartphone, and can even mind to take less than 15 seconds to get the information. So reducing distractions. But you all know that teachers who are hardworking don't get distracted by a mere smartphone. If like the smartphone is on the back table and the teacher is sitting in front teaching, and the teacher will put the phone on silent. So you cannot possibly tell me that that will lead to distractions. The phone is behind the teachers in teaching. Moreover, the phone is on silent. So how can a teacher get distracted? Came and say, enhancing professionalism. That when teachers are not having smartphones, they can manage to focus more on the children. But I would like to tell you that without smartphones, where will the teachers get the accurate information? For example, if
points of information
not allowed,
to the speaker.
You say, teachers go and get books from libraries. But I would like to tell you,
points of information to the speaker.
Those libraries have even old books, and you say that for changing new curriculum, can first check the books. So you want to tell me a book which was written in 2018 can still have the current information of 2025?
Point of information to the current speaker, is it allowed?
Now that means they'll check. So a teacher should first leave the classroom instead of using
information
a smartphone and go to the
allowed?
library to check for information which may be outdated. So after coming back, he may have wasted like some 30 minutes.
Point of information to the current speaker, is it allowed?
And starts giving the children that outdated information. When the children go to the examination room, they write the answers, hoping that they have a heart of passing. But because they ban smartphones, the children will fail miserably, affecting the school and even the whole of Acholi sub-region. And you say that promoting He said promoting better education facility. He said that promoting better education, that smartphones can make teachers what? Instead of when a teacher hears information, the teacher, like if the mother dies, the teacher will first become, instead, if the phone is on silent, the teacher will not know what has happened. So the phone will be there. After finishing the lesson, the teacher will go to the phone and see the message. So instead of running out, he can manage to ask a teacher to come during his period to come and teach the pupils when he goes and handles the issue at school, at home. Allow me go straight and rebuild on our points. Our first speaker came and mentioned communication and safety, organization of learning aids, easy access to educational materials. Smartphones help teachers to get necessary information from higher authorities of the school. Like if the DIS, which stands for Director, District Inspector of Schools, organizes a meeting for all teachers to go there, and the teacher cannot wait to get second-hand information because some details may be changed. So the teacher will go there, since the smartphones may be connected to the school cameras. The teacher can ask a pupil to revise for the other pupils. As you know, you also need to do self-revision. And if something is not happening well, when he's at the meeting, he can manage to use the cameras connected on the smartphones to monitor the pupils, so that if he feels the pupils are not doing something correctly, he can ask for permission and he can manage to leave the meeting for some time and go and handle and come back. So that's why I say, we tell you that smartphones have promoted communication and safety. Organization of learning aids. Teachers make notes during using what smartphones. For example, as you know, Uganda is trying to develop, they are changing new things in the curriculum. They're changing new things in the curriculum. So you cannot mind to tell me that a teacher can mind to use a textbook to go and get information. So if you might come and tell us that the teacher can go and make notes from home, but how can a teacher go and make notes from home? From home there might be problems and the teacher may be stressed about it. So the teacher has planned that he or she should come and make the notes from school so that he can be more attentive and copy the correct things. So the teacher will use the smartphone for finding new things that have changed in the curriculum, so he can add it to his lesson plan.
POI to the current speaker, is it allowed?
So that the teacher can manage to make good and accessible notes.
POI to the current speaker, is it allowed?
Yes.
You're saying that we can use smartphone for getting current information, but we are having encyclopedias and we can use them. Not that only smartphones are used for doing research. Thanks.
You said you can use encyclopedia, but I would like to tell you that in encyclopedia, if you use it, because it's easier, and you know there are schools, encyclopedia, if you go and start texting, if you like, it's like a book. If you go and even what? You get them and you start using it for research. Or even instead, better, some of these apps are connecting the phone. So you can manage to use it and access it any time of the day during school, so that when a particular child comes and asks for the information, you can give it to the child straight away rather than waiting. If you don't know the answer, you go to the library, leaving the child still standing there. That will lead to wastage of time. Instead, you can use the smartphone to give the child current and information at that time. Easy access to educational materials. It enables teachers to access a lot of items like Zoom meetings, online textbooks, so that the teacher can manage to prepare. If the teacher is teaching syllabus, the teacher can manage to, if he wants to add a little revision. As you know, these days, there are online textbooks. So the teacher can just go and open the phone, can manage to get and do a little revision to help the pupils increase on their performance. So that will help the pupils perform well and will also be time beneficial to the teachers. So I would like to end my case saying that this house should not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Lamaro Daffin. Allow me then have the one and only Honorable Onen Stephen, the government whip.
Special thanks go to the table of the adjudicators. The two competing parties are not forgetting you, the audience. Our motion for today's debate states that this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. I, Honest Stephen, a people from Gulu Central Junior School, I have come to propose the motion by saying this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. I, honorable judges, allow me to refute the points of my opponent. The first speaker talked about responsible use. My opponents, let me inform you that sometimes even I'm not rejecting that the teacher can use the phones for doing research. But remember that when the teacher is doing research, there are also attractive movies. So with some, if you see the title, like The Feast of the Condor Hero, if you see, the teacher may start feeling that I need to first watch this one. The TikToks, the teacher decide maybe, the teacher may say that, let me first watch the TikTok and then I will research and give the information to the child. Hence, leaving the child. Therefore, this house should ban the use of smartphones, will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. The second speaker talked about communication and safety. That smartphone can be used for communication in case the child is sick. But some schools are also near the school, the hospitals. Even the school nurse are in the school to give first aid to the child. Therefore, when the phone is being banned from the teachers can take the child to the nearby hospital and the parent can come and pay the bill. Or the teachers can take him or her to the school nurse so that the child can get first aid. Therefore, the smartphone should be banned totally from teachers during school hours. They also talked about easy access to educational materials. Honorable, let me inform you that I remember sometimes when you were saying that the teacher can use even the smartphone to recite things easily. But let me tell you that the textbooks that the teachers are using, they're having page numbers of which looking for the information the teacher is in need of is not very difficult. You can just see the page number, you open very fast, and you can look for the information and take to the pupil. Even the National Curriculum Development Center is sitting down every year to make the books, to manufacture the books. Even considering those changes, it's not allowed. Considering those changes, therefore, even they say on the textbook, and the teachers can use the textbook easily, and they can get the current information they are in need of. But not smartphones. We are having also encyclopedias. It can contain all the information the teacher is in need of. Like the teacher is talking, is more about the birds. Encyclopedia is containing all those information, what the bird eat, where it stays, and many others. Without wasting your time, allow me to reveal the points of my colleague. The first speaker talked about health risks. It is true that too much use of the phone causes health problem. Just like my colleague said, it causes high strain, bad body posture. Let me talk about high strain. If the teacher overlooks at the phone screen, like every time the teacher go out, be watching those TikToks, it will make the teacher's eyes even get blind. And how do you expect a blind person to teach the pupils well in order to pass exam? It is not possible, and it can never happen. A blind person cannot obviously teach the pupils well to pass exam. Therefore, this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. The second speaker talked about reducing distraction and increasing professionalism. Smartphone really distract. My opponents may ask me, how does it? Let me tell you, through playing games, betting, watching movies, or the TikToks, and messaging loved one. Sincerely, is this what the teacher applied for to do during school hours? Professionally, a teacher has not been trained from the college to rely on generating misinformation got from the smartphones. Don't we have the curriculum? Don't we have the textbooks used for approved for use by the National Curriculum Development Center? They are there, and the National Curriculum Center, they're working very hard to give current information. My colleague also talked about banning promotes better teaching practice and academic integrity. Traditionally in Uganda, teaching has never been done using smartphone. The use of smartphone has increased laziness, cheating of exam, spoon feeding, and giving of false information without any clear evidence. Therefore, I honored adjudicators. Allow me to conclude here by saying this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours, because when you see the points of our points and you compare it with the points of our opponents, you will clearly see that our points is overweighing theirs, and we are likely to win the debate. No, we are going to win the debate, and we are going to take even the trophy, the medals. Our speakers will take it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Onen Stephen. Allow me then have the final speaker from the opposition side, Honorable Patrick Mungu Feni.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, it is said that it is ignorance the main problem affecting our country nowadays. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, their first speaker came and talked about health risk. They say that when you're using your smartphone, the light can affect the eyes, but there's they say that it is easy to get what information like from textbooks. I would like to ask you, on which page number on which page number do you find about the human skeletal system? Come and tell us that, because you said that you can manage just master them and come and check. So I believe that you've already mastered it. Buying books every year prevents wastage of time. Buying a book of 20,000 and MB for 5,000, which one did you choose? They came on. Allow me to go and rebuild on our points. Our first one came and talked about safety and education. In case a child falls sick, a teacher can easily call maybe the parent so that the child is taken home. Let us imagine this: the school is not around and the child has just fallen sick.
POI to the current speaker, is it allowed?
Allowed.
Why not let the school nurse stay within the school compound?
You can't tell me that the school nurse has to stay on the school compound every day. What if the school nurse has also lost someone, like you said? Can she also have to remain on the school compound? This can also help parents to develop some relationships with the teachers, in a way that maybe when the child does like badly in class, the teacher can easily come and can easily call and inform the parents, so that the parent talks to the child and the child starts to improve. It is better than also maybe visitation days coming. You can't tell me that the parents will come from their homes. Maybe others are in South Sudan or what. They can't come from South Sudan to the school, come and check the notice board. Oh, if it is on this, then they go back. That cannot happen. Just put it on the school platform, and the parents will come, and the parents will read it from there. Organizing learning aids.
Point of information to the current speaker, is it allowed?
No. Teachers can use smartphones to save things like maybe class timetables. You can't tell them that a teacher has to leave the staff room to come and check.
Point of information to the current speaker, is it allowed?
Timetable can be he can take a photo of it, then saves it on the phone, so that when he wants to check something, just looks into the phone and gets it. Easy access to class assessment records, you may find that a teacher maybe wants to know more about the child who is teaching and whether this child is performing well or not. He cannot just come and start rolling through maybe those records there. No, he will just have to type on his phone, touch the name of the child, and the record comes. Easy access to educational resources like textbooks. You can't tell me that a teacher has to go and waste 50,000 to buy other things like textbook, and yet he or she can just come and maybe MBs for 5,000 will download maybe skeletal system. They bring the whole work plan. That's why I would like to say that it is
point of information to the current speaker. Is it allowed?
Allowed.
Honorable, I would like to inform you that during those days, not that the teachers were only relying on the smartphones. Even the pupils that were those days, they were even passing with first grade. The teachers were using all the textbooks. There were no use of smartphones. They were not current. The smartphone, they were not current those days, and the pupils were passing exams. So don't say that.
Please, your POIs for 15 seconds. Don't waste my time. I also would like to tell you that. You first try and compare performance records of those days and not for these days. These days, performance records are going higher because the world is advancing. They say that move will change. Don't let change you. So that is why I like to say that this house should not be used of smartphones by teachers. Allow me to wait the debate. We came up with the following points. Allow me to rest my case. Thanks.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Mungufeni. Allow me then have the reply speech.
Thank you. The judges have come back for a reply speech. Our points for this debate were communication and safety, organization of learning aids, easy access to educational materials. Our point of organization of learning aids stands strong because team proposition never refuted it. Their points were reducing distractions, health risks, and enhancing professionalism. We believe that we have won this debate because we refuted their points. We refuted their points clearly. And another thing, that the reason why we say that we have won this debate, because they never told us that who will they use to ban the use of smartphones? When will they make the law effective? How will they ban the use of smartphones? Are they going to give a total ban? All those stood strong. They raised POIs that say that can a school nurse move away from their surrounding. But I would like to tell you, even though the school nurse is available, but the school does not have medicine, what is the importance? The teacher has to call, obviously the teacher has to call, communicate, and the child will be taken for more treatment. On the point that, allow me rest my case.
Thank you. May I have the last reply speech?
Thanks to the adjudicators, the two competing parties are not forgetting you, the audience. Our motion for today's debate states that this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. In this motion, we were proposing by saying that this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. From our side, we talked about health risks. We said that too much seeing of the phone screen from phone screen causes eye strain. They tried to refute by saying that there is an app there called Eye Care which can reduce, but maybe the teacher have forgotten. From our side, we also talked about reducing distractions and increasing professionalism. We said that smartphone distract a teacher from his or her duty, especially during class and supervision. They say that the teacher will put the phone in silence, but the teacher will not, just because he or she wants to know an important notification and will distract him or her. We also talked about promoting better teaching practice and academic integrity. They even never refuted and even touching anything on that. From their side, they talked about communication and safety. We refuted properly. They also talked about easy access to education. We also refuted properly. From their side even, their speaker did not define the key terms, but ours did so. But meaning that we are going to win this debate. Thanks.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Lamar Faith. You can have a handshake and sit around for 1 minute as we deliberate on the results and give you right away. Thank you. Studio.
Thank you so much, and of course our adjudicator. Well, there's actually been between and of course Gulu Central Junior Lalia versus Al Sadai Team B. What a quarter final la winner dio Manu Favour Afam Primary School debate. Do remember the first debate me quarter final breaking rooted Christian Gini Gulu Central coming rooted Christian any loyo kadambane poron Saint Mark Gino Binoki Al Shaddai Team A coming meno Al Shaddai Team A oloyo beno enoni. Then right now and of course watiao Gulu Central Junior Lalia genki Al Shaddai Team B adjudicators food gentia neno meno kin ma gent verberkero me passing ke da judgment team mene ma beberker me in the next round. But we poni meno do movie tie ka sponsor Jopeni Genesis Fashion Point gen nongi la yibi then go tunes menu ug.com again dul ma tie ka mi coin menen menu Jopeni to mabe la bon yela meken la wina dio dakira makame ko di perde ko dek ti mo kar kon chawa abichel me de cheng.
We provided the platform and you delivered.
Please.
Yes, thank you very much. We've come to the verdict time. The team that wins this round advances to the semi-finals. Fortunately, one team has already qualified to the semi-finals from this, according to the judges. I will still remain in my stand that we shall not give the reasons, but the reasons are available if anybody has questions or queries or wants to prove. This is because there are other teams outside there who are still coming to debate. So when we give those reasons, it will help the other team to prepare. So in the interest of fairness, we shall only release the results. Therefore, again, in a unanimous decision of all the three judges, independently made that decision that team opposition wins this debate. Therefore, El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team B advances to the semi-finals. Allow us then have the last quarterfinals between Purongo Primary School and Opit Modern Primary School in the next 2 minutes. Please come when you've written the names of the speakers in their orders. Studio.
Thank you so much for your mateko twa la radio men enikin ma jimene ti ka workere wadonki schools na wadonki round na chele ken chino quarter final ti ka tomoso mautu mi wobertwale meno ki Gulu Central Junior la liya genki Al Shaddai Team B ti mo berkero mekar mecher level mokene right about time wacherga winyo ki bol pro primary school and of course and then any no dong what yet wala kene dong bene twale no quarter final ya giki but pe in made wa keneni kaiti food bene kitama kamigi tigina machim jera bira bora deka rio deka biro no jera bira becha deka jera biro ngana boro becha no next no por primary school tie kamakaki opita modern jiwa beneno kinmano wano kere ameno twale meno semi-final then so final bebere kermi lopone bene chochot man Favour FM primary school debate.
No. Leaders, these religious leaders are keeping people Monday to Monday. They are in churches to pray. When do you expect people to come, and when do you expect people to be getting money? People are being in churches Monday to Monday, paying tithe that God will bless you. How will God bless you yet you are not working God? You want that God will bless me, let me give. You are very poor. You are Monday to Monday, church. God will bless me. What are you on? Instead of not allowed. Instead of going and work in order to remove. And these leaders, they are these religious leaders. This is poor leadership.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know team opposition may come and tell me that who are these people choosing the leaders, but we all know that the Acholi people are the one choosing because they don't know these leaders can they say allow.
Excuse me, Speaker, you mentioned that the leaders are the one who are wasting their time going. Then how comes we have schools built by leaders, we have hospitals built by leaders, which is promoting infrastructure in the country? I mean, the Acholi sub-region.
Thank you, leader, for that POI. Can you outline for me schools which are built by leaders? To schools, there are not even schools built by leaders. You may find schools built by leaders, but very poor infrastructures. The buildings are not even developed. What are you talking about leaders doing? Leaders building under the point of corruption. The government programs like NUSAF and Acholi war climate money. The war ended 20 years back. The money is being provided to the people who are affected by wars. But where is the money going? Do you have what to say? No, the money is not going anywhere. People are misusing this money. The leaders, the poor leaders we have in Acholi sub-region are just using this money for them.
Well, back to you in Studio B.
Thank you very much. Please have the microphones. We are then going finally to the last quarter-final to determine which team joins the first three teams. To determine which team joins the first three teams that have qualified. For our dear listeners who have just joined us, a recap. Debate number one for today was a quarter-final between Rooted Christian and Gulu Central Nursery and Primary School. And the winner was Rooted Christian, that was on the proposition side. The second debate was between St. Mark Nursery and Primary School Puron versus El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team A, and the winner was El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team A. In the third debate that just got concluded was between Gulu Central Junior School Lalia versus El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team B, and the winner was El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team B. Finally, the fourth debate is between Purongo Primary School versus Opit Modern Primary School. I would then request the second speaker from the opposition side to read for us the motion.
This House will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours.
Repeat.
This House will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours.
Allow me then have the last speaker from the opposition, from the proposition side, to read the motion.
This House will ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours.
Are we in agreement? That is the same motion we have? Thank you. That's said and done. In a count of 1, 2, 3. The Honorable Aloy Gladys from the proposition side. The floor is yours.
Hold the protocol remain observed. Resolve. This House will ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, allow me to define the key term. The key term are smartphone, teachers, and school hours. To begin with, smartphone. Smartphone is any mobile terminal that offer advanced communication services as well as the gender and personal organized services. A teacher is a person who helps students to acquire skills, knowledge, and competence to practice his teaching. School hours. School hour refer to the time of starting and ending school activities set by the local school building, like arrival time, break time, luncheon time, to mention but a few. The topic in its simplified form is: this House will ban the use of a mobile terminal that offer advanced communication services by people who help students to acquire skills, knowledge, competence to practicing teachings at the time of starting and ending school activities set by the local school building. Currently, teachers are using smartphones during school hours. According to www.telefonica.com, 54% of teachers use smartphones in this 21st century. We shall ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours in Uganda. As a government, we will ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours. Through administrators, sensitizing the teachers about the dangers of using smartphones during school hours, providing all the requirements for teachings and learning to take place instead of smartphone. Because teachers need to prepare fully to teach for easy and accurate lesson delivery through scheming, lesson planning, and preparation of learning aids. Learners need to be attended to by teachers during the school hours for better performance. Teachers need to exhibit good moral conduct for learners to imitate. Through the Ministry of Education and Sport, we will pass the bills in the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda and notify the citizens via television station, radio station, newspaper, and magazines, among others. We shall get far from Bank of Uganda. We believe that by the end of 2027, there will be no teachers with smartphone during school hours. This will lead to good performance by both teachers and people, effective teaching and learning processes, good morals, values exhibited by both teachers and pupils. Dear Augustus, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce my team. My name is Honorable Aloy Gladys, the Prime Minister, Honorable Watomio Samuel, Deputy Prime Minister, and Honorable Anena Sande, the Government Chief Whip. Honorable judges, allow me to list our line of argument. That is laziness, sexual abuse, poor syllabus coverage, and exposure to pornography. Exposure to pornography. To begin with, laziness. This is an act of unwilling to work. For example, watching movies, shut on or shut, and many others. When teachers are having smartphone, they will always be lazy to teach. So this house will ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, allow me to talk about sexual abuse. This is the act of having sex without the interest of someone. For example, when the teacher has a smartphone, he or she may get unwanted pictures like naked people, which lead him to sneak to have sex with a child. Is this good? This is not good really now. So teachers should not have smartphone at school. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to quote. I am quoting from www.researchgate.net. It reads, girls are exposed to sexual abuse by male teachers. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, allow me to talk about poor syllabus coverage. Is the act of not finishing the syllabus. For example, not finish or learning some parts of the syllabus. Since teachers are always on their smartphone, they don't finish syllabus, which lead to poor performance. So they should not use the smartphone. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. Before I leave the stage, I know my opponent will come here and start talking about refreshment of mind. That teachers use smartphone to refresh their mind after class. But allow me to inform you that teacher will be contracted on watching movie, and he or she will waste time on watching movie, which he will not have time to go and teach in a class, which will lead to poor performance. And they start saying that children are not performing, yet they are the one who is not teaching. So, by this I know you are informed. Honorable judges, allow me to raise my case.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Aloy Gladys. Allow me then have the Honorable Agenurward Charity. Thank you.
My high degree of respect goes to the most high honored adjudicators, the two competing parties, not forgetting you, ladies and gentlemen. Our motion for today's debate reads, this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. High honored adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen, the sound of this motion makes me sick and devastated. For it should have been written as, this house will not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. High honored adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen, allow me. Speaking as the first speaker from the negative side, I have come here to perform the following tasks. Define the motion, set the parameter of the debate, set the status quo, and lay down our cases. Whereas the second speaker will come to refute, rebuttal, rebuke, and explain the cases given by the first speaker. While our third speaker will come to refute, rebuttal, rebuke, weigh, and win the debate. High honorable adjudicators, Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to define some of the key terms used in the motion. Ban. Ban means to officially stop something completely by law or regulation. In this context, it means not allowing teachers to use smartphones at all during school hours while they are on duty. Use. To operate or apply something for a purpose. Here it means teachers accessing smartphones for calls, texting and social media during class hours. Smartphones. It means mobile phones that access the internet, run apps, take photos and perform various tasks beyond calling and texting. Teachers. These are instructors in primary or secondary schools who are responsible for teaching and guiding pupils or students. Lastly, during school hours is the official time of learning, usually from 8 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the evening, or depending on school policy. It includes lesson time, break time, lunch time, where teachers are still on duty. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, the parameter of today's debate is Acholi sub-region. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to state the status quo of today's debate by stating that currently, there is no strict nationwide ban on the use of smartphones by teachers in Ugandan schools, including the Acholi sub-region. However, the use of smartphones in classrooms remain largely ungraded and varies from one school to another. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to outline our lines of arguments. Firstly, smartphones improve emergency communication and administration coordination. Secondly, smartphones encourage inter-school collaboration and innovation. Lastly, smartphones enhance access to digital teaching aids and resources. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, in this 21st century, we cannot talk about meaningful education without embracing technology, and smartphones are in the center of it. Honorable judges, and my esteemed audience, allow me to explain our lines of argument. That is, smartphones improve emergency communication and administration coordination, which is our first point. Honorable judges and my beloved audience, in many rural and semi-rural schools, there are no landlines or wireless radio system. Smartphones serve as essential tools for reporting emergencies, communicating with education officers, coordinating school activities and visitors, among others. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, a 2023 report by Agago District Education Office recorded 81% of schools relied on teachers' smartphones to report emergencies, especially during health crises. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, my opponents here have not heard me clearly. I said that a 2023 report by Agago District Education Office recorded 81% of schools relied on teachers' smartphones to report emergencies, especially during health crisis. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine this situation? I really feel belittled if I can see my opponent say that this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, let me draw this information to your understanding. Honorable judges, in a Dilang primary school, teachers use smartphones to alert district inspectors during suspected cholera outbreak in 2023. Honorable judges, how could this be possible without the use of smartphones? Do you expect the teachers to carry the feces and transport use the means of transport? Yet we have smartphones. We are in a modelized world. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, our opponents are really misleading this house. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, it is really essential to have smartphones available for teachers during school hours. For example, at Rabo Primary School in Amuru, school managers use smartphones to coordinate with the police after a theft incident in the school compound. Therefore, a ban on smartphones could delay life-saving communication and disrupt useful administration functions. By this, I say, this house will not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, with these few remarks, I would like to call my opponents to come and line behind me, singing the same song as this house will not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. I rest my case by sustained determination for victory. Thanks.
Thank you very much. May we then have the Honorable Rot Omir Samuel.
All protocols remain observed. Resolved. This house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. High honorable judges, as with the affirmatives, we have agreed with the explanation of the key terms given by our Prime Minister. High honorable judges, as me being the second speaker, it is mandatory for me to rebuttal, rebuild, and debate on our lines of argument. High honorable judges, our first main speaker came here and talked of the following lines of argument: laziness, sexual abuse, and poor syllabus coverage. High honorable judges, as the opposition side, they did not knock any lines of argument from our side. Allow me to rebut their lines of argument, which was brought by the opposition leader. He was talking about emergency communication and administration communication. She said that smartphones are used by educational officers for communication. But allow me to inform you that not only the smartphones are being used for communication, but we can even use things like computers. If I honor your table, even buttons for providing information. So stop misleading us.
Point of information, is it allowed?
Not allowed. So stop misleading us. High honorable judges.
POI, is it allowed?
Not allowed. Allow me to debate on our lines of argument, which is laziness. It's the act of being lazy to do something. For example, when teachers, chatting on WhatsApp, watching movies, and so on. When teachers are having smartphones, they will be lazy to teach because they will always spend their time while watching TikToks on the smartphones, making them not to teach, making them lazy. Then later, the children begin failing exam, then they begin blaming them, and yet they are the one not teaching the pupils.
Point of information, is it allowed?
Not allowed. It should be banned. Not only that, but also sexual abuse. This is the act of having sex without the interest of someone. For example, when teachers are using smartphone, they may accidentally get unwanted.
Point of information, is it allowed?
Not allowed. To get unwanted pictures, which may make them to sneak to have sex with a school child, which is not good. High honorable judges, allow me to quote. I'm quoting from www.independentcode.ug, which says police registers 1,253 cases of child violence in Uganda. High honorable judges, allow me to debate on poor syllabus coverage. This is the act of not finishing the syllabus. For example, not learning of covering some parts of the syllabus. Since teachers are always on their smartphones, they don't finish the syllabus, leading to poor performance of the pupils. So why are you saying that they should use smartphones during school hours, and yet they are doing nothing at school? So they should not use smartphones during school hours. High honorable judges, by this allow me to rest my case.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Rotomio Samuel. Let us then have the Honorable Oyela Beyonce Okot.
Congratulations goes to the table of the high honorable adjudicators, the two competing parties, and you, the audience at large. Our motion for today's read: this House will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. High honorable adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen, the sound of this motion makes me giddy, for it should have been written as: this House will not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to refute some of the points mentioned by my opponent. My opponent spoke about laziness because in his explanation, he said that teachers are lazy because they would be chatting in WhatsApp. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, but here it is clearly a 2023 collaborative report by Acholi District Education Firms noted that 27% of rural schools benefited from inter-school collaboration initiated through teachers' phone networks. Then why am my opponent saying that teachers are chatting in WhatsApp, misusing the time that they would have taught with the children? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say that this House will not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to rebuild on the points stated by my first senior speaker. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, my first senior speaker talked about smartphones improve emergency communication and administration coordination. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, Gulu District Report 2023 stated 85% of head teachers in public primary and secondary schools now use smartphones for daily communication with authorities. So, ban on smartphone would make administration difficult. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to go straight to my lines of argument. That is, smartphones encourage inter-school collaboration and innovation. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, smartphones allows teachers to network across districts, share ideas, and even school activities. This promotes creativity and widens the learning community. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, for example, smartphones has helped the region greatly. For example, Lukome Primary School in Gulu, English teachers coordinated an inter-school spelling bee competition via WhatsApp with Pechepawel Primary School. Would that be possible without the use of smartphones? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, not only that, but also in Uganda, the National Curriculum Development Center initiated WhatsApp-based teacher forums in 2021 to 2022.
Point of information.
Where schools from across the country,
Point of information.
Kulu and Kitgum, shared lessons
Point of information.
on plan and teaching strategies. This boosted performance. Then why are my opponents saying that our teachers are making the children in Acholi sub-region to perform poorly? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, a smartphone ban would isolate schools and reduce innovation driven by peer-to-peer learning, among others. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I would like to alert this house to believe that this house will not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. I say this for God and Opit Modern Primary School.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Oyela Beyonce Okot. Allow me then have the final speaker from the proposition side, the government whip, the Honorable Anena Sunday.
All the protocol remain resolved. My name is Honorable Anana Sande from Prongo Primary School in Noe District. I have stood here to propose this motion with read. This house will ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, as my Prime Minister came here and list this line of argument, laziness, sexual abuse, poor syllabus coverage. Honorable judges, before I go further, allow me to reveal our line of argument which we are not heard by the opposer. We talked about laziness, and we say that when teachers are having smartphone, they will be lazy in a way that they don't want to go in the class. They just want to concentrate in their smartphone, chatting in WhatsApp, watching blue movies and funny pictures in WhatsApp. And this line of argument had been knocked out by the opposer. They say that when teachers are having smartphone, they will have free time to prepare themselves to come and teach in the class. But let me inform you that when teachers is having smartphone, instead of having the lesson skin plan, instead of having shameless lesson skin plan, they will be shouting in WhatsApp, watching blue movies and other things, that leading to laziness and poor performance in school. Now, why are you saying that? This should not ban the users of smartphone by teachers during school hours. They should ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours because teachers, they don't want to concentrate in the class. They just want to be in their smartphone watching. Honorable judges, allow me to refute the misleading line of argument brought by the opposer. They talked about smartphone improve emergency in education. They say that teachers use smartphone to call officers and make other people to coordinate with each other. But let me inform you that teachers, they use their smartphone as the collaborators. Assuming that a child has done something wrong in the school, instead of counseling that problem, you will find that the teacher is calling a traffic police officers to come and arrest that child and take it to the prison. Just illegally when the parents even they are not knowing. So you said you are not using it's not allowed. So why are you still saying that we should not ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours? Let me inform you that you should ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours because it's making teachers to be a collaborators in Uganda. Now why are you still misleading the room? Don't mislead the room, but only that do stand in the truth. Speaker, judges, allow me to debate on our line of argument which we are giving out by my Prime Minister. We talk about sexual abuse. We say that this is the act of having sex without the interest of somebody's interest. For example, a teacher may have a smartphone and when watching these blue movies in WhatsApp or her smartphone, accidentally may find those naked pictures, naked men and naked women. A teacher will find like having sex with a young child. You will find that a teacher is having sex with a school child. Which is not good. Why do we stand strong? Why do we stand strong and firm to say that we should ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours because it is causing sexual abuse in school, which is leading to school dropout? Inform.
Honorable, can you give me an evidence that shows that teachers are really sexually abusing our children in the school due to use of smartphones.
Thank you. Let me inform you like this that in my district, a school called Wianaka, a teacher decided to have sex with a school child, a girl of P5 class, just 12 years old, and have sex with that girl in a car. So is that one not having sexual abuse? Now why are you still misleading the room? Why don't we stand strong and fight this and say that this will ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours? We continue by saying that poor syllabus coverage. They say out of not finishing syllabus, and this is true and really. Teachers, they can't finish their syllabus when they're having their smartphone. You will find that the teacher, instead of teaching in a class, a teacher will be concentrating in different way. Chatting in WhatsApp, watching blue movies, talking with girlfriend. Is this one good? Instead of teaching in class, will just be in WhatsApp, leading to poor syllabus coverage. They just leave their syllabus there empty, and the exam come, children will be failing exam. Now they will start blaming parents. They will start blaming children that the children, they are not working out in class. And yes, their smartphones are the one causing the big problem in school. Now why should we stand up and say that this house will ban the use of smartphone by teachers? This motion is correctly, and I want to thank the person who give this motion out, because we are going to teach those teachers who are having smartphone in school. They don't know the use of their smartphone in school. Instead of a teacher teaching in a class, you will find a teacher is watching movies in class. A teacher is doing nothing, anything he wants. He's exposing the pornography using smartphone, chatting in WhatsApp. Is this one not really bad? This was the one causing this smartphone is the one causing problem to the government and our school and other school, even in private school, even in government school, because all teachers, they are now completing. If a teacher say that my friend is having smartphone, now who am I to not have a smartphone? Which is leading to school dropout and leading to poor performance in Acholi sub-region. Even say that Uganda is most of the poorest country in countries in the world, in Africa. Now why are you still saying that we should not ban the use of smartphone by teachers? And yes, this smartphone, they are the one who causing this poverty. They are the one making us to remain poor forever. Because if our children, they study, they will be somebody in the future that can make our country, Uganda, to go far, but not being the poorest country. So why don't we open our eyes and say the truth and say what can teach our people to stand in the truth? Honorable judges, allow me to weigh the debate as is my role. We talked about 3 lines of argument, but they talked about we defined it very well and we make it loud and clear. People, they understand. Although they were just here, they think that shouting and making noise in debating room can make you to win. But no, what comes into your mouth is what make you to win. They talked about smartphone. They say that smartphone improve emergency in education, which is no. The books are there. The government of the Republic of Uganda, they contributed book in the school. Whether you want to know what is in America, you can go. But if you want to teach a child in a class, we have a dictionaries. They are there. They arrange them in alphabetical order. If you want to look for the words, therefore I rest my case.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Government Whip. Allow me then have the Honorable Lagum favor a team to crown the case of the opposition team. Speaker, the floor is yours.
My degree of salutations go to the team, the high honorable adjudicators, 2 competing parties, plus you, the audience at large. Today we are faced by motion with this house will ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. High honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say this motion is not well written. It should have been written as this house will not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, as my duties were already stated by my first senior speaker, without waste of time, allow me go straight to my duty number 1. That is clearing the misconception being delivered by my opponents. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, the third speaker from the proportional side talked about poor performance. Honorable judges, I want to assure you like this. Smartphones may be used in class strictly for instructional purposes. According to UNATO Gulu Branch Report 2022, no cases of a teacher disciplinary action related to smartphone misuse were reported in schools. This proves that smartphones are professionally used, not abused. Honorable adjudicators, with this, why my opponents are saying that smartphone is making our teachers to sexually abuse the learners, and the information is clearly here with a statistical evidence
evidences and a lot of facts. They are there for refuting our points even without any statistical evidences. That shows that our points are still standing strong. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, with these few remarks, allow me go to build the points given by my second senior speaker. My first senior speaker talked about smartphones improve emergency communication and administration coordination. And that's what was our first concrete point. And my second speaker came and talked about smartphones encourage inter-school collaboration and innovation. As I, the third speaker, I'm coming to talk about smartphone enhance access to digital teaching aids and resource. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, before I go too further, allow me to build the point given by my first senior speaker, second senior speaker, and that is smartphones encourage inter-school collaboration and innovation. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, in Madupe Primary School in Lamu District, teachers use smartphones to stream science animations on digestion and photosynthesis, and this has created large positive impact in learners' results. With this, why are you complaining that it is leading to poor performance? Honorable adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen, allow me go straight to my lines of argument. That is, smartphone enhance access to digital teaching aids and resource. And that is our last concrete point. Honorable judges, smartphones allow teachers to access up-to-date multimedia teaching materials such as YouTube educational videos. Do you know that? Soft copies of textbooks. Why are you complaining on the dictionaries? Online stimulations, video recordings for language practices, among others. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, in many rural Acholi schools where libraries and visual aids are lacking, smartphones bridge the gap by offering immediate access to national curriculum content.
Point of information.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we all believe that the government has introduced the new curriculum, and many teachers lack access to the new curriculum. Therefore, they have to use smartphones to coordinate with their fellow teachers.
Point of information.
So that they can be able to deliver to the learners.
Point of information.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, with
Point of
this has helped our teachers in rural schools to improve in lesson plannings by coordinating with the teachers in the urban counterparts. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me give an backup to what I have stated to prove to my opponents that what I'm saying is true, reality, and it will help our region. Honorable judges, according to a 2023 ICT for Education survey conducted in Lamu and Kitgum, over 29% of teachers reported that they regularly use smartphones to access science and SSC diagrams and videos and teaching videos. Honorable judges, with this, if a teacher is explaining about digestion, do you mean the teacher have to operate him or herself to show to the children how digestion works, or should use digital ways of teaching using the videos to make the children understand, and that will improve in the performance. It's allowed.
Protected.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, with this, allow me weigh the debate. We have given points like smartphones enhance access to digital teaching aids and resources, and that was our last point. Our second point was smartphones encourage inter-school collaboration and innovation. That was our second point. Our first point was smartphones improve emergency communication and administration coordination. Honorable judges, we have given concrete evidences. We have refuted their points with statistical evidences showing that what they are saying is not true, and we have rebuilt our previous speaker's point with strong evidences, meaning that our points will stand strong. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, I will kindly request for 15 seconds to summarize. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker is supposed to lay down the cases and give the speaker roles, but she did not. She failed to do it. But our first speaker did that all. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case here by so saying for the betterment of Acholi sub-region. Thanks.
Thank you very much. May I then have the reply speaker? Yes, the Honorable Oyela Beyonce Okot, please come and ground the case of the opposition team.
Thank you, honorable judges. I'm not here to debate but to give a reply speech. Honorable judges, we have explained 3 strong points. Firstly, smartphones improve emergency communication and administration coordination. Secondly, smartphones encourage inter-school collaboration and innovation. And lastly, smartphones enhance access to digital teaching aids and resources. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence we have given is concrete enough with statistical evidences and local examples. We have drawn on real district reports, live experiences across Acholi sub-region. Therefore, we strongly agree that this house will not ban the use of smartphones by teachers during school hours. Thanks.
Thank you. May I then have the last speaker from the proposition side to come for reply speech. Reply speech is by the first and the second speaker. First and the second speaker are the ones to reply. Thank you, the Honorable Ruot Omio Samuel.
Hi, honorable adjudicators, honorable 2 completing teams, honorable ladies and gentlemen. As you see me again here, I have come here for a reply speech. We have talked about the following lines of argument: laziness, poor syllabus coverage, and sexual abuse. And we stated clear that it is the use of smartphone which is causing the high rate of which is making teachers not to teach pupils in classroom. So with all these strong lines of argument that we have stated, I stand strong and call all the opposition side to come align behind us so that we sing the same song which says, this house will ban the use of smartphone by teachers during school hours. Thanks.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of the quarterfinals. The semifinals is about to start. Therefore, we need to give out the results. Please, you can give a handshake. Secondly, I also request all the teams that participated in the quarterfinals to also come to the room, especially the representatives, especially the teams that have won, the quarterfinals. Please be within the room, because you are going to pick your side for the semi-final and we shall give you time to prepare. In the last quarter-final, that was a very hot contention between primary school in the proposition side and Opit Modern Primary School in the opposition side. In a split decision means other judges voted differently. In a split decision of 2 to 1, 2 judges against 1. 2 judges voted for Opit Modern Primary School. Therefore, Opit Modern Primary School advances to the semi-finals. Studio.
Okay, Lawin Radio tiki gani tika winyongoma tika time kore kikore. Otherwise kamo maini tika winyowaki ya Lawin Radio ngeni watie Acholi primary schools live debate and jamineti kita initika winyonekere kore kikore. Otherwise Lawin Radio waka win bene kiboten edichang mateni. Nota bira bora deka bora deka biro kidong nota bira beach dek nota beach abungen aboro bija beach tamba megiti kwane ikoma ngoma ini winyo. Yes hello.
Hello.
Favour family.
Man Saida Kejo.
Yes Saida.
I'll few twak pad ba. Upiat mo de ne de bulo ba biara de de.
Okay. Okay. Meno Saida Kibeje Chubo. Okay. Yes, hello. No, I ring you at the numbers still not a beer bora deck career de biro. Kidong not a beer beach, a deck not a beach when a boro bija beach. Yes, hello.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are now going to the quarterfinals, to the semifinals. I want to say something. The motion we had was a policy motion that required team proposition to come up with a policy, to come up with an action of banning smartphones. While team opposition should come with reasoning against the ban or against how team proposition will be banning the use of smartphones and provide alternative means of what should be done. So those were the major areas of judgment. Now that gives you a clear explanation of why each and every team got the results they got. Allow me then have the representative from Rooted Christian Primary School, representative from El Shaddai Team A, representative from El Shaddai Team B, and representative from Opit Modern. Please come over. And I hope your patrons are coming with you. Your patrons should also be around. Yes. Get those microphones.
Teams are still missing.
I'm still missing two teams. El Shaddai Team A and El Shaddai Team B. Yeah. The patrons, please come and stand behind your representative so that the viewers out there on our social media platform can also see the patrons doing this good work. You can extend that chair. I am waiting for El Shaddai Team A and El Shaddai Team B because shortly we are going to allow the teams to pick their sides. And in this ritual, it happens when everybody is available. As we wait for El Shaddai, back to you, Simon.
Okay, Lowing video, Simon Karmanok, Robert IT studio. Yes, Lowing video, atike gani hitika winyo ginati in Ramateni. Jamine liet pay yacht.
We provided the platform and you delivered. Acholi Primary School's live debate this weekend is here once again.
What lova memon? Yen lova makai amalu kalwen, bay wero ki yo. Apoy biane amalu kalwen pelutino ni. Jeme ba pol tie maudi ukwogi, ma chui kwogi chalo Goliath. Antene en matin Goliath bot pay.
Nyorot Goliath mochui nyima miroreta wogoba na yenyorot Goliath mochui nyima miroreta wogoba Nyorot Goliath mochui nyima miroreta wogoba Beta chala winyo radio kamoke ken ma initika winyo Favour FM amoro in churo chunyi ni medeke winyo Favour FM kama ini noye lok palobama churo chunyi da konyo in medoni yene nyagilwani masibite winyo Favour FM pikara duchu wekne yene odon muchui nyima miro rata wagoba.
I don't know what I do.
Enter winyo family values.
Family ti ye dawo kila cho ana foyu matekan kel manyene Patrick ho ber ka chel ki kandi e kan
non foyn mabe iket me beri art onyo jaro beri art yub me family values.
What unique longings do husband and wife have? Kind of big art. Mire para cho, mire para dago. Tika kwene ki komeli. Dama Paul giti ore no bera bera dare kono ngoma ana Maria. Chware kono ngoma ana Maria.
Family values bero tie piri ichenja beduchu. Chawa boro medicheng. Wai chawa pa notiam. Kio mego Patrick. Kia chill not angwen. Dona chill. Favour from Marky Kia.
Yes, following video. Wadoki is Studio 2. Yes, hello.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much. We are doing the pairing for the semi-finals. And the following are the teams and their patrons. We have Rooted Christians, Nursery and Primary School, Opit Modern Primary School, El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team A, and El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team B. The two teams of El Shaddai are treated as different schools. If they happen to meet themselves, it is their problem. It is their success. So we are treating them as two different schools. Therefore, in my hands, I have a draw of 4. Two are written proposition 1 and proposition 2. Then 2 are written opposition 1 and opposition 2. If you pick proposition 1, you will have only 3 minutes to come and start the debate. You already have all the motions. The only thing you don't know is which particular motion are we going to have in this round. That said and done, if there is any words from the patron, if there is something you want to say, you can first let us hear.
The mic is right there.
Press down. Yes.
We are humbled by what is going on.
Thank you. I hope we are exhibiting the fairness you requested at the beginning of the tournament. Thank you. That's said and done. It's right here. Thank you. Get the microphone. The representative, get the microphone open. Tell us your name and what you've picked.
My name is Amaro Juliet from El Shaddai Team A. We have picked Opposition 1.
Opposition 1 is El Shaddai Team A.
My name is Namdu Davina from El Shaddai Team B. We have picked Proposition 2.
Proposition 2 is El Shaddai Team B.
My name is Aberta Favour Code from Opit Modern Primary School. We have picked Proposition 1.
Proposition 1 is Opit Primary School. Opit Modern Primary School.
My name is Lamara Georgina Praise from Rooted Christian Primary School. We have picked Opposition 2.
Opposition 2 is Rooted Christians. So in our first semi-finals, the debate will happen between Opit Modern Primary School versus El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team A. And in the second debate, we shall have El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team B in the proposition and Rooted Christians in the opposition. The motion is this house will introduce sex education in science syllabus. This house will introduce sex education in science syllabus. Pete Modern in the proposition, El Shaddai in the El Shaddai team A in the opposition. You have 3 minutes to report to the debate room.
All the best.
Studio.
Now, Mego IGG, Miss Anne Twinumugisa Muhairwe, my Deputy Inspector General of Government. You mean what I mean? Ni Amir me Mutama Uganda, Umiro Kecho Kundupuri, for war more again. Wajika Urubiru kami war madon, Buduku, Manu Kwalo Chini, Wu, Kabinu, Kere, Uru, you know, take a promoting Temeku. So I don't take a meaning deep with you, meaning it did with Mequana. Kwalo biru kiriburi idunchi goy ke jira no yibe do le pu so mir pe lo ba ati wa do ba the deep lo no go timel wenyi ko timel chamo chama to wa ne ni pe o mir wo maru ma twal yo ma du pu ma ki kwali tiene pa gamente ka ki gibiru ki deng ki rikin wa kan no go ro koti no ki ti suit in most cases ka o de suit
Eric Kiwilmax, you met the sunrise. Peleke Munyugi, Ichembare Jawaiti beach, Chawapari, Wachawa Mwen Meudiko. Ya Jel Nora Mwen Tona Jel. Favour from Markiki.
Man, you morning people.
We provided the platform and you delivered. Acholi Primary School's live debate this weekend is here once again.
There is high illiteracy rate caused by negative attitude towards modern means of farming. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask my opponents, who will do agricultural mechanism yet agriculture is the backbone of Uganda? Who will do it?
Point of information.
POI. There with your point of information. Honorable judges,
which school remains and which school goes out.
Refuting on what my opponent spoke. They spoke about leaders enjoying sex. I don't argue that you have the proof. But do you know that leaders are in some categories? They are political, cultural, and many other leaders. So you mean even your pastors are there enjoying
sex? Point of information.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, they came talking about... Not loud. They came talking...
Protect the money, the goat, and the bragging rights for this year.
You say that the government is selling for our own benefits, right? Yet, by saying we are lazy to dig, where will we dig if there is no land? If the government had sold land for sugarcane production, for the sugarcane factories, where will we get the land to farm? You are saying we are lazy, right? But the actually people are not lazy.
Confidence, fluency, character, knowledge, and so much more. On the 19th of July 2025, we bring to you the semi-finals and the finals of Acholi Primary School's live debate. We shall also be live on internet radio via the Zeno app, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. This event is sponsored by Favour of God Ministries, Genesis Fashion Point, Koropida, and GoTunesUG.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Has God called you to ministry? Do you feel a burning passion to reach the world with the transforming word of God? Then Terebin Bible College is your next step. We are located just 19 kilometers from Gulu City in the peaceful Lakwaya sub-county. Terebin Bible College is the only accredited evangelical Bible school in the whole of northern Uganda. Our campus offers highly subsidized affordable tuition, comfortable dormitories, great food, fast internet, rich library, a football pitch in a serene environment, and we are rooted in integrity, excellence, and servant leadership. Our programs include diploma in biblical studies, certificate in Christian ministries. If you don't meet educational requirements, don't lose hope. We will prepare you to pass the mature age entry examination, which will allow you to be admitted to any of our programs. Be trained in preaching, prayer, evangelism, youth ministry, church planting, counseling, and many more. Our first module begins on September the 15th. Please apply by the deadline of August the 15th. Call academic Register today on 0762 463 469. 0762 463 469. Terebinth Bible College, equipping leaders, transforming lives, advancing God's kingdom.
The power of God like a flash. Power of the Holy Ghost through every nation. Thank you, Lord. It's for every nation, every city.
You are here! Just get on me!
And in that moment,
Wherever you are right now,
anyone
receive your sudden.
can be healed.
While you were ministering, all four of them came back to life.
Give God praise!
When I speak the word
Right now.
about your healing, doesn't matter where you are in this world, it's covered.
Wherever you are in this world, get ready for your healing. Get ready for your miracle. This is your set time. It's the Healing Streams live healing services with Pastor Chris this July, from Friday the 18th to Sunday the 20th of July 2025.
Jesus sent me. Take healing to the nations. I'm going to be praying for your family. I'm going to be praying for you and your country. We're going to be praying for the nations of the world. It's going to be very, very special.
Register now and set the time for your miracle at www.healingstreams.tv. The Healing Streams live healing services with Pastor Chris. Your set time for your miracle.
Interviewing family values.
Family ti dawo kila cho ana foyu matekan kil wanyene Patrick wo berka chelgi kandi e kan
non foñ mabe iket me beri art onyo jaro beri art yub me family values.
What unique longings do husband and wife have? Kind of big art. Mire para cho, mire para dago chika kwene komeli. Dama Paul giti ore no bera betuare bera dane kono ngoma ana Maria. Tuare kono ngoma ana Maria.
Family values bedo tiepiri ichencha beduchu. Chawa boro medicheng. Wai chawa pa notiam. Kio mego Patrick. Kia chiel not angwen. Dona chiel. Favour from Marky Kia.
It's all I want.
Can command the sun not to rise in the morning, or having risen can hold it at noon and stop it from going down in the west. Namanyige gona ojinywetsenga masanda anyeya itabana mubajejendi feka tusanyuke mu Africa. Just be happy though it's hard to smile. Jump and shout out and forget the past. Let's be proud of the beauty of our land. Make days of the black joy brighter. Shalom. And when the night falls, every time I close my eyes, there are things I see. With our leaders asleep, black mothers away, oh the babies always crying. They do not give needed things, all they say go in peace, be warmed and be filled. But I know that Mama will take care of me. Just be happy though it's hard to smile. Jump and shout out and forget the past. Let's be proud of the beauty of our land. Make days of the black joy brighter. Shalom. Yo, yo. Let me sing you this song of joy for every African girl and boy. I have a dream that one day on the for you. Sirika bambe, don't cry. Aye, aye, nana, 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 aye, aye, nana. Just be happy, though it's hard to smile. Jump and shout out and forget the past. Let's be proud of the beauty of our land. The gates of the black joy brighter shine on. Just be happy, though it's hard to smile. Jump and shout out and forget the past. Let's be proud of the beauty of our land. The gates of the black joy brighter shine on.
Jesus, take the glory, God. Come here to worship you in this song. Take all the glory.
platform and you deliver. Acholi Primary School's live debate this weekend is here once again.
There is high illiteracy rate caused by negative attitude towards modern means of farming. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask my opponents, who will do agricultural mechanism yet agriculture is the backbone of Uganda? Who will do it?
Point of information.
POI. There with your point of information. Honorable judges,
which school remains and which school goes out?
Refuting on what my opponent spoke. They spoke about leaders enjoying sex. I don't argue that you gave the proof, but do you know that leaders are in some categories?
Okay, Lawin Radio, Tamani Koberini Kita Jamineti Kere. Yes, our Dongwa Tichiero is stage Mukene Koberini Kare Gikare. Otherwise, Alabo Galo Chawa. Welcome down Koberini Wadoke Studio 2.
Thank you very much. We are now going to the semi-finals. You people are the teams that have been in the quarterfinals. You know all the rules and you know what will happen. The results for the semi-finals will not be announced. You will debate and move out. Okay? Then we wait for the second debate. Then we shall call you and give you the results at once. Are we together? That said and done. Can I have the last speaker from the proposition side to read for us the motion?
This house will introduce sex education in science syllabus.
Thank you. May I then have the second speaker from the opposition to read the motion?
This house would introduce sex education in science syllabus.
Can you repeat?
This house will introduce sex education in science syllabus.
Thank you very much. That said and done. May we then have the first speaker from the proposition side to kickstart these semi-finals. Thank you.
My maximum and minimum degrees of salutation go to the table of the high honorable adjudicators, the two competing parties, not forgetting you ladies and gentlemen. Our motion for today's debate reads, this house will introduce sex education in science syllabus. High honorable adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen, this motion is 100% magnificently written. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, speaking as the first speaker from the affirmative side, I have come here to perform the following task. Define the motion, set the parameter of the debate, set the status quo, and lay down our cases. Whereas the second speaker will come to refute, rebuttal, rebuke, and explain the cases given by the first speaker. While the third speaker will come to refute, rebuttal, weigh, and win the debate. High honorable adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to define some of the key terms used in the motion. Introduce, to bring in or begin something new formally. In this context, it means to add or include sex education officially into the curriculum. Sex education, a program of instruction on topics related to human sexuality, including reproductive health, puberty and body changes, sexually transmitted diseases, among others. Science syllabus is the official course outline for science subjects taught in school. Introducing sex education here, it means becoming formal part of science lesson. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, the parameter of today's debate is Acholi sub-region. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to set the status quo of today's debate by stating that in Acholi sub-region, sex education is not formally taught in science syllabus. Most schools only cover basic reproduction, leaving out key concepts like STIs and pregnancy prevention. As a result, teenage pregnancy rates remain high. Over 27% of girls aged 15 to 19 are mothers or pregnant, according to Uganda Demographic and Health Survey 2022. Honorable judges, respected opponents and my beloved audience, allow me to outline our pregnant reasons. Firstly, it will reduce the high rate of teenage pregnancies and school dropouts. Secondly, to reduce the spread of HIV/AIDS and STIs. Lastly, to promote gender equality and break harmful taboo. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to explain our lines of arguments. That is, it will reduce the high rate of teenage pregnancies and school dropouts. Honorable judges, respected opponents, Uganda currently is facing crisis and Acholi sub-region is at the center of it.
to the 2023 Uganda Demographic and Health Survey report, 28.5% of teenage girls in Acholi have either had a baby or currently pregnant. That is almost 3 out of every 10 girls. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, if we don't introduce sex education in science syllabus, where do you think our region will be? Where do you think we are going to get the women able to raise our voices in the parliament? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, I strongly affirm that this House will introduce sex education in science syllabus. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, let us get down to our Acholi districts. In Pade district, according to the district education officer's report 2020, over 350 girls dropped out of primary schools between 2022 and 2020 due to pregnancy-related reasons. Honorable judges and my beloved audience, most of these affected girls aged 13 to 17, the very age group that would have benefited from structured sex education. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, I really pity my opponents if I can hear them saying that this House will not introduce sex education in science syllabus, for they are misleading the House. Honorable judges, respected opponents, a 2022 report from Reproductive Health Uganda found that in Kudgum, 22% of girls in upper primary had experienced sexual activities and many did not know about reproductive cycle. Honorable judges, respected opponents, my opponents haven't heard me clearly. I said that a 2022 report from Reproductive Health Uganda found that in 22% of girls in upper primary had experienced sexual activities and many did not know about reproductive cycle. Honorable judges, respected opponents and my beloved audience, the Ministry of Education 2023 annual report confirmed that teenage pregnancy was the leading cause of school dropout in Acholi sub-region. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, introducing sex education in science syllabus is not about science, but it is about lifting our girls from shadows of silence. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to rest my case by calling my opponents ready to come and apologize, writing an apology letter saying that this House will introduce sex education in science syllabus. I rest my case by saying, for God and open modern primary school. Thanks.
Thank you very much, the Honorable. I did not pick your name well. The Honorable Agenurwo Charity Massimo. Allow me then counterbalance by having the Honorable Amarwa Juliet from the opposition team.
Resolved. This House will introduce sex education in the science syllabus. Before I go far, allow me start by telling the mistakes the proposition team came. We all know that this is a policy motion, and when they came, they never stated for us their policy, and they did not tell us how they will make the law effective. So they don't know why they are debating. And they claim to be introducing sex education in science syllabus, but we as team opposition, we have come here telling them instead of introducing it as in science syllabus, we would like to introduce it as a subject so that it can be taught properly and so that the peoples can learn it very well. Before I go far, allow me give you brief information on this motion. Why do we want to introduce sex education as a subject? According to the Ministry of Health, over 5,000 children between the age of 12 to 18 contracted HIV/AIDS in 2024 alone, and over 13 between the age of 19 to 22. It is important to note that sex exists in sciences, that is to say reproduction, reproductive system, STDs, and reproductive health. And all these topics of sciences, and all these topics of sciences in primary, that is the problem is not comprehensive enough to introducing sex education is not comprehensive in science syllabus is not comprehensive enough to that does not teach relationship. But if we introduce it as a subject, it will teach people relationships, how to maintain a healthy relationship. This is why
point of information is not allowed.
This is why there is high rates of new HIV
is not allowed.
This is why there is high rates of new HIV infected children. And which problem are we solving? The major
POI, is it allowed?
Allowed.
In your previous statement, are you opposing the motion or proposing the motion?
We are opposing by saying we should introduce it. We are not going against your points, but we are going against it, not introducing it as in science syllabus, but introduce it as its own subject, not as in science
syllabus. Like, allow me continue. The majority of children contracting HIV/AIDS have sugar daddies and sugar mummies or are exchanging sex for material benefits. This is a clear indication that our children and young adults do not understand relationships. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, our arguments for this debate is parental involvement, favoring age groups, then quality education. Parental involvement. When sex education is introduced as a syllabus, as a subject children, when sex education is introduced as a subject, parents will help to teach their children from home about their body growth and development. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we want to introduce sex education as a subject because nowadays we know that if you're to add it to the science syllabus, it will congest more in the science, because nowadays even the few topics we have in science is not explained well. Like if you have reproduction under sex education, which will be its own syllabus, it will be explained better and children will understand it more, rather than introducing it more in the science syllabus so that the teachers will rush and explain it very fast, so they will not understand, the pupils will not understand well. And also, the parents will help children to explain for them more things from home, because now, since it is taught as a subject, the parents would have understood it long when they were being taught. So they will help the children again to explain, and this will reduce on the number of HIV/AIDS. So children will be aware that I should not go for early sex because he or she will be knowing the dangers. And also favoring age groups. Teaching of sex education as a subject will favor all age groups, because each level is, if for example lower primary and upper primary will have what to be taught according to their age, because if it is introduced as a subject, they will distribute the things into, they will distribute them for lower primary and upper primary. So if they distribute them to lower primary, the children of lower primary will understand what is being taught better, and the children of upper primary will understand it better, rather than fixing it in the science syllabus to confuse teachers more on what to teach. Teachers, if you introduce it as a, I know you may come and say that the school will have more problems of hiring teachers, but currently we know that science teachers are the ones teaching reproduction, so they will use those same science teachers to teach the subject called sex education, as SSC teachers teach social studies and RE all. And also quality education. Children will be making informed decisions since they know the things were explained better to them. They will know what to do, and they will know how to make good decisions. Allow me end by saying that this house would introduce sex education as a subject. Allow me end there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. May we then have the second speaker, the Honorable Oyela Beyonce Okot.
My high degree of respect goes to the table of the high honorable adjudicators, the two competing parties, and you, the audience at large. Our motion for today's reads: this house will introduce sex education in science syllabus. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say that this motion is 100% perfectly written. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, as the second speaker from the team proposition side, allow me to refute some of the points being delivered by the first speaker from the team opposition side. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, my opponent talked about parental involvement, and in her explanation she said that children in Acholi sub-region are getting HIV on their own. But honorable adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen, it is not that children are getting on their own, but honorable judges, in the year 2023, the Gulu District Health Office confirmed that youth aged 15 to 24 accounted for over 34% of new HIV infections. Do you know the root cause of this? It was because sex education was not introduced in science syllabus. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, therefore I invite my opponents to believe me that this house will introduce sex education in science syllabus. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to rebuild on the points mentioned by my first senior speaker. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, my first senior speaker talked about it will reduce the of primary schools between 2022 and 2023 due to pregnancy-related reasons. Honorable judges, most of these affected girls aged 13 to 17, the very age group that would have benefited from the structured sex education. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to tell these young children that sex education will be introduced in science syllabus. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, without waste of time, allow me to go straight to my lines of argument. That is, to reduce the spread of HIV, AIDS, and STIs. Honorable judges, allow me to explain our second point. Let us face the truth. Acholi sub-region is bleeding silently, not just from poverty, but from preventable diseases like STIs and HIV/AIDS. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin with Gulu district. In the 2023, the Gulu District Health Office confirmed that youths aged 15 to 24 accounted for over 34% of new HIV infections. This is not just a number. They are our sons and daughters. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, even in Kitgum, a health outstretched by Reproductive Health Uganda in 2021 found that 60% of sexually active students have never been taught about STIs and use of condoms. Many thought STIs were punishment from spirit.
POI speaker.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, many thought this were punishment from spirit. Some said they have heard about it from streets. Honorable judges, then why should we say that we should introduce sex education in science syllabus to help our children in Acholi sub-region? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, have this result in rising STI infections, broken futures, silent sufferings, among others? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, if we want to stop the spread of HIV and STIs in Acholi sub-region, we must stop whispering and start teaching the truth. Let sex education take its rightful place in science syllabus, and our learners be armed with no fear but with facts. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to rest my case here. I say this for God and Acholi sub-region. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. May I then have the Honorable Joshua Kur.
Resolve. This house would introduce sex education in science syllabus. Honorable judges, allow me to refute the points by my opponents. My opponents came and talked about the reduction in high rate of early pregnancies. Honorable judges, they came and told that if they introduce sex education as a syllabus in science, it will reduce the rate of teenage pregnancies. But I would like to inform you that if it introduces it as a syllabus in science syllabus, you will find out that the slow learners, other pupils don't understand all that fast, because the other pupils who are slow learners, others are fast learners. Honorable judges, dear opponents, let me tell you that you find out that in classes the other people are getting 1 target, others are getting 0, 0. Do you know the reason? The reason is these people are slow learners. They take a long to learn. But if you introduce it as a syllabus, you find out that teachers will squeeze, try to hurry to finish this syllabus because they have other topics to teach. But if you introduce it as a subject, you will find out that all teachers, they will teach it all year round. This will help to reduce the rate of teenage pregnancy, dear opponents. They also came and talked about that. They also talked about that this will reduce the spread of HIV, stroke, AIDS. Honorable judges, they say that if we teach children about sex education, we will reduce the rate of the spread of HIV, stroke, AIDS. But I would like to tell you that although are we not teaching about STDIs, we are teaching about AIDS in science. But has it done anything? No. POI rejected. That's why I would like to tell you that.
POI speaker.
Please, let me continue. I will answer you later. You'll find out that this.
POI.
Accepted.
Honorable, you said that if sex education is introduced in science syllabus, will not reduce the spread of HIV/AIDS. But let me tell you that it will reduce because our children will be aware of the dangers of sex.
Dear opponents, are you aware that they are already teaching about AIDS, STIs? Is it doing anything? No, it's not doing anything. We're already teaching about it, but it's doing nothing in the environment. That's why I said, if you introduce it as a subject, it will be better. Honorable judges, allow me to go to our arguments. Our first point of argument is parental involvement. Parents can provide accurate and age-appropriate information addressing their children's anxiety and concerns. You find that these parents will teach their children more. If they, like, you take an example that you are taught at school. There are many people in the school there. Teachers will not mind of you. If you are a student, that will be your problem. This is not helping. Our second point of argument is favoring age groups. Teaching of sex education as a subject will favor all age groups because each level in lower and upper primary will have things to teach. If you introduce it as a subject, as a topic, as our syllabus, you will find out that they will teach in specific classes. They may teach in primary 7, primary 6, but those ones in primary 4, 3, 2, 1 are missing the information. You say this, because of lack of this, there is high rate in teenage pregnancies. But I would like to tell you that although you introduce it in P7 and P6, do you think those ones in people cannot get pregnanted? Yes, they can get pregnanted. This will not be doing anything. That's why I said that we should introduce it as a subject on its own instead of wasting time that introducing it as a syllabus. Honorable judges, allow me to go to our third point. Quality education. If we introduce this as a syllabus, as a subject, you find out that children are confident about their body parts. They will be able to pass the other subjects like science. In science, they teach about their reproductive life, vagina, penis. If you find out that some students, if teacher mentions this, they feel shy, they feel like hiding under the lockers and desks. But if you introduce this as a subject, they will get confidence all the way from primary 1 until primary 7. They will be learning about sex education all year wide. Honorable judges, before I raise my case, I would like to tell my opponents that instead of introducing this as a syllabus in science topic, we should introduce this as a subject. So, honorable judges, I would like to tell my opponents that I would like you to write an apology letter, come and lick our feet and tell us that we should introduce it as a subject instead of a syllabus. Honorable judges, allow me to raise my case.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Joshua Kuru. Let me then have the Honorable Lagum Favour a team.
My maximum and minimum degrees of salutations go through the top of the high honorable adjudicators, two competing parties, but not forgetting you, my beloved audience. Today we are faced by a very nice motion which states, this house will introduce sex education in science syllabus. High honorable adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to firmly propose this motion. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, as my duties were already stated by my first senior speaker, without waste of time, allow me clear the misconception given by my opponents as my first duty. High honorable adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker from the opposition side said that they have introduced the teaching of HIV/AIDS and STIs, but it's doing nothing. Right now, if I'm to tell you that go and do sex with a person having HIV/AIDS, will you accept? Because you know that it's having HIV/AIDS and you know that it's bad, not so. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, he has agreed that HIV/AIDS is bad, meaning that the introducing of sex education in science syllabus is good. Therefore, without waste of time, allow me go to build the points of my
Speaker.
Second honorable.
Speaker, you need this.
It's allowed. 15 seconds.
Our second speaker was meaning they are teaching about HIV/AIDS, but it's not doing anything. So even though you introduce sex education as a science syllabus, it will not yet help. So you have to introduce it as a subject of its own.
Its science syllabus contains many things like reproduction, and it can be introduced in a topic none other than reproduction, and he accepted that HIV/AIDS is bad, meaning that the teaching that they are providing about HIV/AIDS and STIs is making him to know that HIV/AIDS is really bad. Then why are you raising an irrelevant point of information? Without waste of time, this infant, allow me lecture her very well because she does not know what to raise on. Honorable judges, allow me to rebuild the points given by my first senior speaker. She talked about it will reduce the high rate of teenage pregnancies and it will reduce the spread of HIV/AIDS and STIs. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, when the teachers teach the learners about the disadvantages of HIV/AIDS, they will fear to have desire for sex because they know that it will lead them to
pure speaker.
It will make them to contact HIV/AIDS and STIs, which will destroy their lives. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me go straight to my points of argument. That is to promote gender equality and break harmful taboo. Honorable judges, I rise to explain our points number 3. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, introducing sex education in science syllabus will promote gender equality and break harmful cultural taboos that have silenced our children, especially girls of generations. Honorable judges, in many parts of Acholi sub-region, topics on menstruation are still regarded as dirty, shameful, and unspoken. Girls are taught to stay silent. Boys grow up misinformed. Teachers avoid the topic out of fear of offending culture and results in ignorance and inequality. Honorable judges, take a look at Lamont District. A real example. A report from District Education Office in 2022 revealed that 1 in 4 girls misses schools regularly due to menstruation. Some misses 5 days every month because they are ashamed or mocked by boys. No teacher never taught those boys to respect girls. Now imagine if menstruation are taught as part of science syllabus, just like digestion and respiration. Imagine if boys and girls sat side by side learning that menstruation is not dirty, it's natural. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, let us not leave boys in Omar districts. Boys regarded in 2022 back. Adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen, they were refuting our points without statistical evidences. Honorable judges, I do honor your table, but I beg Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, but they did not refute our points giving bearing and statistical evidences, and their first speaker did not even explain for us the motion, making us moving without even knowing where they are going. They even did not give us the parameters of the debate, but our first speaker did that all respectively. Therefore, I rest my case by so saying for the betterment of Acholi sub-region. Thanks.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Lagum Favour a team. Allow me then have the final speaker from the opposition side, the Honorable Mwaka Arthur Pius.
Resolve. This house would introduce sex education in the science syllabus. They said that our speaker did not come and tell them anything, but we agreed to your definition, and it's your role to give that. That's why she did not. And you said that now I shall break your case, but I would like to tell you that which one is better, introducing it as a syllabus in science and being taught, because there are very many topics, and if you teach children very fast, will children understand? No, but if you introduce it as a subject starting from P1 up to P7, secondary, university, which one will they understand better? That's why we break your case, because children will understand and prevent everything that you're saying. That's why we would introduce this as a subject but not as a syllabus in science. And they say that menstruation is not being taught in the current syllabus of science. But I would like to tell you that we were all taught about these changes, primary sex characteristics and all this, but children are still getting A's. Why? Because the teacher rush, as very many topics, around 7. The teacher will teach very fast, children will not even focus and they will not understand. But if you introduce it from P1 up to P7, a child will start understanding. From P1 you can say, no, this is bad touches. From P2 you start introducing, and as they grow you keep on expanding. So we would have solved all your problems. That's why we think that we shall win this debate. And they ask us that, if they ask our second speaker that, will you accept to have sex or have sexual intercourse with an HIV patient? He refused. Why? Because he was taught. But to make it
Point of information, is it allowed?
I think it's protected time.
Oh,
no thanks. No thanks. No thanks. I would like to tell you that he refused because he was taught. But now, you see, if you can tell a
Point of information, is it allowed?
No thanks. If you introduce it from, you can tell someone in the village in P2 that you're gonna have sex with that. Will not know because it was not.
Point of information,
no
is it
thanks.
allowed?
No thanks. It will not be allowed. I will not.
POI.
Allow me to go to my next
Speaker
point.
POI.
Allowed.
You are saying that when you go to a girl in the village and the girl will accept, because sex education was not introduced in the science syllabus, but if it was introduced, the girl would have not accepted.
I stated to you guys clearly that it is being taught, but in the higher classes. That's why we are introducing it as a subject, so that the small ones can also know. They grow up with it, have better information. That's why I go against your point. And are you aware that we have slow learners? When the teacher teaches while he's rushing, the children will not understand about any sex education that you have introduced in the science syllabus. So that's why if you introduce it, even though a child is dumb and in lower, at least in upper will understand and prevent all the sexually transmitted diseases. And they say that children are dropping out of school because of teenage pregnancies and many others. Why? Because they are not being taught more and more information. But if they are taught, they will prevent because they'll have confidence. Our teacher told us that if I do this bad touching. If a boy touches me here, it will be bad touches. So the child will refuse and reject, starting from lower up to secondary and other levels of education. That's why we would introduce it as a subject, but not a syllabus. And they said that we were sparing our own case because we said that we will introduce it as a subject. But do you know that a subject is different from a syllabus? As a syllabus will just be like a topic in science. So we are not sparing our case. In fact, we are making it the condition better for the whole of Uganda. That's why I would like to say that our point stands strong. And when we teach, dear house, when we teach children as a subject but not a syllabus, it will enable them to know when to get into a relationship, why should they get into a relationship, and what will make them go. Not for money, not for anything, but they'll know the reason. So if you teach them for a long time, they'll understand it better. And since it will be broken into other classes, it will make them to understand better. And I would like to wait the debate. We think we have won this debate because first, we come and tell them we will introduce it as a subject. That's why we think it will beat up their case of introducing it as a syllabus, because the child or the children will understand it better than when it's being taught for only 1 week, but being taught for the rest of their life. That's why we think we will win this debate. And we also say that children will have confidence, because in P2, if they tell you that, they tell you the name of a certain body organ. In P3, they add another one. You'll be knowing and get used, rather than when they say it 1 week and then the next week a people comes and tells you about it, you'll be shy, and it will promote confidence. I would like to tell you guys that even parents will be involved, like menstruation. If they tell a child from P1, a child will know. When she experiences it in higher classes, like in P6, the child will tell the parent without fear, because has been taught since childhood. Allow me to raise my case.
Thank you. May I then have reply speeches?
Thank you, the judges, the two debating teams, and not forgetting the audience. Don't be afraid, I'm just here for a reply speech. The proposition team came and stated their points as to reduce high rate of teenage pregnancies, to reduce the spread of HIV and STIs, and to promote gender equality and break cultural taboos. And we came and listed our points as parental involvement, favoring age groups, and quality education, which they came and rebuilt on their points of spread of STIs by saying that there are very many girls who are contracting STIs in villages and in Gulu City, which they came and told us that, and they say that because sex education is not introduced. But we came and told them that we know that they are teaching reproduction and it's not yet working. So if you introduce sex education, it will not yet help. Best if you introduce the sex education as a subject of its own, and it will help better. And that refuted their points of to reduce the spread of STIs. And also they came and spoke about promoting gender equality and break cultural taboos, which they came and said that there are cultural taboos which when girls are menstruating they are supposed to hide. But we told them that they are teaching about menstruation right now, but it is not yet working. If we introduce it, we told them that if we introduce it as a subject, it will be taught better, and girls will get more courage to go and face the world and tell their parents courageously that they are undergoing menstruation. And they spoke about high rate of teenage pregnancy, which they came and told us that girls are contracting they are having early teenage pregnancies because they are not taught about sex education. And we came and told them that if they are getting it because they have not introduced sex education. But we know that sex already exists in science under reproduction, and these girls are getting teenage pregnancies because even though they are not being taught well, even though they introduce sex education as a syllabus, they will not yet learn. Allow me end there.
Thank you. May I have reply speech from team proposition?
Thank you, honorable judges. I'm not here to debate but to give a reply speech. We have explained 3 points. Firstly, it will reduce the high rate of teenage pregnancies and school dropouts. Secondly, to reduce the spread of HIV, AIDS, and STIs. And lastly, to promote gender equality and break harmful taboo. Honorable judges, the evidence we have given is concrete enough with statistical evidences. We have drawn on real district reports, local examples in Acholi sub-region. We therefore stand that this house will introduce sex education in science syllabus. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That comes to the end of semi-finals 1. Please, you may shake hands and move out. Studio.
Favour Farmer.
Man Favour Farmer. Achiel Norangwento Nachiel. The heartbeat of God. We provided the platform and you delivered. Acholi Primary School's live debate this weekend is here once again.
There is high illiteracy rate caused by negative attitude towards modern means of farming. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask my opponents, who will do agricultural mechanism yet agriculture is the backbone of Uganda? Who will do it?
Point of information.
POI. There with your point of information. Honorable judges,
which school remains and which school goes out?
Refuting on what my opponent spoke. They spoke about leaders enjoying sex. I don't argue that you gave the proof. But do you know that leaders are in some categories? They are political, cultural, and many other leaders. So you mean even your pastors are there enjoying
point
sex?
Point of information.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, they came talking about, not allowed, they came talking
which school
about.
takes the money, the goat, and the bragging rights for this year?
You say that the government is selling land for our own benefits, right? Yet, you are saying we are lazy to dig. Where will we dig if there is no land? If the government had sold land for sugarcane production, for the sugarcane factories, where will we get the land to farm? You are saying we are lazy, right?
but the Acholi people are not lazy.
Confidence, fluency, character, knowledge, and so much more. On the 19th of July 2025, we bring to you the semi-finals and the finals of Acholi Primary School's live debate. We shall also be live on internet radio via the Zeno app, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. This event is sponsored by Favour of God Ministries, Genesis Fashion Point, Koropida, and GoTunesUG.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Has God called you to ministry? Do you feel a burning passion to reach the world with the transforming word of God? Then Terabin Bible College is your next step. We are located just 19 kilometers from Gulu City in the peaceful Lakwaya sub-county. Terabin Bible College is the only accredited evangelical Bible school in the whole of northern Uganda. Our campus offers highly subsidized affordable tuition, comfortable dormitories, great food, fast internet, rich library, a football pitch in a serene environment, and we are rooted in integrity, excellence, and servant leadership. Our programs include Diploma in Biblical Studies, Certificate in Christian Ministries. If you don't meet educational requirements, don't lose hope. We will prepare you to pass the mature age entry examination, which will allow you to be admitted to any of our programs. Be trained in preaching, prayer, evangelism, youth ministry, church planting, counseling, and many more. Our first module begins on September the 15th. Please apply by the deadline of August the 15th. Call the academic registrar today on 0762-463-469. 0762-463-469. Terabin Bible College, equipping leaders, transforming lives, advancing God's kingdom.
Intero winyo family values.
Family ti ye dawo kila cho ana foyu matekan kil mwanyene Patrick ho ber ka chel ki kandi e kan
long foyn mabe iket me beri art onyo jaro beri art yub me family values.
What unique longings do husband and wife have? Kana ndik art mire para cho mire para dango tika kwene komeli dama pol giti ore no bera chware bera dane kono ngoma ana maria chware kono ngoma ana maria.
Family values bero tie piri ichencha beduchu chawa boro medicheng wai chawa pa motiam kio mego Patrick kia chill not angwen dona chill Favour from makikia.
Ichika yenye ngom mepu atiki la gampiri atiki ngom mabe me achara mepu ipaibona ngoman tiki yo machera ti waye yeri kachiel kyokom donki tiro kwanyo ne okiye kiberu ka tich kere bene mepu ngoman tiye kika gwako cham mabe kika moyo cham maki puyo bene mabe ngomi tiye maki rumo kichiel mabe ot pachikari kachiel kichoron maki yobo mabe bene tiye yeri me achama kachiel ki yeri makonyo kelo tibo weng bene tiye ngoman ot grofa maki wer mabe kachiel kika keto motaka weng tiye ngoman mamonya tirani nonge eka miario kipier biru wiario dak bene tingat kulu kai tiki miri ngoman mamonya tirani ichwera kupe inambachim no tabira bira rio jera ngwen anwoyo jera bira rio jera ngwen.
The power of God like a flash. Power of the Holy Ghost. Through every nation. Thank you, Lord. It's for every nation, every city.
You are here! Just get
And in that moment,
wherever you are right now,
anyone
receive your
can be healed.
While you were ministering, all four of them came back to life.
Give God praise!
When I speak the word
right now
about your healing, doesn't matter where you are in this world, it's covered.
Wherever you are in this world, get ready for your healing. Get ready for your miracle. This is your set time. It's the Healing Streams live healing services with Pastor Chris this July from Friday the 18th to Sunday the 20th of July 2025.
Jesus sent me. Take healing to the nations. I'm going to be praying praying for your family. We're going to pray.
Yes, Studio 2. Hello.
It's going to be very, very special.
Studio 2.
Thank you. We are coming to the last semi-finals that is between Rooted Christians Nursery and Primary School and El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team B. El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team B are in the proposition side, while Rooted Christians Nursery and Primary School are in the opposition side. With that said and done, allow me then call upon the last speaker from the opposition side to read for us the motion.
This house will introduce sex education into the science syllabus.
Thank you. May I have the second speaker from the proposition to read the motion?
This house will introduce sex education in the science syllabus.
Thank you. Are we at terms with the same motion? Thank you. In a count of 1, 2, 3. First speaker, Honorable Davina Namudu. The floor is yours, Madam Prime Minister.
Thank you, the judges. The two debating teams are not forgetting you, the audience. My name is Namudu Davina from El Shaddai Team B, coming to propose this motion that states that this house will introduce sex education in the science syllabus. Allow me start by defining key terms in this debate. Sex education is an educational process that provides individuals with accurate and comprehensive information about human sexuality, relationships, and reproductive health. Why do we want to introduce sex education? According to the Ministry of Health, over 500 children between the age of 12 to 18 contracted HIV/AIDS in 2024 only. Over 13,000 between the age of 19 to 29. It is important to note that sex education is already exists in science, e.g., reproduction, sexually transmitted diseases, reproductive health, all and in all topics of science in both primary schools. The problem is that the science education that is existing is not comprehensive enough and does not teach relationships, how to maintain a health education. This is why there is high rates of new HIV/AIDS infection, teenage pregnancy, school dropouts. Our parameter for this debate is the primary schools in Uganda working together with the Ministry of Education and Sports. We shall go to the National Curriculum Education Center and meet our experts and tell them about the changes we would like to have in the curriculum. This will be about
contribute on what my opponent said. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, she spoke of to promote self-awareness, and she said the children can learn about their body parts and that about menstruation and other things. But do you know that parents can also teach their children about all those things? Let me tell you, there are many children that have not gone to school in the Acholi sub-region. Then firstly, age appropriateness. Secondly, parental preferences. Thirdly, cultural and religious sensitivities. Fourthly, optional courses. Fifthly, community-based programs. And lastly, potential risk. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to explain my first point, which is age appropriateness. Some argue that sex education may not be suitable for younger students and that the content may be too mature for their age group. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we don't need to start exposing young children to sex education which endangers their lives. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, for example, things arousing sexual desires and feelings. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, pornography, the use of condoms. Who know the negative impacts of introducing sex education in science syllabus prefer to do it themselves. Such impacts like exposure to risk factors, teenage pregnancy, psychological and emotional effects. They also know effects of the use of contraceptions and the family planning methods, which can lead to barrenness. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, this can lead to barrenness. Did you know? See? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that artificial things are not 100% perfect, like these condoms are not 100% perfect. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. And these contraceptions are leading to some disorders whereby in some years to come after the use, you give birth to blind children, lame children, and children with a lot of complications. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, like Roberts. Did you know that? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read an article. The proper venue for sex education is the home. And this is the job of parents. We should not add more to an already cluttered curriculum. Something that doesn't belong to the schools in the first place. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. The second speaker from the proposition side will come and explain more. Therefore, this House should line up behind our potential arguments against introducing sex education in science syllabus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable K. Polo, Divine Destiny. Allow me then have the Honorable Amaro Daffin.
Thank you, Honorable adjudicators. My name is Lamar Daffin, coming to propose the motion that says this House will introduce sex education in science syllabus. Before I go further, Allow me to refute the points of my opponents. They came and talked about age appropriateness. They said that if they teach sex education to young children, they might want to try it out. But I would like to inform you that if you are told the disadvantages, so you really want to tell me that you can go and try it out after knowing that you will get HIV, become pregnant and drop out of school, and also can lead to the fear of your parent punishing you in a bad manner. So why would you as a normal child go and try it out? And you say that potential risk, parental preferences. You say that parents will be they know their children, so they want to teach their children by themselves. So you want to tell me if a parent is out looking for money, comes back, goes in the morning, comes in the evening. When he's leaving in the morning, the children are asleep, comes back in the evening when they're asleep. So when will that parent get time to teach the children if these things are not introduced in science syllabus? Now where will the children learn it from? And here afterwards the children get pregnant, and again they're the same parents we start complaining. Allow me go straight to our points. Promoting self-awareness, preventing manipulation, informed decisions. Let me start by promoting self-awareness. Children, if like they are taught sex education in science syllabus, children will be knowing about their body changes. Like if you're undergoing menstruation, you know what to use. Like if you can meant to use sanitary pads, so you'll get that information. And I know you might come and say cultures may not allow it, but do you know that these cultures not allowed? These cultures, if like the culture people, they don't allow that sex education should be taught. But when the children go around, they become pregnant, the culture starts complaining. People in the culture start complaining. They end up quarreling on the parents, yet they're the one we refuse sex education to be introduced in science syllabus. And promoting self-awareness, it enables children to know the dangers of bad touches. Like if a young child comes and they touch the private part, the child will be knowing that this is not good. So the child can refuse it. So that's why we say promoting self-awareness helps people to know, helps children to know the dangers of bad touches.
Can all these things not be taught from home? Parents know how to teach their children.
That's why I told you, if parents work from morning to morning, how can they teach their children? Please understand. Preventing manipulation. It helps children. It helps children to know when they come to, like, if like your child and they didn't know about sex education. When a person comes to give you money or material things, say, you know, you see, you get this, you will be able to know. This man may be a sugar daddy, and the person may want to ruin your reputation, and you can end up dropping out of school. So you can mind to say no, and then you can move on with your life. You grow up and become educated. That is the importance of sex education in science syllabus. Informed decisions. Children will think critically before they go out and use their bodies. Like if a child has been taught about the dangers and disadvantages. If the child under sex education, they taught the child about reproduction, STDs, the child will know, if I go for this, I'll get this disease. And if you know, if they teach them the disadvantages of AIDS, they said it does not have cure. So a normal child will not want to live with the disease in the body. So the child will not agree to it. So the child will think critically and analyze the decision before the child goes and tries it. So it will enable. This is why we say sex education should be introduced in science syllabus. Yes.
Don't you know? Didn't you hear that our children of this generation are so inquisitive to learn new things and they don't reason like adults?
So you want to tell me right now, if they tell you about HIV, the disadvantages and the advantages, so you will go for sex? No, you will refuse. After hearing that it has no cure, so you want to try it out, even though you're inquisitive. But children also fear bad things. So how comes the child will go there and try it out? The child will refuse after knowing the disadvantages. Allow me to end there by saying this house will introduce sex education in science syllabus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Amar Daffin. Allow me then have the Honorable Agum Angel Faith.
There are 5 points. No. It's a potential risk. Without potential risk.
How many minutes? 1 minute.
Are you looking for land for farming? I have an answer for you. There is a beautiful farm for sale in Paibona with road access developed into the farmland. It is cleared of trees, stumps, and already been used for productive farming seasons. There is a huge storage barn, steel frame, and cemented drying slab built on the land with fencing around the area. A guard house and toilets have been built. Fruit trees and shade trees have been planted. A 3-door storage building and parking garage have been built and painted. This beautiful piece of property is 272 acres running alongside a fresh little river. If you are interested, please call 0772 010104. I repeat, 0772 010104.
Now, Mego IGG, Miss Anne Tunamugisa Muhairwe, my Deputy Inspector General of Government. You mean what I mean? Ni, Amir me Mutama Uganda, Omiro Kecho Kundupuri. For war more again.
Yes, Studio 2.
Speaker.
Thank you, the adjudicators, two competing parties, not forgetting you, the audience. I am by the name Lagumenja Faith from Rooted Christian Primary School, and our motion for today states this house will introduce sex education into science syllabus. I'm standing here to strongly oppose the motion by saying it is 100% written wrong. Before I go too far, allow me begin by refuting what my opponent said. They said that when the parents have time to teach their children about the sex education, yet the parents will be working from morning to evening. Don't you know that children have holidays? Don't you know that parents, though they come back from work late, they'll still be eager to teach their children because they don't want their children to be exposed to sexual intercourses. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker came and defined the keywords in the motion, and she listed all our points of arguments, which were age appropriateness, parental preferences, cultural or religious sensitivities, optional courses, community-based programs. Sensitivities. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, cultural or religious leaders may think sex education may conflict with their certain religious or cultural values. And some urge that it should not be imposed on students. Honorables, allow me ask my opponents a question. Will a pastor tell you to go and use condom for having sex? No, he will not. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, instead, they will teach you from home and from the community. They will handle it themselves. It should not be introduced into science syllabus. Allow me to go to my next point of argument. But before, allow me to tell my opponent that without formal education, children may rely on unreliable resources to information. Allow me to go straight to my point, which is optional courses. We all know that sex education could be offered as an optional course, allowing students and parents to choose whether or not to participate. It's a parent's responsibility. A parent's responsibility should be prioritized. Don't you know that? Please, opponents, surrender is not defeat. Allow before we defeat you. It seems my opponent are not understanding me clearly. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me ask them a question. Which school was in the Garden of Eden? Which school was in the Garden of Eden? There was no school, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. But that family was taught. They taught the family with sex education, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. It does not need a school. It does not need science. It does not need science. It does not need the sex education to be introduced into science syllabus for it to be taught. Instead, it should be taught in the community by religious curriculum and the parents in the homes. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen.
Pure I through your speaker.
Not allowed. We all know that our parents, our children of this generation are so inquisitive to try out new things. So the parents would like to teach it themselves because the parents, the teachers, the children would like to listen to the parents better than the teachers. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. So it should not be introduced
to
the
speaker.
Allowed.
What about boarding children? Do you expect them to listen to their parents who are at home?
Invalid. You spoke beyond 15 seconds. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. We all know that children are so inquisitive. As I said, they're so naive. They desire to learn new things. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, this sex education should be even taught to nursery children, because the moment a child holds a phone and starts looking into social media, you cannot even believe what they can do. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, this house will not introduce sex education into science syllabus about cultural or religious sensitivities. Really, these people will not accept it because it will interfere with their norms. We all know that cultures have different ways of teaching about sex education, so they'll prefer it to be taught from the community. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, it will be taught in the community but not introduced into science syllabus. It does not teach science syllabus so that they should teach the children sex education. Therefore, this house will not introduce science syllabus into, this house will not introduce sex education into science syllabus, but it will be taught by cultural, religious, and in the community and by parents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lagum Angel Faith. Let us then have Honorable Mungufeni Patrick.
Thank you very much, dear judges. I have come today to approve the famous school known as Rooted. Before we go far, their first one came and talked about age appreciations. They came and said that children want to try that thing because they do not know the effects. I would like to tell you that which health center or which organization will sell a condom to a child? Please come and tell us that. They can't even sell to a child these pills here for contraceptive pills. They came and talked about parental preference. They said that parents can teach their own children, but I'd like to tell you that some parents work from morning to day, so when they come home at around 10, parents will be asleep. The children will already be asleep. Those come to the potential risks. Children will not try this because they know that there are dangers like HIV/AIDS and the HIV/AIDS, gonorrhea, and other diseases are also incurable, so they'll fear these diseases and they will not try that. They came and talked about cultural and religious preferences. I would like to tell you that even if the culture resists this, very many things have changed in the culture. Even if they resist this will be the same culture to come and start quarreling at the parents that your daughter is pregnant. They also came and talked about optional choices. I would like to tell you that children who are in boarding can't even manage to get this from their parents, so they'd rather get it through that sex education, which will be introduced into the syllabus of science. They came and asked that was there school in the Garden of Eden, that Adam and Eve they were not taught about sex education. I would like to tell you that during that time, there was not like STDs like HIV, gonorrhea, and other things. So even God said to them clearly that they were meant to procreate, so God did not introduce anything like diseases to come and kill them. Allow me to go to our first point. To promote self-awareness, you'll find that maybe when a child is not taught about this, the child will start to undergo menstruation and will sit like something normal. The child will just ignore it, and every time menstruation takes place, we'll just go start to clean it. The child will just clean, but maybe with some handkerchief or what, instead of telling the parents so that they can buy for her sanitary pads, which will also help her to manage that menstruation period properly. Our first point. It will also help them to know the dangers of bad touches. You can't, so that they can know that if a boy is to touch maybe the breast or the sexual part, the child can know that this is also bad touches, which is bad for me. Our second point was preventing manipulation. Maybe you'll find that if a child is taught this at an early age, like around P4, because this sex education, I agree that it's already, if the child is taught around this. If the child is taught about this thing, the child can easily know that sugar daddies are there, so that if they try to lie to the child, maybe with a sweet or something, the child can scream for help saying that this man wants to defile me or rape me. Informed decision making. This one now will enable children to make good decisions before going for any sexual practice, they'll know that there are also dangers of this, like HIV/AIDS, so they will not buy that. Allow me to wait the debate, honorable judges. Our first point was to promote self-awareness. Our second point was preventing manipulation, and our third point was informed decision-making. Their first point was self-age appropriation. Their second point was parental preferences. Their third point was potential risks. Their fourth point was cultural and religious practices. And then their fifth point was optional choices. I came here and I crashed all their points. That means that none of their points are standing. And we came and when we explained our points, I noticed that their first speaker did not come and talk about self-awareness. They left that point of self-awareness hanging and they refuted the two. So that is why I would like to say that we win this debate. Thank you, judges.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. May I then have the final speaker from the opposition side, the Honorable Lamara Georgina Praise.
Thank you, the adjudicators, the two competing parties, and the House at large. My name is Lamara Georgina Praise, a people at Rooted Christian Primary School, standing before you to strongly oppose the motion that states this House will introduce sex education into the science syllabus. But we disagree by saying this House will not introduce sex education into the science syllabus. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker came and explained the keywords in the motion and also outlined our points of arguments as age appropriateness, parental preferences, cultural or religious sensitivities, sex education, optional courses, community-based programs, potential risk. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, before me going to my points of arguments, allow me to refute on what they said. They came and spoke about, they said that most of the people in the Acholi sub-region have contracted HIV/AIDS. But don't you know why they do you know why they are contracting those diseases? It is because some of them have not gone to school. That's why we have to put these things in the community. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, that's why we as team opposition stand firmly and say the sex education will not be put in the science syllabus. Allow me rebuild on what our first speaker came and spoke about. She came and spoke about age appropriateness. She said some argue that sex education may not be suitable for younger students and that the content may be too mature for their age groups. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me speak on what our second speaker came and spoke about. She came and spoke about cultural or religious sensitivities. Sex education may conflict with certain cultural or religious values, and some argue that it should not be imposed on the students. Allow me go to my point, which is community-based programs. Sex education could be provided through the community-based programs rather than in schools. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, it is a responsibility of the parents and family stakeholders to introduce sex education into their children. Culturally, they are the ones to prepare their children for their future marriage and family. Allow me read an article under the community-based programs.
PI speaker.
Not allowed. With support from the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the United Nations Population Fund and the implementing partner Save the Children International repurposed an existing curriculum based on the Presidential Initiative on AIDS Strategy for Communication to the Youth, which is PIC, to deliver sexuality education sessions to the young people forced out of schools due to the pandemic in the 8 districts in northern Uganda and West Nile, which 832 teachers from the 216 schools were trained to deliver sexuality education using the PIC curriculum to the community. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, the trained teachers then mobilized young people within their communities to attend the sexuality education sessions held in the various community locations. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, that can't we see that it should not be only put in schools but also in the community? Why? Because there are some illiterate children. There are illiterate children who don't go to school. That is why they are contracting the HIV/AIDS. Don't you know that the tassel aid even has been closed? This is the moment that we have to take this information to the community. It can even benefit the pupils who you're saying go to school. Don't you know? The community is like everyone. The illiterate will come and attend, even the pupils at school will come and attend. Therefore, it is benefiting everybody, don't we see it? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me go on to potential risks. In appropriate context, some argue that sex education may include content that is not suitable for all students and that this could lead to discomfort or more harm. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, sex education encourages the learners to engage in sexual intercourse, immorality, hence leading to sexual diseases and teenage pregnancies. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me read you a quote from Allow me read you an article. In the Uganda, the teenage pregnancy rate is around 25%, and while the Acholi sub-region has a higher rate than some other areas, specific figures for the sub-region are not consistently reported. One study in Agoga district, part of the Acholi, found a 24% prevalence, while another study in the region during the COVID-19 lockdown reported over 4,000 cases across 6 districts in 5 months. This suggests that the issue is significant and warrants attention. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, in Acholi sub-region, it has a higher rate than other areas. In the early pregnancies, the HIV/AIDS contracted. Don't we see that we need urgent action? We have to put the community-based programs in the community to benefit everyone, because not all children go to school. Do you have something to say about that?
Yes.
What is that?
You say that all children are illiterate, but do you know UPE is there in Acholi sub-region?
Some are not educated about it. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me go on and emphasize more on what our second speaker came and spoke about. She spoke about cultural or religious sensitivities. Sex education may conflict with certain cultural or religious values, and some argue that it should not be imposed on students. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand as team opposition and say that this house will not introduce sex education into the science syllabus. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. May I then have reply speeches?
Gratitude is restored to every stakeholder in the House. I'm here for the reply speech. Our first speaker came and defined the key words in the motion, and she listed our points of arguments. Firstly, age appropriateness, and our first speaker came and listed all our points of argument, which were age appropriateness, parental preferences, cultural or religious sensitivities, optional courses, community-based programs, potential risk. While they rebutted on it, but our third speaker came and rebuilt it. While their points were self-awareness, manipulation, and informed decision, and we also rebuilt it. We gave points of information they did not allow. We gave them opportunity to fire us questions, and they did not. Therefore, this house will not introduce sex education into science syllabus. Thank you.
Thank you. May I then have the final reply speech?
Thank you. The judges have come back for reply speech. Our points for this debate were to promote self-awareness, to prevent manipulation, informed decision making. While team opposition's points were parental prevalences, age appropriateness, parental preferences, cultural or religious sensitivities, optional courses, potential risks, community-based. We refuted all their points. That's why we said that we have won this debate. The second speaker I raised the POI, and their second speaker told me that it is invalid, that you are just fearing our POI. Their second speaker said that, she was saying that religious leaders cannot teach children about condoms. Yet when she was concluding, she said that we should not introduce science education in the science syllabus, and she said that it should be taken to the parents, cultural leaders, and religious leaders are the are the one to teach it. The third speaker said that UP is that the children are illiterate, but there are UPE schools. I'm telling you, they can educate. You cannot be illiterate about the UPE schools. You can go and get education. She read for us a point, and she was talking about trained teachers. Isn't that education? Isn't that science syllabus? Do you know that a P3 child can get pregnant? You are talking about that they affect young children. So I disagree with you. And allow me end here.
Thank you, thank you. We have come to the end of the semi-finals. Please, you can shake hands and then you retire and wait for results later. Back to you, studio.
We provided the platform and you delivered. Acholi Primary School's live debate this weekend is here once again.
There is high illiteracy rate caused by negative attitude towards modern means of farming. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask my opponents, who will do agricultural mechanism yet agriculture is the backbone of Uganda? Who will do it?
Point of information.
POI. There with your point of information. Honorable judges,
which school remains and which school goes out?
Refuting on what my opponent spoke. They spoke about leaders enjoying sex. I don't argue that you gave the proof. But do you know that leaders are in some categories? They are political, cultural, and many other leaders. So you mean even your pastors are there enjoying
point
sex?
Of information.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, they came talking about, not allowed, they came talking
about. Which school takes the money, the goat, and the bragging rights for this year?
You say that the government is selling land for our own benefits, right? Yet, you are saying we are lazy to dig. Where will we dig if there is no land? If the government had sold land for sugarcane production, for the sugarcane factories, where will we get the land to farm? You are saying we are lazy, right? But the actually people are not lazy.
Confidence, fluency, character, knowledge, and so much more. On the 19th of July 2025, we bring to you the semi-finals and the finals of Acholi Primary School's live debate. We shall also be live on internet radio via the Zero, YouTube, Facebook, and this event is sponsored by Favour of God Ministries, Genesis Fashion Point, Koropida, and GoTunesUG.com. Terms and conditions apply.
The power of God like a flash. Power of the Holy Ghost. Through every nation. Thank you, Lord. It's for every nation, every city.
You are here! Just get on me.
And in that moment,
wherever you are right now,
anyone
receive your
sudden can be healed.
While you were ministering, all four of them came back to life.
Give God praise!
When I speak the word
right now
about your healing, doesn't matter where you are in this world, it's covered.
Wherever you are in this world, get ready for your healing. Get ready for your miracle. This is your set time. It's the Healing Streams live healing services with Pastor Chris this July, from Friday the 18th to Sunday the 20th of July 2025.
Jesus sent me. Take healing to the nations. I'm going to be praying for your family. I'm going to be praying for you and your country. We're going to be praying for the nations of the world. It's going to be very, very special.
Register now and set the time for your miracle at www.healingstreams.tv. The Healing Streams live healing services with Pastor Chris. Your set time for your miracle.
I don't know it Interviewing family values.
Family ti ye dawo kila cho ana foyu matekan kil wanyene Patrick ho ber ka chelgi kandi e kan
long foin mabe iket me beri art onyo jaro beri art yub me family values.
What unique longings do husband and wife have? Kana ndu art mire para cho mire para danho tika kwene komeli dama pol giti ore no bera bera dan kono ngoma ana mari cho ana kono ngoma
family values.
Bedo tiepi icheng cha beduchu. Chawa boro miteng. Wai chawa pa mutiang. Kiome Patrick. Ki chill not a ngwen. Dona gel. Favour from Marky Kia. Yes, following radio, our dongdeka pa mokarikom chabungwen and maloni koberini wati koromere donga. Fine nose. Eh? Okay, I don't know. We shall hear that later. But now in radio, waka winki bot en nota bira bora deka bora deka bira beach dek nota beach abungwen aboro bida beach law in radio geminity woro nining biek mamegiti ka kwene fudok tie kitanaga neni kitano naga nen hobiru kirema no furuwati cha na cha ko bidi doctor mi futie ena cheli onyokubat ko bidi ni kamado oyeni tamidu chiaro chuo lokeo kitano geminity kede law in radio waka winki button. Yes, hello.
Hello.
Favour FM.
One Saida,
yes, Saida.
Kung pwedeng pagpapakiye ba?
Hey.
Okay.
Okay. It's fine. Menu Saida. Oh, ini ko be dok papateti. Nota bira bora deka bora deka ria deka biro kidong nota bira bich adek nota bicha bungwen aboro abia bich. Yes, hello.
Hello. Hello.
Better try.
Mano silo ko dawani ara manuela.
Okay, iti kweni.
Ari go chingo lual. Aboro. Then dipi to jero tena iti mamiel mada.
Okay.
Ana kama chiro chirga wata kato pronar. Bada ngere duwe be ya kana dia. Wa de duwe mo.
Okay, okay, for you, Benny. All right, thank you. Hello, go chimke tungulwal. Law injury nota bira bora deka dia bero kidong nota bira beach a dek nota beach abungwen aboro abija beach. Yes, hello.
Hello.
Yes, for FM. Tima be kono in man ngani kikwane.
Ngani lo song we ke mo.
Okay.
Nggak mau ke parang ni angkanya kan. Ini tinta amar dah. Karu ya kan pap.
Gawe.
Karu ya kan.
Biak mami gitu gue. Okay, it's okay. Nota bira bora deka biro kidong nota bira beach dek nota beach abungwen aboro bija beach law in radio ni chake mo wachako kero diku angeo nino biak mamigiti kamone so ko bini geminity ni fudok entie kitano biak okereni onyo jamu chero lokeo and then geminity ni in may bidoka following ni chake wachakine. Okay. Lawin radio anenchalo studio 2 T ready weka wing ngomatikolo. Yes, hello.
Hello. Yes, the long awaited time has come.
Okay.
We had 4 strong teams battling out in 2 semi-finals. And we are here to give the results and the motion for the finals.
Okay.
Allow me start by reading the motion for the finals.
Okay.
This house will tie the Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. That is the motion of the final. That is the motion for the finals.
We beg your pardon once again.
I think Studio 1.
Yes, we beg your pardon.
You interpret that in Luo.
We beg your pardon. Can you repeat again the motion?
I repeat. This house will tie the Acholi poverty index to poor leadership.
Okay. Wow. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Lawin video winyongo mati high poverty index to poor leadership in Acholi. So,
I am waiting for your interpretation, sir.
Oh, Johnny.
This house will tie the high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership.
Okay.
That is it.
Aha.
That is the motion of the final. And the following teams are the teams that qualified for the finals. In the first debate where we had Opit Modern in the proposition side and El Shaddai Team A in the opposition side, the winner and the team that then qualifies to the final is the team is El Shaddai Team A qualifies to the final. Please come over together with your patron. Team A, El Shaddai, please, the three of you, please come together with your patron. El Shaddai, Team A. And in the second debate, where we had El Shaddai, Nazareth Primary School Team B in the proposition side, with the rooted Christians, Nazareth Primary School in the opposition side. In a split decision, 2 judges against 1 voted that the team that advances to the final is none other than Rooted Christians Nursery and Primary School. Therefore, Rooted Christians Nursery and Primary School and El Shaddai, please come forward that you may know your sides. All of you, all the 3 of you, and your teacher. Thank you. Rooted Christians, where are you? Are we okay?
Are we confident?
Is everything okay?
All the best as you prepare. Oh, we are ready. Always.
I am waiting for Rooted Christians Nursery and Primary School. Please save time. I need all of you to be here. You are picking your sides for the finals. Thank you very much, Judge Angela, for giving a token of appreciation to the 2 teams that made it to the finals. Therefore, all said and done, we are heading to the climax of this debate, where the teams shall pick their final side in an open toss, in an open draw. Judge Angela, can you throw the draw?
I don't have the draw.
There you are. Pick it, get a microphone, mention your name, mention the name of the school. And your site.
Thank you. My name is Lamar Georgina Perez, a people at Rooted Christian Primary School, and we have picked Team Opposition.
Team Opposition in the finals. Yes?
My name is Amara Juliet from El Shaddai Team A. We have picked Team Proposition.
Team Proposition. So in the finals, we shall have El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School Team A in the Proposition and Rooted Christians Nursery and Primary School Team in the opposition side. See you in the finals. Back to you, studio.
Thank you for the
We provided the platform and you delivered. Acholi Primary School's live debate this weekend is here once again.
There is high illiteracy rate caused by negative attitude towards modern means of farming. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask my opponents, who will do agricultural mechanism yet agriculture is the backbone of Uganda? Who will do it?
Point of information. POI.
There with your point of information. Honorable judges,
which school remains and which school goes out?
Refuting on what my opponent spoke. They spoke about leaders enjoying sex. I don't argue that you gave the proof. But do you know that leaders are in some categories? They are political, cultural, and even many other leaders. So you mean even your pastors are there enjoying
point
sex?
Of information.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, they came talking about, not allowed, they came talking
which school
about.
takes the money, the goat, and the bragging rights for this year?
You say that the government is selling land for our own benefits, right? Yet, you are saying we are lazy to dig. Where will we dig if there is no land? If the government had sold land for sugarcane production, for the sugarcane factories, where will we get the land to farm? You are saying we are lazy, right? But the Acholi people are not lazy.
Confidence, fluency, character, knowledge, and so much more. On the 19th of July 2025, we bring to you the semi-finals and the finals of Acholi Primary School's live debate. We shall also be live on internet radio via the Zero app, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. This event is sponsored by Favour of God Ministries, Genesis Fashion Point, Koropida, and GoTunesUG.com. Terms and conditions apply. We have had situations where we have gone through distressing moments, memories that at times leave us feeling stunted. As humans, we all have experiences in our lives that leave an indelible mark on us. Some of these experiences equate to trauma and traumatic situations and shape us much like our happy and joyous moments do, though perhaps more powerfully. To learn more about trauma, listen to a program on trauma counseling every Monday from 4 to 5 p.m. only on 104.1 Favour FM.
The power of God like a flash. Power of the Holy Ghost through every nation. Thank you, Lord. It's for every nation, every city.
You are here! This can only be God!
And in that moment,
Wherever you are right now,
anyone
receive your
can be healed.
While you were ministering, all four of them came back to life.
Give God praise!
When I speak the word
Here right now,
about your healing, it doesn't matter where you are in this world, it's covered.
Wherever you are in this world, get ready for your healing. Get ready for your miracle. This is your set time. It's the Healing Streams live healing services with Pastor Chris this July from Friday the 18th to Sunday the 20th of July 2025.
Jesus sent me. Take healing to the nations. I'm going to be praying for your family. I'm going to be praying for you and your country. We're going to be praying for the nations of the world. It's going to be very, very special.
Register now and set the time for your miracle at www.healingstreams.tv. The Healing Streams live healing services with Pastor Chris. Your set time for your miracle.
Congratulations. I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. Listen, them say, them tell you, say you can never be the one. But God say, make I tell you, say now you him choose in 1 month, in 1 week. You will sing a new song in 2 days. Lesser than you will hear. Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you. And you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, congratulations. 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 Say what the Lord has done for you. Congratulations. God is good. Them say that I can never be all that I see. I've seen that God is greater than that. Who can battle with the Lord? Nobody. Who can change His mind around me? Through many years, in many ways, I have seen His faithfulness ever and ever. Yeah. Congratulations, I have seen the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for me. And I have come back with a new song to sing. My God is good. Yes, I will come again with a new song of praise. My God is good. Congratulations. Congratulations. Say what the Lord has done for me. Congratulations. My God is
Congratulations, time for jubilation. Congratulations, no more tribulation. I bring you good news where you cannot refuse. Hold on, I told you with Christ say you can never lose. Well, God, man, I beg you give me your attention. Very, very soon you will share your testimony. One by one you will tell your testimony. Bigger than money, we say sweeter than honey.
Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you. And you will come back with a new song to sing. Your God is good. Oh. You will come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh. Congratulations. Say you will come back with a new song to sing. My God is good. Oh. Congratulations.
Tell it to one, you and go tell it to one. Sit down on the rhythm like a king on a throne. And I put you alongside the day. Two and we together in a celebration.
I have a message for you. God has sent me to you.
Your favorite songs on your favorite gospel radio station, Favour FM 104.1, the heartbeat of God.
In the flow, I from my head, they flow. No be wash, if you check on you.
blessings of God upon me life, oh. See as my life is a balance, oh. Now the grace of the Lord taking me high, oh.
No be fantasy, your love is my reality. The anointing they break it in your color, then baby, you say my God do the whole.
The way you pamper me steady, you surprising me constant, yo. Boosting my energy, oh. This your love, no be fallacy, oh. Even the black as you, waiting you do for me, oh. Need a flow, I am on my heavy flow. Don't be wash, oh. If you check out, you go know. Blessings strong from my head down to my toes. Don't be joke, even for my face in the show.
The higher flow is steady. Come at the boy from trenches. He lost if you back my blessings. I thank God, so I'm never stressing. No.
Fire, under the umbrella. I get it on the light. Me love is over, my darling, you're gonna. You put the oil for my head.
When I look around, oh, everything I see just to make me believe. Say, oil in my head, oh. As you see me, the shine, oh. Supper and me be like ready and tea before. Jehovah help me, oh.
Now I don't do silence. Hooked up in that mic connect. All of my songs just they make sense. All day my head, oh. Not the word that they confess. We can't they making me the best. Who got them blessed, no man contest. All day my head, oh, oh. That's why I need it.
Don't be wash, oh. If you check out, you go know. Blessings strong from my head down to my toes. Don't be joke, even for my face in the show. Need it, from my head it flow. From my head it
Situation may come, challenges may come, but I'm not moved, I'm not shaking. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is here with me, always with me. Situation may come, challenges may come, but I'm not moved, I'm not shaking. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is here with me, always with me. Situation may come, challenges may come, but I'm not moved, I'm not shaking. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is here with me, always with me. Situation may come, challenges may come, but I'm not moved, I'm not shaking. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is here with me, always with me.
I will prevail. I will prevail. In the name of Jesus. I will prevail. In the name of Jesus. I say I will prevail. In the name of Jesus. I will prevail. Come on now, let's go. Listen, you are the same yesterday, today, and forever. No matter what I face, I know I will prevail. You are the same yesterday, today, and forever. No matter what I face, I know I will prevail. I will prevail.
straight over. It is forever, backward never. You are going forward, forward ever. Hey, for the Lord has gone ahead of you to make every crooked way straight over. It is forever, backward never. I carry grace, His grace. I carry favor, His favor should surround me. It's my season of increase. It is forever, backward never. Hey, it's my rock and salvation. Salvation. It's my helper and my anchor. It's my season of increase. Forward ever, backward never. Hi,
have had situations where we have gone through distressing moments, memories that at times leave us feeling stunted. As humans, we all have experiences in our lives that leave an indelible mark on us. Some of these experiences equate to trauma and traumatic situations and shape us much like our happy and joyous moments do, though perhaps more powerfully. To learn more about trauma, listen to a program on trauma counseling every Monday from 4 to 5 p.m. only on 104.1 Favour FM.
Now, Mego IGG, Miss Anne Tunumugisa Muhairwe, my Deputy Inspector General of Government. To me, what I mean, ni Amir me Utama Uganda, Omiro Keto Kundupuri, for war more again. Wajika uru beru kami woro madon budu ku manu kwano chini wu kabiri nywaru kere. Uru you tiga promoting time ku.
So tiga mirigi did we
me kwano doga ye. Pien ka kwano biru kiriburi. Idunchi goy ki jira biru. No yibedu le ku. So miru pelo ba ati wa do ba the deep pelo no bum time lwenyi kum time chamu chama pe waire. Ni pe miru wo maru matwan yo madu ku. Magi kwani chene pagamente kagi gibiru gi deng rikin wakany.
Nuguru koti.
Nugiti suit in fact in most cases the suit.
Eric Kiwilemax, you met the sunrise. Peleke Winyugi, Ichen Bareja, Waiting Beach, Chawa Pari, Wachawa Mwen Meudiko, Yajel Narawento Nachiel, Favour from Markiki.
Man, you morning people.
No, are you interested in fish farm products and services? Come to Favour Fish Farm, located in Lawyer Dual Cell, behind St. Maurice Health Center. We have catfish fingerlings, sexually reversed tilapia fingerlings, and also mirror cup fingerlings. Big fish, table-sized, available at affordable prices. We also have highly nutritious, complete floating fish feeds that come in various sizes. Sinking catfish feeds with high protein content also available. We can also train you and give you the basic knowledge in fish farm management so that you can also grow your fish. Just like it is said that uninformed customer is the best customer. And if you are looking for farm tools and equipment to buy, get in touch with us for the most efficient and durable equipment. For more information, please come to our farm or call 0781 027904 or 0777 728008 or 0788 952701. We provided the platform and you delivered. Acholi Primary School's live debate this weekend is here once again.
There is high illiteracy rate caused by negative attitude towards modern means of farming. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask my opponents, who will do agricultural mechanism yet agriculture is the backbone of Uganda? Who will do it?
Point of information. POI.
There with your point of information. Honorable judges,
which school remains and which school goes out?
Refuting on what my opponent spoke. They spoke about leaders enjoying sex. I don't argue that you gave the proof. But do you know that leaders are in some categories? They are political, cultural, and even many other leaders. So you mean even your pastors are there enjoying
sex? Point of information.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, they came talking about, not allowed, they came talking
about. Which school takes the money, the goat, and the bragging rights for this year?
You say that the government is selling land for our own benefits, right? Yet, you are saying we are lazy to dig. Where will we dig if there is no land? If the government had sold land for sugarcane production, for the sugarcane factories, where will we get the land to farm? You are saying we are lazy, right? But the Acholi people are not lazy.
Confidence, fluency, character, knowledge, and so much more. On the 19th of July 2025, we bring to you the semi-finals and the finals of Acholi Primary School's live debate. We shall also be live on internet radio via the Zeno app, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. This event is sponsored by Favour of God Ministries, Genesis Fashion Point, Koropida, and GoTunesUG.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Say I don't know road. Every me more. Nine they move me, they lead me, they go. On God, mine is made up. Of course, no going back. Non-stop on 240. If you go, hold on me good. Steady revving, monte to got eyes on the prize. Papa line, he can't snatch me
They wanna know how I keep moving ahead. It is because the hand of God is on my head. Many challenges trying to pull me down, but I don't give up. Many years ago, I had nothing to my name, but glory be to God, things are no longer the same. Moving higher because now God be my confidence. It is show for evidence. God in me is my confidence, and I know that is why I'm capable. God in me is my confidence, and I know that is why I'm capable. Nobody knows tomorrow. Knows tomorrow. Knows tomorrow. Only God knows tomorrow. So I don't fear tomorrow. Fear tomorrow. Why should I fear tomorrow? God is my confidence. Holy Father, take all my praise. Holy Father, take all my praise. Give me grace, show my face. Give me strength as I run my race. I pray, God in me is my confidence, and I know that is why I'm capable. God in me is my confidence, and I know that is why I'm capable. God in me is my confidence, and I know that is why I'm capable. God in me is my confidence, and I know that is why I'm capable. Rise up and praise Him, sing loud and praise Him, all rise and praise Him, greetings and praise Him. Rise up and praise Him, sing loud and praise Him, all rise and praise Him, greetings and praise Him.
Is my confidence, and I know that is why I'm singing. God in me is my confidence, and I know that is why I'm capable. God in me is my confidence, and I know that is why I'm
Favour for more.
in the Jesus, you are for me, you are with me, you live in me. My life is hidden in you. I'm secure. Jesus, you are for me, you are with me, you live in me. My life is hidden in you.
If you are looking for the evidence of the baby with Papa don't bless, look no further, look at me rather. Evidence, he full everywhere. Evidence, full everywhere. Testimonies, they everywhere. Oh my God, now you do this one. Evidence, full everywhere. My testimony be like light. God that sees me, the way you manifest yourself, I cannot explain it. Nobody can explain it. Oh, the kind of thing we see, not only you fit do. You are consistent in your ways. Waiting you talk, now waiting you they do. Every day you they shock me. Give me something to talk about. Testimony not gonna finish for my mouth. Looking for the evidence of the baby with Baba don't bless. No further, look at me rather. Evidence, full everywhere. Evidence, full everywhere. Testimonies, they everywhere. My God, now you do this one. Evidence, full everywhere.
I have never seen the righteous forsaken. In fact, my Papa God did not fail me. Cause my testimonies not the finish. All my worries not finito. Plenty evidence there. When you look at my life, you go see. The blessings is there on the big. I know fit explain all the good things. I go praise the Lord till infinity. Cause my testimony is not the show. All my worries not finito. Plenty evidence there.
If you are looking for the evidence of the baby with Baba don't bless, look no further, look at me rather. Evidence, full everywhere. Evidence, full everywhere. Testimonies, they everywhere. The testimony of your faithfulness.
Testimony of your faithfulness.
Evidence, full everywhere. Evidence, full everywhere. Testimonies, everywhere. My God, now you do this one. Evidence, full everywhere.
Evidence full everywhere. Testimonies, they everywhere. Oh my God, now you do this one. Evidence full everywhere.
Hallelujah. Brother Anthony's music for Christ. Now I'm on Tamoni and Loba below Kona Kimandi. Adita Den. Down to you. We can Loba. Hallelujah. Anatia de. The Meruna Machele. And in Yesularo. Anatia de. The Meruna Machele. And in Yesularo. Anatia de. The Queen Machele. And in Yesu Gonyada. Anatia de. The Queen Machele. And in Yesu Gonyada. Yesu Lara. Ulara kiremo mewe. Yesu Gonya. Ugonya kiremo mewe. Yesu wila kiremo mewe. Itami beru la po, mani kwalu po, matita dong peti pe, mera ne anba.
man Favour FM na foi mate ko twal ka moy ken ma inite ye la winadi watie kanena ken ma chama ken otega chere kere final ami Favour FM primary school live debate. How about a journey? What a journey we've had. We are doing straight board adjudicators makamegwa wonen ken ma otwer berkero ami jolo kere final. Please Studio B.
Thank you very much. We are honored that right now we are coming to the finals of the 2025 Acholi Favour FM Acholi Students Debate. Today we are having two teams that have made it to the finals. But before that, allow me recognize the presence of our Honorable Member of Parliament representing the women of Gulu City in the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Megobeti Aholo Chan. She is inside the house and shortly she is going to say some words before the final starts. Mego, the debate started on the 5th. It was a Saturday. On the 12th, we again had debates. And today, the 19th, we are having the finals. We had the following schools represented. I want to say this year's tournament is the real Acholi debates, because we have representation from at least more districts in Acholi sub-region compared to last year. The following are the schools that appeared for this year's competition. 1, School Road Nursery and Primary School, found in Gulu City. Gulu Central Nursery and Primary School in Gulu City. Labor Line Primary School in Gulu City. Pro Primary School from Noya District. Mama Catherine Nursery and Primary School in Gulu City. Riverside Nursery and Primary School from Omoro District. St. Mark Nursery and Primary School, Porongo, from Noya District. Avilaland Nursery and Primary School, Gulu City. Orchard Nursery and Primary School in Omoro District. El Shaddai Primary School, Team A, Gulu City. El Shaddai Primary School, Team B in Gulu City. Little Lilies Nursery and Primary School in Gulu City. Rooted Christians Nursery and Primary School in Gulu City. Gulu Central Junior School in Gulu City. Opit Modern Primary School, Gulu City Campus. Favour of God Nursery and Primary School. Credo Nursery and Primary School Team A in Gulu City. Credo Nursery and Primary School Team B in Gulu City. Double A City Nursery and Primary School in Gulu City. Eagle Nursery and Primary School in Gulu City. Mama Catherine, oh, it's a repetition. St. Matthew's Preparatory School, Laro in Gulu City. And finally, Lukui Primary School from Omoro District. The following are the schools that were represented this year. And if you go through the theme of this year's debate, was drawn from within, something which is from us, with us, and to us. The current state of Acholi sub-region. And the case study were poverty, leadership, education, technological advancement. And the motions were drawn from those topics. And in this final, the motion for the final is this house will tie the Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. This is a matter that these children will discuss in your presence and in the presence of the listeners out there. I should have given you the opportunity to speak before them, but because the topics are very pertinent, you may chip in and discuss issues that is within the case. So you will have the opportunity to speak after the debate. So that let the children first teach us, the leaders. Thank you very much. In that, the teams that made it to the final is El Shaddai Nursery and Primary School, Team A, being represented by Honorable Amaro Juliet Gorgeous, Honorable Joshua Koo, and Honorable Mwaga Arthur Pius. Meanwhile, in the opposition side, the team is Rooted Christians Nursery and Primary School, being represented by K. Polo Divine Destiny, Lagum Angel Faith, and Honorable Lamara Georgina Praise. This debate, the format is called the World Schools Debate. Each speaker is accorded 5 minutes of speech, and within that they have 1 minute of protected time at the beginning and 1 minute of protected time at the end of the 5 minutes. That's said and done. Allow me then invite the second speaker from the opposition side to read for us the motion.
Our motion for today states this house will tie high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership.
Thank you. May I then have the last speaker from the proposition side to read the motion?
Our motion states this house will tie high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership.
Thank you. Do we have the same motion? Thank you. In a count of 1, 2, and 3. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Resolved, this house would tie high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. Before I go far, allow me define the key terms of this debate. The key terms are tie, high poverty index, poor leadership. Poor leadership is the inadequate or ineffective management of public offices, that is to say, failure to create job opportunities, failure to lobby for developmental projects, and allowing exploitation like microfinance that give high interest loans. Poverty index is the statistical indicator used to measure the level of poverty within a population. To tie is to blame. Our arguments for this debate are ineffective policy implementation, disunity and infight, then corruption. Ineffective policy implementation. We realize that in Acholi sub-region, leaders do not follow up what they start. Take an example. In Acholi sub-region, we have only not even 2 but 1 major road, that is to say Gulu and Kampala highway. And this highway is divided into 2, the one from Gulu to Kitgum and the one from Gulu to South Sudan. So leaders do not follow up. Take an example, the Kabedopong road right now, it is very dusty. The tarmac has stopped on the way. That means leaders are not doing what they are meant to do. I know the team opposition may come and speak about LRAO, but that war took place 20 years ago. We were supposed to be given affirmative action long time ago. Where are the leaders who are supposed to give us affirmative action? They are not there. That is not allowed. That is why Acholi sub-region is still underdeveloped and up to now. Corruption.
Speaker.
Allowed.
Those wars are still affecting it up to now, are still affecting Acholi sub-region up to now, for your information.
And are you also aware that those wars were headed by leaders? So that is still poor leadership, corruption. Some leaders do not use all the money that they are provided by the government to do work. We realize that nowadays there are some leaders who are using money purposely for their own personal uses instead of creating more jobs. That is why the Acholis are still underdeveloped. Take an example, the culture leaders, instead of concentrating on developing Acholi sub-region, they are fighting among themselves, like the 58 Rodi of Acholi sub-region. Some of them are supporting Some of them are supporting David Achana, some of them are supporting Santos Apire. So instead of developing Acholi sub-region, they are fighting among themselves, and this is leading to more underdevelopment, because in their process of fighting, they are spoiling more property in Acholi sub-region. And the civil leaders, instead of giving jobs to people, they are again demanding for bribes from those same very poor people who are going to get jobs from them. So why do we have to tie this poverty index in Acholi sub-region to other things? We tie it all to poor leadership. And also disunity and infights. We know that nowadays there are very many parliamentarians fighting among themselves, like Akol Anthony and Okot John Amos. Instead of concentrating on developing Acholi sub-region, they are again fighting among themselves. Where will they get that time of developing Acholi sub-region? That is why Acholi sub-region is still underdeveloped up to date. And instead of fighting, these leaders should be lobbying for investments to have the factories also in Acholi sub-region. We only have a Tiak sugar factory, which is not even operating. So where do you expect the people of Acholi sub-region to get jobs? They have to get from those very factories, which are not yet there. So instead of people don't have jobs in Acholi sub-region, if there were to give us affirmative action long time, because we know that other regions of Acholi sub-region also had wars, like Buganda had Mwanga's revolt. Why is Buganda sub-region more developed than Acholi sub-region? Yet also Acholi sub-region had La Mogi rebellion almost in the same years. But Acholi sub-region is still underdeveloped up to date. Where are the leaders who are supposed to provide for us affirmative action? They are not there. They are not there. And also the church leaders keep people in church Monday to Monday. Go and offer a tithe of 10 million, and you are a poor person. Where will you get the time to get a job and work? When will you become rich? Instead of paying the tithe in church, go and look for a job and leave this culture, this church leaders to go and pray for you. You say that God will bless me. Where will God bless you? Because God helps people who help themselves. Then you're not helping yourself. How do you expect to be rich? Tell me, opposers, do you have something to say? They don't have something to say. That means they are all agreeing. I'd like to summarize by saying we would tie the high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Juliet. Allow me then have the Honorable K. Polo from the opposition side.
Thank you, the High Honorable Adjudicators, the two competing parties, and you, the audience at large. I am by the name Kepolo Divine Destiny, a POPO at Rooted Christian Primary School, and we are here to strongly oppose the motion that states this House will tie the high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, before going further, allow me to define some key words in the motion. Will, modal verb used to express determination or an intention. Tie, a bond or link between people, things, or ideas. High, above a certain level or position. Acholi, an ethnic group native to northern Uganda forming the Acholi sub-region. Poverty index. Poverty index is a statistical measure that reflects the level of poverty in a specific area or population. Poor leadership. Poor leadership refers to ineffective or harmful leadership behaviors that negatively impact different stakeholders and the community. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we as team opposition strongly oppose by saying this motion is not well written. The motion should have been the high poverty index in the Acholi sub-region is not solely caused by poor leadership. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, before outlining our points of arguments, allow me refute what my opponent said. She said the pastors or those religious leaders, they keep people in the church from Monday to Monday. But for your information, not allowed. But for your information, leaders don't keep people in church from Monday to Monday. They make their Christians pray on Sunday. If you say Muslims, yes, they'll make their people pray on Friday. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I speak. And you said, not allowed. And you say the leaders are not creating jobs. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, it is not only the leaders to create jobs. It's also your work to create jobs. Let me tell you, leaders gave a lot of opportunities for you to create jobs, but you are not the ones creating jobs. Pure speaker. And here are our points of arguments. Firstly, historical factors. Secondly, structural issues. Thirdly, external factors. Fourthly, negative colonial influence. And lastly, high illiteracy rate caused by negative attitude towards modern agricultural methods of farming. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to explain my first point, which is historical factors. The region has been affected by historical events such as the Lord's Resistance Army conflict, which has had a lasting impact on the community's economic and social well-being. Did you know that it has affected the people? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we realize that in this conflict, many people ran for their lives. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, some people's legs were cut off, their ears, their arms, their arms.
POI speaker.
Not allowed. And some people are still having bullets in their bodies. I know my opponents will come and say, if the bullet shoots their heart and other, delicate body parts, the person will die. But if I may ask, are you the only person who has not heard of this incident that there are very many people in the Acholi sub-region still having bullets in their body? Are you the only one? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, and when some people came back from their camps, they were still having the mindset of getting free things from the leaders and the NGOs. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, because in that camp they were providing for them everything. But when they came back, they were still having that mindset of poverty. They wanted the leaders to be giving them, they wanted the leaders and the NGOs to be providing for them free things, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. And this made them to think the leaders are the cause of their poverty. Yet it's not the leaders, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. This we cannot blame leaders. Leaders are doing enough. They're trying their level best to develop the Acholi sub-region. Then how comes you come with these lies deceiving us that is the leaders, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaker, POI.
Not allowed.
Speaker, you need this.
I don't need anything. We even have parents that had acres of land, but they cannot even pay their children up to university. They cannot plant seeds. Why? Because of that poverty mindset. But if I may tell you, it's not the work of the leaders to come and tell you to dig, to plant seeds. But if you move around, in the Acholi sub-region, people don't like planting seeds. Why? Because they think the leaders are the ones who, let me tell you, leaders provide seeds. They are providing seeds. You move around. But people don't plant it. Why? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, the second speaker from the opposition side will come and explain more. Therefore, we as team opposition strongly oppose by saying the high poverty index in the Acholi sub-region is not solely caused by poor leadership, and therefore the high poverty index, and therefore this house will not tie the high poverty index in the Acholi sub-region to poor leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Destiny K. Polo. Allow us then have the Honorable Joshua Kuru.
Resolve. These all will tie high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. Honorable judges, allow me to refer the points stated by my opponents. My opponents came and talked about historical factors. They said that there have been wars in the Acholi sub-region like LRA wars that have affected the people. But honorable judges, I would like to ask my opponents, do you know that there have been wars in other regions? Like there has been Nyangira rebellion in Banyoro. But you find out that Western Uganda is more developed than the Acholi sub-region. Do you know why? Because their leaders are serious. But your leaders, they just think of themselves.
Speaker.
Protected time, please. They also came and talk colonial negative roots. They say that these colonialists did negative things to Ugandans. Honorable judges, how can I tell that the colonialists did negative things to Ugandans? You find that these colonialists are the ones who developed, they constructed roads, they made hospitals. Honorable judges, how is it negative? Is it bad to make hospitals for people? Is it bad to save people's lives? No. They came and said that the other people in Acholi sub-region who are still having bullets on their bodies. Honorable judges, take an example. The gun will shoot your heart. How would you expect to survive? If your heart is not pumping, that means you will die. Your entire body, the blood will not move around your heart. Please, are you learning in school or not? Rejected. Are you learning at school?
POI.
Allowed.
Let me tell you, I know that if the bullet shoots the heart, that person will die. But what if it shoots the arm? Will that person die? Or that person will not die? That person will live.
15 seconds up. you say the person will live. Do you know that these breads have effects? These breads can cause cancer. These breads even can cause, like, if there is coldness, you get heart problems. That will lead to death.
POI.
Rejected.
POI.
Rejected.
POI.
Don't stir me.
POI.
They say that these people who are the LRO, they have nothing when it comes to it. They say that these people had the effects on the head that the leader is supposed to provide. Do you expect this world to go? You guys, our leaders are still poor. Let us go look for our food. What do you expect? They want leaders to fight in the camps. Now, you expect people to go and dig and then fight him. How is that possible? You saw that this leader, that people in the church region are not planting seeds. The leader are providing seeds to them. I want to tell you, if they, okay, let me give you a seed and you don't have land to plant the seeds. You find that these leaders are selling lands to investors. How will these actually people plant seeds when they don't lack land? Honorable judges, I disagree with their case. Allow me go to our points of argument. Our first point is disunity and infights. Here in the Acholi sub-region, you find out that, let me talk about religious leaders. Religious leaders are keeping people in charge 24/7. You are giving a tithe. They expect you to give a tithe. If you don't give a tithe, you are not a Christian. You are not holy. How do you expect you expect people to give tithe, but you're keeping them in charge 24/7? Let me tell you, 24/7. You're keeping them in charge. Where will they get the money to pay that tithe you're expecting? Where will they get the money? You don't allow them to go and work. Honorable judges. That's why I would say that this house should tie higher child poverty index to poor leadership. Our second point of argument is effective policy implementation. Leaders don't follow up to developmental projects. You find out that a leader starts a road construction, the leader stops on the way. Our first speaker told that we have one major road here in Acholi sub-region. That is to say, the Gulu Kampala Highway, which divides that is Gulu Kampala Highway and then Gulu Juba Highway. Honorable judges, let me ask my opponents, do you have anything to say about that?
Yes. Do you know that? Do you think the leaders will just go and pay money? Don't you know that for them they're working very hard so that they should
You say that they're working very hard, but they need to work harder. Not just hard, they need to work harder. You say that they plug money. Don't you think the government is giving them money? You find that Bill Crawford. Do you think they dig that money? Honorable judges, allow me to go to our third point of argument. Failure to create job opportunities. You find that these civil leaders, some leaders, like civil leaders, instead of them providing jobs to people, they instead expect people to come and bribe them in order to be given jobs. How do you expect a poor person to come and give you over 10 million? The person is poor. That means only the rich people will get the jobs. And that's not developing a Acholi sub-region because only rich people that still maintain that same home. But if the poor get money, they will create other things, build a Acholi sub-region, even help in construction of roads. But if these leaders keep on giving money to the poor, giving jobs to the poor, how do you expect a Acholi sub-region to develop?
I speaker.
Rejected. Honorable judges, they did not come and tell us what they're tying this thing to. Honorable judges, I would like to conclude by saying that this house should tie a Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. I said this for God and the development of a Acholi sub-region.
Thank you very much. Still in the development of Acholi sub-region, allow us to have the Honorable Lagum Angel Faith.
Thank you, the High Honorable Adjudicators, two competing parties, not forgetting you, the audience. My name is Lagumenja Faith, a pupil of Rooted Christian Primary School, and our motion for today states this house would tie high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. The first speaker came and defined the keywords in the motion, and she listed all our points of argument. But before going to the listed points of argument, allow me begin by refuting our opponent's points. Our opponents came and said religious leaders keep what? They keep the people in the church 24/7, and they ask for tithe of 10 million from people. Who forces them to give the tithe? It is their ignorance, for your information. It's their ignorance. Who forces them? Do you think, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, with that allow me go to our points of argument not allowed, which were historical factors, structural issues, external factors, negative colonial influence, and high illiteracy rate caused by negative attitude towards agriculture. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, as we all heard, our first speaker came and when she spoke about historical factors, and she said the region has been affected by historical events such as the Lost Resistance Army conflict, which has had a long-lasting, which means it is still affecting Acholi sub-region up to now.
POI speaker.
Not allowed.
POI
Honorable
speaker.
judges, ladies and gentlemen, with that, allow me go straight to my next point of argument,
POI
which
speaker.
is not allowed, which is structural issues. Poverty in Acholi sub-region may be attributed to structural issues such as limited access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities, which are not solely caused by poor leadership. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot tie this to poor leadership. People are irresponsible, they are lazy, they practice polygamy, they practice alcoholism. How can we tie it to poor leadership? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot blame the leaders for our irresponsibility, laziness, alcoholism, and polygamy. Allow me read a quote that was stated on laziness and alcoholism by Lord David Onen Achana II. He said, is the Acholi paramount chief, and he said he believes that laziness and alcoholism among the youths are significant contributors to what? To poverty in the region, not allowed. He said laziness and alcoholism, but he did not say poor leadership. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaker,
so we cannot blame the leaders. I don't need it. We cannot blame the leaders for our irresponsibilities and laziness for our things, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaker.
I know my opponents are ready to come and say historical factors, but we are talking about current state. They have had long-lasting impacts that are still affecting the region up to now, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaker.
It is your laziness, it is your responsibility, and it is also your responsibility to sit down and find out what is causing the poor leadership in Acholi sub-region, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot tie it to poor leadership. Allow me go to the next point of argument, which is external factors. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, global and national economic trends, climate change, and other external factors can also contribute to poverty in the region, making it a complex issue that cannot be contributed to a single cause. These are such as drought, floods, air pollution, and price fluctuation. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot tie this to poor leadership. I know my opponents are ready, thinking in mind, to come and say leaders are also contributing to this by allowing people cut down trees. But people have been taught in all the areas in Acholi sub-region, they have been taught the dangers of cutting trees. Why do they still continue? No leader is carrying out cutting of trees. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, about price fluctuation, we all know that we don't have stable price for commodities. So we cannot tie that to poor leadership. You can buy your seeds at higher prices, and the prices reduces after harvesting. So you cannot tie it to poor leadership, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot sit and blame leaders for our irresponsibility. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, the people in Acholi sub-region should sit down and find the solution to their problems and find the solution to what is causing poverty instead of tying it to poor leadership. Instead of concentrating on wars in the parliament, sit down and find the solution to your problems. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot tie this to poor leadership. It is not solely caused by poor leadership. Do you have something to say?
Yes.
Say it.
You say that?
Yes, protected. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, with this, allow me conclude by saying this house will not tie high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. Understood? Thank you.
Thank you. May we then have the government whip, the Honorable Mara Arthur Pius.
Resolve. This house will tie high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. They say that we should sit down and solve our problems. How can we sit down? Yet these leaders are not bringing for us things like tractors for cultivation. We know that if you dig a small piece of land, where will you get it? these leaders are supposed to bring for us tractors so that we dig bigger places, but they're not. So who is to blame? It's the leaders, because if you don't have it, what will you do? You have to remain poor. That's why we say that it's poor leadership causing the high rate of poverty in Acholi sub-region, but not what you said that is laziness. And you said that you got a quote from Rod David Achana, but do you know that it's the one fighting his fellow Rod Santos Apira? Now, what is that? Where will they get the time to promote development in Acholi sub-region? I don't understand that point. And they say that people are immorally behaved. Why is it that in some schools where we have leaders, children are behaved well? Because the schools, they may have some teachers who enforce laws and others, but the leaders in Acholi sub-region, they're not enforcing laws and orders. In fact, instead, they should just start sending the army to go and beat people who go and stand on the streets there. But what are they doing? They're not doing anything. That's why we tie it to poor leadership. And these leaders did nothing about the immoral behavior of the Acholi people. And they say that leaders, the rest of POI telling us that where do we expect the leaders to bring for us tractors so that we carry out mechanization? Where should they get the money for building roads? And you tell us that leaders don't pluck money. Yeah, they don't pluck money. Where is our tax that we pay? Where is it? They're supposed to use the tax that the government gives them to develop Acholi, but they embezzle the money for their own benefits. That's why we tie it to poor leadership, but not the people. The people don't get the money. It's the leaders who get, and they invest on their own, and they're selling our land. They sell it to the investors. They buy it from us at a cheaper price, and they sell it to the investors highly. Now what is it? It's just causing poverty in Acholi sub-region. And they say that if the bullet shoots your hand, that you will survive. But we told you that these bullets have chemicals. And if it shoots your hand, you know that you overbleed. You faint there and keep on bleeding, you die. So there's nothing. And you say that the LRA wars are affecting the people of Acholi sub-region. Even we had World War. Why not blaming it? We had the Lamoga Rebellion. Those people have developed, but us, we have remained poor. Why? Because our leaders are not doing their roles well. They're just sitting in the offices. And they say that people are ignorant. Hello, do you know how these pastors can talk? They can sweet talk to you. God will do for you this. And you will believe. And you take all your money there. And you remain poor. That's why we would blame all leaders, civil leaders, any leader, cultural leaders, political leaders, and professional leaders, like doctors. You go and find a professional doctor in the hospital. You are just finished graduating. The doctor says, give me 10 million. You are from school. You have not cleared your school fees. He's asking for 10 million. Where will a poor person get that money from? That's why we say that these leaders are the ones getting bribes from the people of Acholi. So now people lack jobs because of the poor leadership. And I would like to inform you that although these wars that were in the LRA wars that you were talking about, it was headed by the leaders of Acholi sub-region. Now, why you blame the people? They shot the people because the leaders were leading the wars. They fought among themselves, making us poor. And you said that people have the mindset of waiting for free things from leaders. But they shot us, and now we are poor. We have nothing where to start from. Shouldn't we start from there? They give us something so to start, but they're not providing for us. They're not lobbying for jobs for us. Right now, if they're here to us, they talk. You let them go to the state out. They're quiet. What do you expect? They're quiet. We can't go there. We chose them to represent us, but they're not. That's why we tie it to poor. We tie the high Acholi poverty index to poor leaders. And you say that ignorance, one of your points was ignorance about mechanization of agriculture. But I would like to tell you that these leaders are not bringing tractors. You find a tractor of 18 million. Where do you expect someone who cannot even get 20,000 to feed the family to get a tractor for 18 million to cultivate the land that he has? So these leaders are supposed to bring for us these things, but they're not. And we have these financial institutions. They give loans with high interest. Within a short time, they want to pay. They want you to pay it back. Where will the person get the time? And yet you have got a loan of 5 million, and they want you to pay it with an interest of 10 million within a short time. You can't pay. I would like to wait the debate. I think we have won this debate because we have stated to them clearly that it's because of the corruption of the leaders that they embezzle money for social services provision, and it leads to poverty. They don't follow up road constructions. We have very poor roads leading to accidents, making people to die, yet we don't even have money to go and treat our beloved ones. And they don't lobby for jobs from the high authorities. Why do you expect someone to, like we have 2,000 graduates, I would request. Thank you. We have, like, for in case, we have 2,000 graduates, and there's only 100 jobs. And we have other people who have graduated. They're just staying there. Why will they get the jobs to end poverty in Acholi sub-region? That's why we would tie the high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Arthur Pius. May we then have the Honorable Lamaro Georgina Praise to crown the case of the opposition team.
Resolved. This house will tie high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership in Acholi sub-region. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, this motion is not written 100% correct. It is supposed to be high poverty index in Acholi sub-region is not solely caused by poor leadership. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, before me going to my points of arguments, allow me refute on what they came and spoke about. They came and told us that leaders are not providing agricultural stuff like the tractors. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, do we need the tractors to do everything? Long ago, were they using the tractors? They were using the hose, the bangers. Why are you depending on these things here? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, they even came telling us about tithe, telling us that the pastors, we all know that even pastors are leaders, telling us that pastors can also tell you to bring 10 million and above. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, let me inform my opponents that God said, give what you have. Give what you have. Do not. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me. They came and spoke about disunity among the leaders. Disunity among the leaders. Should you continue looking at the leaders fighting, or you go and solve the problem itself? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker came and outline the points of arguments and also explain the keywords in the motion as firstly, historical factors, secondly, structural issues, thirdly, external factors, fourthly, negative colonial influence and high illiteracy rate caused by negative attitude towards modern means of agricultural methods of farming. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me add on what our second speaker came and spoke about. She came and spoke about structural issues. She said, poverty in Acholi sub-region may be attributed to structural issues such as limited access to education, health, and economic opportunities, which are not solely the result of poor leadership. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me go on and add on to what our second speaker came and spoke about. External factors. Global and national economic trends, climate change, and other external factors also contributed to poverty in the region. For example, the drought, the air pollution, and many others. Can you tie that one to poor leadership? No, the leaders are trying their best. Speaker. It is good that you come and say that the leaders should work harder and harder. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, external factors are things that are very hard to avoid. They are very hard to avoid. Can you avoid the drought coming when they tell you drought is coming? Can you avoid it? Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen.
Speaker, you need this. Don't shy away, Speaker. POI, Speaker.
I think me shying away.
POI.
Negative colonial influence. History tells us that some colonial cash crops like coffee never reached Acholi sub-region. The colonialists never thought of this region worthy of having those cash crops. And we all know that these are the cash crops that earn us a lot of income. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, additionally to that, negative colonial influence brought about some impacts.
POI, Speaker.
First, put your point of information down and here. Limited economic opportunities. We all know that colonial influence brought about some impacts on development. There was limited economic opportunities. The legacy of colonialism has limited economic opportunities and hindered development in the Acholi sub-region. There is dependence on external aids. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, the region's the region's economy has become dependent on external aids rather than self-sustaining. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, allow me read you an article. The Acholi sub-region in Uganda is grappling with high poverty levels, with approximately 20.5% of the population living below the poverty line. It is living below the poverty line, and we all know that this is according to the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. You have something to say?
Yes.
Yes, please tell me.
In your previous speech, you came and said that colonialists never thought of Acholi sub-region worthy.
Okay,
worthy of having coffee. Isn't that already poor leadership? And colonialists also leaders. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, they are saying the negative colonial influence was on the poor leadership. But when the colonialists came, there were no leaders by that time. So I'm saying there were negative colonial influence brought on some impacts on development. So listen carefully, please. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, there is low production and limited economic opportunities. The Prime Minister, our Honorable Nabanja, our mama knows that she's here sitting, you can ask her if you don't know. Our Prime Minister, Miss Robina Nabanja, attributed the high poverty levels to low production and lack of economic opportunities in the region. You knew? You never knew. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, if the leaders themselves are providing money to the people to start small-scale industries or businesses through the PDM, why are my opponents still tying it on poor leadership? Why are you still tying it on poor leadership? If the leaders themselves are telling their people to start small-scale businesses, but you don't want because you are lazy, then why are you tying it on poor leadership? Therefore, we stand strongly and say this House will not tie high poverty index to poor leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Georgina Praise. Allow me then have the reply speech. Reply speech from team opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, the High Honorable Adjudicators. I'm back again for reply speech. Our motion for the day stated, this House would tie high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker came and defined the keywords in the motion, and she listed our points of argument, which were structural issues, which were historical factors, structural issues, external factors, negative colonial influence, high illiteracy rate caused by negative attitudes towards modern agriculture. We gave them, and our opponents came and gave their points as disunity among leaders, ineffective leadership formation, and failure to create job opportunities. And we refuted all their points. We gave them points of information, they did not answer. We gave them opportunities, and they were quiet. Therefore, this House will not tie high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. May we then have the reply speech from team proposition.
Thank you, the judges, the two competing parties, and not forgetting the audience. Today's motion was this House would tie high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. First of all, the opposition third speaker came and asked us that, can we stop drought? I would like to tell them, we told them that, yes, we can stop drought through protecting wetlands. And they also came and told us that colonialists never thought of bringing coffee to Acholi sub-region. And she came, and under that she said that, and under that, she came and told us that there were no leaders that time. Are you aware that those colonialists themselves were the leaders? So they never thought, and that is already under poor leadership. And also they came and told us that we never answered their POI. Did you answer ours? No. And we also asked you very many POIs, but you rejected. So opposition team fears questions. That means they do not have the courage to answer our questions. Improve on your weakness, please. And also, they came and said that their first speaker came and told us that the Acholis from camp were thinking that they should rely on leaders. And I think she was somehow supporting us, because if those leaders thought wise of keeping them in camps as they are developing the major towns, those people would have come back and started making their own jobs. So those leaders never thought of it. So those people had to rely on leaders because they are poor. And these leaders never thought of developing Acholi sub-region. So by that, I would like to end there by saying we would tie the high Acholi poverty index to poor leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a very hot contention between the two teams. You can have a handshake. And I am seeing the Honorable Member of Parliament was boiling. Maybe she also wants to say, you can also have a handshake with her, with the Honorable Member of Parliament.
These are our members of Parliament.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. With that said and done, the debate is done and dusted. We are only waiting for results. From now, as the judges, we shall retire and move out. We shall come back and give the verdict. Meanwhile, I hand over the microphone to the organizers to handle the other programs as they wait for the results.
Foi mateko twala na setwala mena adjudicators. What a final. Ala wena dio foi mateko twala no o yagikine eto. Food pia wangeo la loyo eneno food pia wangeo la loyo kin machamo kene jimne beberikero ano mitum kere barangi in mighty wa kenni the win kema final o cherke kin al team al shadai and the koski team route no mai no ni menu jimno berma tek mapelare meni final and the koskani are pending. Let me see if I can connect it to my manager, Mr. Patrick. Hello? Hello? Patrick? Yes, please, you're live.
Yes?
Yes, Willie Max.
Simon, well done.
Please take it over.
Thank you very much. Let us have some sanity. Please, let's keep quiet. Hello, 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 hello. All right. Thank you very much. Simon.
Willie?
Yes.
Take it over.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the participants, the judges, and the judges have recessed. But shortly after, they will be back here. And I will give you some time, some moments, Simon, to take a small break from there.
Okay.
And then we will be able to have with us our mom, Honorable Mengulu, to speak with us. She has always been with not only Favour FM, but for everyone in this land. And so she's going to be our guest speaker, our chief guest, and later on she's going to be handing over the presents to the competitors who are here with us.
Thank you.
But we'll give you some opportunity to proceed first, and then when the judges return, then we will be able to proceed to the next stage.
Thank you, William Max.
Summer, winter, autumn, spring, mountains, blue skies, and the seas, rainbows, sunshine, and the trees. Jesus, maker of the Lord, Jesus. Summer, winter, autumn, spring, mountains, blue skies, and the seas, rainbow, sunshine, and the trees. You made them, Jesus, maker of them all. Everywhere I go, I see you right there in the beauty.
Well, the mechanic Favour FM and of course Favour FM Primary School live debate. While Studio B.
Simon, thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much our esteemed listeners for being with us from start. We're almost to the end this evening. But as we wait for the adjudicators to come back from their recess with the results, which they are still computerizing or tallying, Honorable is here, but she's not alone. She has come with some other special guests that we will be able to have them introduced, and they will speak to us. And like that story in the Bible that was told when an activity was being done, and John the Baptist told of the coming of the Messiah. I will allow Honorable to take over from here and introduce to us the people that he has allowed them to help us to embellish this event. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Well, thank you very, very much. Good evening, every guest and my dear sons and daughters, grandchildren. Actually, you are my grandchildren. The schools. Congratulations to all of you. I am just up to introduce my friends, my people I moved with. Now, where are the Jackies and what? Jacqueline. Okay. Now, you don't go. Joyce. We have Joyce. Joyce, these are people who help me do my work. It is not very easy for me to do everything. So tomorrow, when you are also members of parliament, you are going to have political assistants. And you are going to employ many. So employment will also be sorted out a bit.
That's right.
Then I have Honorable Florence Lalam. She is city councillor. So she's going to greet you people.
Yeah, thank you.
I will talk later.
Thank you.
Honorable, come and greet
Thank you very
our
much.
dear, very, very
Thank
dear.
you.
Eloquent, fluent,
Thank you.
In English.
Honorable Jackie, please. You're very most welcome, and thank you very much for joining us today.
At secondary school. And therefore, the program that Favour FM has given you allows you to do something called research. Today, our education system is going towards research. Are you listening to me, children? Our education system is going towards what we call research. And that is why at secondary school, we now have a new curriculum where children or students are actually given time to go out and do their research. They meet different leaders in the communities. They go to LC1s. They actually make questionnaires to go and do what? Research. But I want to appreciate Favour FM that at an early stage, they have given you as primary school children an opportunity to actually carry out such a research. For you to come here and start debating about this poverty being linked to leaders, didn't you do research? You had to research and see, now where do leaders fall wrong? To come and find faults in us leaders, not so. I heard a lot of things, but I know you did research. But I want to say, all in all, of course, I'm not a judge. I'm not judging, but I want to say as a mother that both sides were right. As leaders, yes, leaders also have a gap. We have a leadership crisis in northern Uganda. We must accept this, that there's a leadership crisis. We now have very few leaders that are standing on the truth. And if you carry out such debates and we have them documented, it is an opportunity for us to see the gaps. However, on the other side also, like the other said, the problem is not only leaders, it is also us. Because if you have your land, you are just selling it to the balalo. They are there, their cows are eating your crops. Wow, don't you expect poverty to come? Is that one going to be blamed on leaders? No, that's why I'm saying both sides are correct. Therefore, as leaders, we have to correct our mistakes. But also, as our voters, as children, as the community, we should also carry out our roles. That is what I thought I should say today. Otherwise, Favour FM, thank you so much. And I would love to continue to attend such programs. I also learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Florence, for speaking with us today. And it's a pleasure to have you.
She's also a teacher, by the way.
Be here and
to introduce herself as a teacher.
Yes, but thank God Mama has been able to assist you to introduce you as a teacher. But just know that I am very happy. I like the fact that you are very confident. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you very much to my dear children, to the teachers who have prepared these children, because they would not actually reach this level without preparation from the teachers, even to the dear parents, and to Favour FM. Willie Max, thank you very much for inviting me once again. I remember last year, I was here for the same debate.
Thank you.
But
Thank
today,
you
again, I am here. And you started on the 5th this month with the 22 schools. These are now the best schools. Congratulations to all of you. He said, rooted in Christ and Al Sadai. All of you, you are super. I also would like to say You are better than us. We never did research in primary. We also never did research in secondary. We went and did research up. Yes. I am a mother. I am a teacher, just like Honorable Florence is a teacher. And right now, I am a politician. For me, that is me. Teachers are the best politicians. Teachers. Because teachers do a lot of readings also. So I am sure some of you are going to be teachers, professors, and members of parliament. I'm already blessing you. You are all very, very good at English, fluent. So that ability is ability for debate at national level. So all of you can now, actually we have, is it a time for young people to go to parliament also to debate issues, just like parliamentarians. And I think these schools can do even better than some universities. I also want to give a minus on us. You know, for us, we concentrate more on public schools, not those private schools. The children are not private, but those schools belong to the owners. They belong to the owners. I think when they read the list of schools here, I only got one, which was government. There were two. Loqui, Labor Line. Oh, I didn't get Labor Line. Porong Hill. Porong Primary School. So you can imagine, out of 22 schools, only 3 are government. So that is a big negative on us, the leaders. It's a very big negative. It is not only schools. You talked about what? You even talk about health, I think. Yes. Health has not been put. You put there education. Health was not there. Health was a topic. So these days, people have even lost confidence on these public health facilities. Because they go, they get nothing. We struggle so much to say, let the CT scan be in Gulu Regional Referral Hospital. Let X-ray be there. Don't send our people to private facilities. Let them get the best. Let consultants be in Gulu Regional Referral Hospital. Let there be physicians. Let there be doctors. Let there be health workers of various levels. But our people don't get services there at all. So that is also a minus on the leaders. That means the leadership in Uganda has a very big question mark to address. And I'm very happy that you, our children, are doing research early so that tomorrow you don't also fall into those pits that we have fallen into. You serve people better. Those structural issues, the roads, which also contribute to this poverty, sometimes also the mindset, can also, you know, there must be some root cause or root causes. We may have root causes of our problems. You see, the symptom is poverty. But what is the root cause of the problems that you have been digging out, and you dug, you found out that leadership is also one of the root causes, which is also true, really. But those absence of those structural and those historical and those, what did they say? They said many. Is it external factors, drought, which, yeah, those are also sometimes is because also of poor planning. Poor planning by who? Who are the planners? Leaders. Not only when we talk of leaders, we don't only focus on elected leaders. Leaders start right from family. Then we have the civil leaders. The people who let us down the most are the civil leaders. That's true. If they don't discourage corruption, then our people can never get where they should be. If we zero down to Acholi sub-region, we say a war which has taken 20 years actually needs about 60 years to recover completely. We are even in aftermath. It is not easy. The animals which were removed from people, have they been given back? Those days, even if we lived in grass-thatched houses, those huts, but you will find that in every homestead, there are ox plows, sometimes 2, 3 ox plows under the veranda. Then you find their kraal, and you find their oxen, which are used for plowing. We didn't have tractors, but in almost every Acholi homestead, you would find kraal, oxen for plowing. So animal traction. And food was not a problem. And we would use barter trade. If school fees becomes a problem, then you try to sell part of your what. Or if you don't, if you have not gotten good harvest of millet, then you slaughter one of your cows. People bring their what? Their millet, and you measure meat and give them. So that was barter trade. And part of it can also be used for a little money to support school fees. And fees for those days was not like of today, because it was manageable by parents. Parents could manage. Where parents were not able to manage, government took over. I am a beneficiary of scholarship right from S1. Then I never paid fees at all. Because before the scholarship, there was bursary. Then this bursary came, scholarship also came. But from S5, no, you don't talk of scholarship. You to everybody, because then that government knew that education at that level was a little bit expensive to parents to manage, for parents to manage. But now they ask us to pay even our children in the university. Those days in the university, our students would even get allowances, travel allowance, book allowance, and then the boom is to change your status from that village boy or girl to an intellectual person. That was the time, but it's no more. Some other people say, it's because the universities are too many. Yes, we are also very many, yes. That population is also of advantage. If it was not a population going in for sport betting If we were very productive, then the population, we cannot boast that we have our gross domestic product moved from that one of 1986, then we want to compare of today, when we are not doing those things which the previous governments used to do. If we should boast of our gross domestic product, then we need to help our people better. Jobs are of a big problem. So your research, the two sides, Prime Minister, you are the Prime Minister. Who is the Prime Minister there? Oh, yes! Who is the leader of opposition? You are my friend. I was once a leader of opposition. This is Honorable, Right Honorable Nabanja. Yes. So, you have done well. You are very, very, very intelligent children. Really, and you have done your work thoroughly. Continue with it. Today, number 1 is going to be announced. But all of you have done well. Do you know that you have all defeated up to 20 schools? You are in the top position. And I think if I was one of those adjudicators, I would completely fail to say, this is number 1, this is number 2, this is number 1, this is I would fail. But the adjudicators know their work. They will come out with it. Whatever they come out with it, we will all accept. But ours is just to say thank you to especially private schools, which are making us so proud. You know, when our children don't do well, we walk with our heads down, like this, like this. But when you do very well, definitely those of you who are in P7, you are all going to excel. So when you do very well, then we work with, yes, our children have also done well. I will be very proud. And I'm very proud now that most of the schools on the list are schools in the city. That means that I am a real mother and a teacher. No. I'm going to mentor them. I am already by the way, I think I talk of mentoring them, but in other areas. In this fluency in English, they are a lot better than me. Because, no, that's it. I also did debate. I was a debater. But the speed was not as their speed. So, thank you, adjudicators. We wait now for your work. I've said all I wanted to say, but I want to thank my son here very much. Willie Max, I will say God bless you.
Yeah, bless you too, Max.
Now, just to comment a little, because this was for debate. All of us say the beginning of wisdom is knowing God, no?
Yes.
So, the pastors, that for 10 million, that is just for debate. I don't think so that they asked for 10 million. But it is also important to say it in debate, so that if, you know, as the church leaders do their preaching, they should also help to preach about wealth creation. Wealth creation, because family will be very strong and stable. And domestic violence will run away from those families. That is if we have resources. If we are economically stable, So that should also be preached very much in the church. It is not just about poverty, because the poverty should be poverty of the spirit or what, but it should not be poverty of wealth. So thank you. Thank you, my grandchildren. I pray. I wish you, and I pray, I wish you the best in your exams. I now wait for adjudicators to make the announcement, but I'm already wishing you success in your exams, okay? Even those schools which were here on the 5th, is it somewhat, and today, all those schools, I pray that they do very well in their exams to go to another level. Thank you.
Oh, don't you move for Omega Foyer. Thank you very much, Honorable Betty, for being here with us today. Just for purposes of restraining myself within the precinct of time management, I would request the judges to allow me let the debaters relinquish this forum so I can invite the station manager and our operations manager to take their seats here. I know, given the fact... And then in that way, given the fact that Honorable Aol now is the prima inter pares, or the first among equals, is going to speak last when you will have pronounced the verdict for this last session. They are still taking the pictures, but also as you are speaking, this is actually the radio microphone, and everybody is listening to what we are saying. And maybe when we speak, we do not have to detach ourselves from the audience. Meanwhile, we continue to thank you so much for you who has been with us since morning up to now. I think with the permission of the lead adjudicator, I'll have my radio management come forward. And so if you, as you declare the results, you will make your speeches, then they will make their speeches, then there are words which are supposed to be given, and I think Right Honorable Betty is going to be assisting us to conclude that process. Pastor, please come forward, and I will give this opportunity to our able adjudicators to make their pronouncements. Then we will thereafter get some communications from my Favour team. Then Right Honourable is going to speak at last. Judge Isaac. That's right. Now, the honorable adjudicators have now taken their respective places. Usually, I don't honor sweets so much, so this one is really mine. I'm going to be working with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was a fantastic tournament that we are coming to the very end. And before I deliver the verdict, allow me to say something. That my name is Isaac Okero Lamono. I'm a teacher by profession, a social worker, and I've been a debater for very many years and a judge for very many years. I'm also a politician. I served the NRM party for 10 years as the General Secretary in Gulu District. So, I want to say something and to remind the Honorable Betty Olu-chan that in the year 2011, we were at Parliament of the Republic of Uganda when we were still students of St. Joseph's College, the EB, and Sacred Heart. Combined, we brought the trophy, and you received as well. Honorable, to let you know that that was the genesis of debate growth in Acholi sub-region. Quickly after that, we opened the Northern Uganda Debate Society, where we gathered all debaters within Northern Uganda, trained them at our own cost without funding, moved to the different schools, trained patrons, trained students at primary, secondary, and university levels. And today, if we are to call upon all the judges that passed through the Northern Uganda Debate Society, we can call them in thousands. The pupils, we can call them in 10,000s. And others are already prominent leaders. The district speaker of Omoro district has been part of our debates. Fortunately, I was his personal trainer when he was at Gulu High School. We just have a long list to mention that I cannot mention all. In Gulu University, 90% of the guild presidents are subscribers of Northern Uganda Debate Society. Irrespective of their cultural background, they came, joined the team, and together we formed a very big team. And in this country, Uganda, when you talk about debates without Northern Uganda Debate Society, they will tell you that is not a debate. In East Africa, when you talk about judges, you can never fail to have judges from Northern Uganda Debate Society. So that is how far the debate has gone. Allow me then, before I come to the results, I am going to make a little deliberation on the results of the semifinals. Then I'll make a deliberation on the results of the finals, and then we shall crown the day. But before that, I want you to hear from my co-judges.
Thank you so much, Mr. Isaac, the moderator. Listeners, we are so impressed as the debate society for the pupils that we have at hand. I would like to encourage them and tell them that they are more than us those days. You are all winners. Don't be discouraged by the results. Don't be discouraged that you never made it to the finals. But I want to assure you that by coming here, you are a winner already. You came here to prove yourself to those who are remaining at home that debate is something very important in life. Because without debate, we'll forever have wars. If we have debates, we'll have understandable negotiation that would bring us to one agreement. So I encourage the young ones who are at home, the schools who have not made it this year, to at least try next year and be part of this. And I would like to ask our honorable, please, our honorable, you have seen the courage of these pupils. You have seen the courage of the school. You have seen the engagement of the radio stations. Please, if you have anywhere you can put hand into, help these radio stations, help the schools. We want to experience a number of schools in the next edition. We were saying we have only 3 government schools. Yes, because there was some subscription that they were supposed to meet before coming here. I believe some schools were not able to do that, and they were willing to participate. May we then request our honorable, if you have a helping hand, can you touch those schools so that next year we can have a lot of government schools. We had 22 schools, 20 participated, but if you are to count schools in Gulu City alone, Gulu City, without going to Gulu District, there are a lot of schools that have not come in. So I'm praying to our honorables, these are your generation, these are your successors. Without them, there will be no leaders. good enough, you have seen their capability. They were able to see what you leaders have not seen. And you said, you made mention here, I would like to quote from your word, that as they grow, they should not fall in the pit that you guys have fallen into. So help us hold their hand and make them a better leader. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for the opportunity. My name is Anyango Angela Teddy, also known as Mrs. Angela Ngomokwe. When we talk about debates, it made me who I am today. I started with the passion for the debate. When I joined Gulu University, I straight away went to Human Rights and Debating Society of Gulu University. And Mama, I used to be the only female among men in every public dialogue, national dialogue that comes into the university because of because of Human Rights and Debate Society of Gulu University. And that also made me a leader. We saw some politicians in the most recent elections, primaries of the NRM. There are some videos circulating, money were being given on the line. I didn't have money, but I got the highest vote of all because of my public appearance, because of the debate. I was Minister for Gender and Women Affairs at the university. I was in council after University, Council 5 of Pade, representing the youths, and my impact remained in Pade in the time of Honorable Oriana Larago. And even in the newspaper, Daily Monitor, I left a legacy. Back to Gulu here, I am the publicity secretary of the mighty NRM party of Badege-Laibi City Division. And all is because of debate, because we stood there in public to speak and show yourself that you are the one right for that position. Mama, we would like to appreciate you so much for showing up. Many leaders were invited to this, but I'm seeing only you here. And I want to thank you so much. Gulu City, that is who she is called, and that is who she is. When you go to any village serving, you'll find her there. She's down to earth. And we applaud you so much. And I want to thank also the NRM party for putting you in office, because they are the ones who always vote for you, plus the other political parties, yes, because they have their flag bearers, but they still run to you. And I pray you still make it in the next coming election. As said before, many schools participated, the radio, and the space is free for them. God bless you for God and my country.
Thank you, thank you. I think I will also add my prayer to the Honorable Member of Parliament for Gulu City. You know, Acholi kiwaine muye muchek ene mutolingi ene recharge mao ene kiri mao mabe. Megol Favour FM has been having this debate for years now. Unfortunately, the debaters debate and they end here. Mego, today I beg you, you have the opportunity, if there is an opportunity, especially for the teams that made it to the finals or to the semi-finals. Please, if there is I made it very clear, Judge Angela made it very clear, Judge Dennis made it very clear, that we have areas that we don't take for granted in the debates. And those areas are, no, this is quotas. And those areas are, number one, the team burdens. Each team has a burden separated. Team opposition have a burden of refutation. Team proposition, they have a burden of proof. You can prove with statistics, prove with examples, prove with clear strategies, prove with clear explanations. Less of that, you lose. Team opposition, the role is to refute, rebuttal, and where possible, provide alternative solutions to the problem on board. So in the first debate, the motion was very clear that this House will introduce sex education as a syllabus in science as a subject. The intention of this debate was looking at teenage pregnancy, reckless lives of young children and adolescents related problems that are like early pregnancy, diseases, etc. You've given us all the examples. Team proposition gave us very good examples of how to of why they want to introduce sex education in the science syllabus. However, team opposition offered a better alternative to just introducing sex education as a syllabus. They decided to make it broader by saying it cannot just be a syllabus. It should be a subject that is taught in school. That it can now be a lifetime activity of children in school. Comparing the two, one case swallows the other. Every example you will bring under the syllabus, a syllabus is a subject within a subject, is a content within a subject. We expected team proposition to give us a rare thinking on why the subject may fail, but rather have a syllabus. For example, we may not have enough teachers right now, getting teachers to train, infiltrating into the timetables. What is the intention? Are we going to have it as part of the exams in the PLE? Those are things that could have resurrected the hope. And that is where you gave us. Thank you.